3 days later, nighttime, a room appeared dark and quiet, as if it was empty. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Not long after, the sound of swords tearing through the air echoed from outside, accompanied by clothes fluttering. In the blink of an eye, it appeared before the entrance. 2 beams of divine light illuminated momentarily in the darkness. It was a pair of eyes, bright and clear. Even though it was pitch black in the room, it was like daylight to Su Zimo. Before anyone could call for him, Su Zimo opened the door and walked out. There were 6 cultivators outside. Other than the girl in pink whom Su Zimo had seen before, the rest were all foreign to him, and they were all males. Of the 5 male cultivators, 4 of them had an extremely obvious sect emblem etched on their sleeves. It was one of the 5 major sects, Southern Mountains sect. The other person seemed to be an itinerant cultivator. His lips were thin and he had a crooked nose, looking at the girl in pink with a somewhat malicious and fervent gaze. A thin layer of spirit energy veiled Su Zimo's eyes as he channeled the spirit-peering art. 5 perfected foundation establishments. Su Zimo frowned in silence. He had previously guessed that the girl in pink would look for other helpers. However, he had not expected her to look for 5 perfected foundation establishment cultivators. This revealed a very important piece of information. The place they were headed for most likely had a restriction in cultivation realm. Any cultivators who had formed a core were unable to enter it. Su Zimo had read about some of such places through the ancient texts in Ethereal Peak. In Tianhuang mainland, some ancestral cave abodes, inheritance grounds, primordial or ancient secret grounds and ruins would contain various restrictions. Among them, restriction of one's cultivation realm was the most common. Some of the cave abodes and ruins may even contain multiple restrictions and were filled with traps. Any slight misstep could result in one's death. But of course, huge opportunities often accompanied such grave dangers. In those secret grounds, unimaginable opportunities awaited. As long as anyone could obtain one of them, they could soar through the skies and transform from a cocoon into a butterfly. In addition, even though those 5 male cultivators were at perfected foundation establishment, the spirit-peering art could not read how many meridians they had unlocked. One would only truly know the true strength of their opponents when they truly unleashed their cultivations. That was because when they channel spirit energy, the unlocked meridians would appear on the surface of the cultivator's body. Crystal clear and flawless, they were extremely prominent. Let me introduce you. This is Su Zimo from Ethereal Peak. The girl in pink was still wearing a veil. Her voice was sweet and tender, making one go limp at the sound of it. Here I was, wondering what sort of character this was for us to pay a visit personally. A cultivator from Southern Mountains sect suddenly remarked coldly, "Fufu, so it's just an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator." Su Zimo raised his brow. On the surface, that person's cultivation realm was higher than his. However, they were merely less than 5 steps away. For Su Zimo, that distance was almost an instant kill. If they were to fight, that person would definitely die. Even though Southern Mountain sect was known for their body tempering techniques, Su Zimo had yet to meet a match in terms of melee combat. "Yenner, it's enough for the few of us to accompany you. Why do you bother bringing a burden along?" Another person said confidently without even looking at Su Zimo. "That's right." Another 2 cultivators chimed in from the sides, as though they could not wait to make themselves look better in front of the girl in pink. The itinerant cultivator was the only one who did not speak. However, the way he looked at Su Zimo was filled with disdain as well. Disgusted, Su Zimo commented indifferently, "Since I'm not welcome, I can leave. Everyone, please stop arguing." The girl in pink pouted coquettishly and instantly attracted everyone's attention. Every single frown and smile of the girl in pink contained a mystifying power that could stir the hearts of people, or even steal their souls. Not to mention the 5 cultivators present. Even Su Zimo, who had been wary of the girl in pink from the start, felt his heart skip a beat upon hearing her coquettish voice. She continued, "These 4 fellow Taoists are from Southern Mountains sect. This fellow Taoist is Yen Fei, he's an itinerant cultivator. Can everyone give me some face and not quarrel tonight?" Even though the girl in pink was wearing a veil, Su Zimo could seemingly see an innocent and beautiful girl pouting her red lips and blinking her big, clear eyes at him while begging. No one could bear to reject her. "All right," Su Zimo nearly blurted out, but his heart skipped a beat and he forcefully held back. "All right, Yenner, don't worry. We won't hold it against an early-stage foundation establishment." "That's right, Yenner." The 5 cultivators were in a daze as they answered in unison. The girl in pink looked like the weakest in the group, but in fact, she was the one who caused and eased every conflict since she had appeared. Every single move of hers seemed to be able to affect everyone. It was an indescribable magic that seemed to be able to charm all beings and control everything. Just a moment ago, the eyes of the girl in pink swept past the 6 of them. However, each of them felt like she was looking and pleading at them personally. "What sort of a technique is this?" Su Zimo was secretly shocked. It seemed like a charm, but yet it wasn't entirely one. She was dressed normally without revealing too much, nor did she do any daring and provocative moves. All in all, she looked like an innocent and romantic girl. However, the more that was the case, the more it proved how powerful she was. Su Zimo could vaguely sense that all 5 foundation establishment cultivators the girl in pink brought along were lost in her charms. If she wanted to have them dig out their hearts, they would most likely do so without any hesitation. That was quite a chilling thought. Su Zimo had nearly lost himself earlier on as well. Now that he thought about it, he could not help but feel fearful. "You haven't told me what this trip is for? Where are we headed for later? Is there anything we need to prepare and take note of?" Su Zimo frowned and asked. "Why are you asking so many questions?" "That's right. Yenner can have us do anything. If you're afraid, you don't have to go." The few foundation establishment cultivators rebutted right away. Smiling, the girl in pink rolled her eyes at Su Zimo. My, you've got so many questions. The place we're going is an inheritance ground of my sect. Initially, I wanted to head there to receive my inheritance secretly. But unfortunately, the location of the inheritance ground has been exposed and many fiend sects are attracted to it. Sigh. The girl in pink sighed. "I'm weak and no match for those cultivators of the fiend sects. Tonight, I can only rely on some fellow Taoists to ensure my safety, so that I can obtain the inheritance within. Don't worry, Yenner. With me, Wu Xiangming, around, no one will be able to hurt you." "That's right. Sure Yuqing, will definitely accompany you to the end, till you obtain your inheritance." Yenner. Su Zimo could hear the many loopholes and inconsistencies in the girl in pink's story. However, the 5 foundation establishment cultivators bought it completely. "Let's go. We won't be able to make it in a while." The girl in pink dug out a spirit vessel from her storage bag and injected it with spirit chi. Instantly, the ship emitted 2 beams of light. It was a middle-grade spirit weapon. Even though flying swords and spirit vessels were both spirit weapons, flying swords were the easiest to refine. Comparatively, spirit vessels were much more complex. Since the girl in pink whisked out a middle-grade spirit weapon right from the start, her cultivation definitely wouldn't be too low. With the augmentation of the spirit chi, the spirit vessel expanded rapidly and floated in front of them. The girl in pink was the first to leap in, followed by the 4 foundation establishment cultivators of Southern Mountain Sect and the itinerant cultivator. Hesitating slightly, Su Zimo was the last to board the vessel. The spirit vessel disappeared from where it was into the depths of the night. Before long, it left Chiyu City and sped towards the north without showing any signs of stopping. The sky was sparse and the night was quiet. However, Su Zimo was far from at peace. He had the feeling that this trip was far from simple. In fact, they might even meet with unprecedented danger. "May I know what sect you're from, miss?" On the spirit vessel, Su Zimo asked in a seemingly casual manner. "Why?" The girl in pink smiled and quipped. "Why are you suddenly so concerned about me?" "Nothing. I was just curious to see if I've heard of it before." My sect is definitely not any weaker than Ethereal Peak. Do you want to make a guess?" The girl in pink's reply easily avoided the question. Naturally, Su Zimo was not foolish enough to make blind guesses. Even if he could guess correctly, The eccentric girl in pink may not admit to it. The entire journey was silent. Nearing midnight, the skies around them became darker. Suddenly, the girl in pink said, "Let's alight here and walk the rest of the way." The other 5 people did not have any objections. Su Zimo did not say anything as well, merely following them and surveying his surroundings for any activity. After walking a few miles, a barren and dilapidated land suddenly appeared before them. The moment Su Zimo stepped foot into the place, he felt something strange. The spirit energy in his dantian seemed like it was restrained by a mysterious power, preventing him from using it here. What's going on? Su Zimo was secretly shocked and instinctively looked towards the girl in pink. Right then, as though she felt something, the girl in pink suddenly turned back and said with a strange glint in her eyes, "There's an ancient spirit lock formation beneath this inheritance ground. Any form of spirit energy will be locked at this place. That means to say, all spirit arts are rendered useless at this place alongside talismans and spirit weapons." Su Zimo was enlightened. That was why Gushi asked him about his melee combat skills. Within the perimeter of the ancient spirit lock formation, it was useless even if one had all 8 meridians unlocked. Physical strength was what mattered. Boom! Suddenly, a boom echoed out from beneath and the ground shook. Everyone's expressions changed as they hurriedly stabilized themselves. Crack, crack, crack. Right after, gigantic cracks appeared on the surface. It was deep and dark within, emitting a faint black fog. Under the musk of the night, it looked extremely sinister and creepy. There was even a faint smell of blood mixed in the black fog. If someone were to stand in the air and look down, they would be able to see an inexplicable horror. The outline of the inheritance ground was like a gigantic body with all limbs and its head intact. In fact, 2 eerie beams of light shone vaguely from the region where the head was supposed to be, as if those were someone's eyes. The large cracks intertwined within that outline like massive blood vessels, finally gathered at the heart of the body. It was as though a powerful life form was awakening deep underground, emanating a terrifying aura that left one trembling. "Yenner, this doesn't seem like a good place beneath. Is your sect's inheritance really here?" The Southern Mountain sect, whose name was Wu Xiangming, asked with a quivering voice. "Yes, it's right here," the girl in pink replied with a smile, not afraid in the slightest bit. Wu Xiangming forced out a chuckle. "Why don't we leave for now? I think that there's something wrong with this place. It doesn't seem right." At that moment, he seemed to have broken free from the girl in pink's bewitchment and gained a momentary clarity of mind stemming from his deep fear of death. The girl in pink's eyes dimmed. Lowering her head, she asked dejectedly, "Brother Wu, aren't you going to help me anymore?" Wu Xiangming sank right in once more. "How could that be?" He puffed his chest and replied righteously. Everyone else chimed in, "Yenner, don't worry. You've still got us." Su Zimo watched the entire process without saying a word. Of the 7 people present, he was the calmest person apart from the girl in pink. It wasn't because Su Zimo was confident and daring that he did not fear the weird phenomenons at the inheritance ground. Su Zimo had a clearer understanding of things because he was watching coldly from the sidelines. He was very particular about where he stood. Even though it seemed like he was moving along casually, he was never more than 5 steps away from the girl in pink. If anything were to happen, Su Zimo had confidence that he would be able to capture the girl in pink right away. As though she had realized something, the girl in pink suddenly turned to Su Zimo and commented with a fake smile, "Brother Zimo, you're so close to me." Su Zimo smiled and did not reply. The girl in pink continued, "Let's head down from here. We might encounter danger down there. So be careful, everyone." With that, the girl in pink was the first to jump through a pitch-black crack. Su Zimo narrowed his gaze. In a flash, he followed closely behind and was the second to jump. With their spirit energy restricted, none of them were able to fly. As he did not know how deep the crack was, Su Zimo pushed his palms against the walls after jumping down to try and control his speed of fall with the use of friction. At the same time, he looked towards the girl in pink. She was extremely agile and tapped against the walls lightly with her feet constantly. as though she was a fairy dancing off the edge of a cliff. In the blink of an eye, the girl in pink and Su Zimo landed one after another. Right on the heels of them was the 4 foundation establishment cultivators of Southern Mountain Sect and that itinerant cultivator. All 5 of them were body-tempering cultivators with extraordinary physique. As such, none of them met with any injuries. In that crack, there were only 2 paths front and back. The girl in pink hesitated slightly before pointing in a direction and walking in front of everyone. Before long, a fork appeared in the road ahead. This was the intersection of 2 cracks. In the middle of the intersection laid a corpse. Its eyes were widened and it had a blood-red sword scar at its glabella. Since it was still dripping with warm blood, it was clear that the person had not died for long. When she saw the corpse that still had a trace of warmth to it, the girl in pink's expression remained unchanged even though a strange glint flickered in her gaze. The 4 Southern Mountains Sect cultivators were tense and gripped their weapons tightly. As body-tempering cultivators, they would naturally carry melee combat weapons with them, similar to the likes of Su Zimo's cold moonsaber and Little Fatty's gigantic axe. Of the 4 Southern Mountains Sect cultivators, 3 of them held swords while the other one wielded a hook. The itinerant cultivator, Yen Fei, was barehanded. However, his sleeves were wide as if he had tricks hidden in them. With a glance, Su Zimo could vaguely guess that Yen Fei's weapon should be a pair of arm guards. It was a well-hidden, short and fierce type of weapon that could be used both defensively and offensively. It was equivalent to him fighting with his arms, except that it was invincible and indestructible. It was obvious that this underground place was far from friendly. Other than the fact that they were charmed to their toes by the girl in pink, the reason why the 5 of them were willing to follow along was because they were truly capable. After all, there was an ancient spirit lock formation here. Even if a perfected foundation establishment cultivator with 8 meridians unlocked were to come here, they might die in regret if they were weak in melee combat. At the fork, the 5 men protected the girl in pink in the middle and surveyed the surroundings. It was only after they confirmed that there was no danger that they continued forth. Su Zimo hung around at the back, not too far, not too near. Pausing beside the corpse at the fork, he glanced sideways. The person's eyes were widened and filled with confusion. It was as though he didn't know how he had died. The sword scar at the glabella was thin, and it was clear that the assailant was extremely swift, such that this man was killed without even having time to react. Su Zimo continued to follow the girl in pink and the others in front. Before long, they came across 2 more corpses lying diagonally on the ground that looked identical to the one before. Those 2 corpses did not have their storage bags either. Wu Xiangming and the rest swept their gazes and tried to protect the girl in pink as she walked past the 2 corpses. All of a sudden, Su Zimo felt a strong palpitating sensation as though his scalp was going numb. The feeling came extremely suddenly without any warning at all. Even though he did not sense any danger, Su Zimo subconsciously shouted softly, "Stop!" Upon hearing Su Zimo's voice, the girl in pink seemed to have thought of something as she stopped in her tracks. Bursting from her legs, she leaped backwards in a flash. Wu Xiangming and the rest were momentarily stunned. Right then, a corpse lying diagonally to the side suddenly moved its pupils in a sinister manner. It stood up and pulled an extremely thin sword out of nowhere, dashing forth and stabbing twice. Poof! Poof! A sword beam flashed, followed by 2 crisp sounds. Su Zimo was stunned. The corpse had attacked too quickly. If he was in another position and did not have spirit perception, he would not have been able to dodge those 2 attacks either. 2 Southern Mountains Sect cultivators had their back facing Su Zimo. Even though he could not see their expressions, he could feel their bodies turning stiff as they fell front, no longer breathing. Even though the corpse had killed 2 men, it did not stop at all. Tapping its feet lightly, it sped in front and moved like a ghost, flickering and disappearing into the darkness. Swish! Swish! At the same time, 2 black beams of light pierced through the darkness and chased after the black shadow, letting out a whimper and disappearing. Not far away, Su Zimo wielded his sanguine crystal bow and shot out 2 arrows. It was a pity that the corpse had escaped first and those 2 arrows weren't able to hurt it given its beguiling movements. Clang! Clang! Soon after, two crisp sounds could be heard from the darkness ahead. True enough, the two arrows missed, the sounds came from them striking the walls. Standing beside Su Zimo, the girl in pink had a strange glow in her eyes. Of the people present, she was the only one who knew the identity of that corpse. On the surface, that corpse did not have any loopholes. It was identical to the previous corpse they had encountered, right down to the scar that flowed with warm blood. However, the girl in pink had not expected that the young man with delicate features would be the first to realize that it was a disguise. The corpse that had just escaped was the most cold-blooded killer within the fiend sex, the true assassin. No one within the fiend sex had seen the true face of the corpse. He could be a corpse or an elderly man with long, white hair. He could also be an innocent and naive child or even a woman. Rather, no one knew whether he was a man or a woman. Those of the fiend sex referred to him as the thousand-faced assassin. The girl in pink only knew that this person was a fiend heir from this generation's hidden death sect, with talent comparable to powerhouses of ancient fiend sects. He was regarded as the strongest fiend heir of hidden death sect. Both the girl in pink's pure maiden sect and the thousand-faced assassin's hidden death sect were part of the 7 fiend sections. The moment Su Zimo issued the warning, the girl in pink was reminded of that terrifying figure and retreated right away. However, what surprised the girl in pink was that the thousand-faced assassin chose to retreat after killing 2 people. This meant that there was someone among them that made the thousand-faced assassin feel threatened, so he did not continue to take the risk. Within the same level, the thousand-faced assassin had killed countless of geniuses and without failing once. His remarkable track record rendered many demon cultivators speechless. On the one hand, it was because the thousand-faced assassin's methods were cold and harsh. On the other hand, it was also proof of his cautiousness. Just who was it that caused the strongest fiend heir of hidden death sect to feel apprehensive? The girl in pink swept her gaze across Wu Xiangming and the other cultivators, finally landing on Su Zimo. Even though the process of the thousand-faced assassin's appearance to his exit seemed slow, it happened within a split second in reality. Wu Xiangming and the rest did not have time to react to it at all. Among those present, Su Zimo was the calmest. Not only did he realize something was amiss, he could even retaliate. It was evident who the thousand-faced assassin was wary of. This was the first time that the girl in pink realized Su Zimo was not as pathetic as she had imagined. It was especially so when he fired the arrows earlier on. That handsome man was in fact exuding an aura so fierce it could destroy everything. Not everyone would dare to lay a hand against a fiend heir of hidden death sect. The girl in pink's eyes lit up as she thought to herself, the way he attacked so decisively, I wonder if he would still behave the same way if he knew it was the thousand-faced assassin. You know who that was? Su Zimo stared into the girl in pink's eyes and asked, frowning. She blinked and replied, No, I don't. Su Zimo retracted his gaze. He knew that if the girl in pink did not wish to tell, he would not get the true answer no matter how he questioned. Not far away, there were now only 2 of the 4 Southern Mountains sect cultivators left. Even though the both of them looked pained, they immediately removed the storage bags from the 2 corpses and kept it for themselves. And you call that a righteous cultivator of the orthodox path? When the girl in pink saw that, she let out a cold smirk beneath her veil. My condolences, fellow Taoists. The girl in pink came to Wu Xiangming's side and said, That person attacked us out of no reason and killed 2 people. It's highly likely that was someone from a fiend sect. Wu Xiangming and the others nodded in pain. Sigh, it's all my fault. The girl in pink sighed gently in an aggrieved manner. If it wasn't for me, those 2 fellow Taoists wouldn't have been implicated and ended up dying here. Those from fiend sects are so powerful. I think we're no match for them. When he heard that, Wu Xiangming hurriedly said, It's not your fault, Yenner. The girl in pink pursed her lips as a glint flashed in her eyes. As though she had made some sort of a decision, she replied gently, Brother Wu, please leave. I've decided to proceed alone. Please don't follow me anymore. If you guys end up being hurt because of me, I'll... The girl in pink burst into tears as she spoke. tears welling up in her eyes in a pitiful manner. For that moment, Su Zimo was almost moved by the girl in pink's display of emotions as well. However, he snapped out of his stupor right after and his expression was cold. Wu Xiangming was somewhat at a loss. He wanted to reach out and help the girl in pink wipe away her tears. However, as though he had lost his courage, he immediately remarked, "Yenner, don't cry. Don't worry. I'll definitely accompany you to the very end." The other Southern Mountains sect cultivator chimed in as well. At the side, Yan Fei was evidently moved too. However, the way he looked at the girl in pink was a little strange, as though there was a hint of lust and evil in his eyes. "Yenner, listen to me," Wu Xiangming said deeply. "That person may have been swift and decisive in his attacks, but in a direct battle, he may not be a match for me." The girl in pink stopped sniffling and nodded her head, not fully understanding. Su Zimo lamented internally. Even though this person is completely bewitched by the girl in pink, he still has some sanity left in him and knows how to analyze the situation. In Su Zimo's opinion, the corpse earlier was akin to how assassins behaved as detailed in history books. If they missed their attacks, they would flee. Assassins need not be extremely strong, but they specialize in disguise, concealment, and stealth. Like a shadow, the combination of those techniques was terrifying and extremely difficult to deal with. Of course, although Wu Xiangming realized that Su Zimo did not have high hopes of him. Not to mention Wu Xiangming, even Su Zimo did not guarantee that he would be able to escape unscathed from that assassin if he did not have his spirit perception. That was a terrifying assassin. Through the various details of that attempt earlier, it was clear that the assassin's true strength and physique was also extremely strong. But of course, Su Zimo had his spirit perception and was not afraid of that assassin. If he dared appear once more, Su Zimo would definitely kill him right away. Someone like that was way too dangerous. Perhaps he had sensed something. The assassin did not appear once more after escaping. The girl in pink continued to navigate the cracks, protected by Wu Xiangming and the other two. Su Zimo stood at the back with burning eyes and quivering ears. Nothing could elude his senses. This time round, Wu Xiangming and the other two were evidently much more careful with every step they took. When they encountered corpses again, neither of them walked past just like that. Instead, they chose to stay by the girl in pink's side and proceed in a triangular formation while stabbing the corpses a couple of times. Before long, they arrived at yet another fork. Wu Xiangming turned and looked at Su Zimo, who had kept silent the entire way. Feeling a sudden sense of frustration, he shouted, "Hey, that's Su something. You had better stop following us. The sight of you makes me irritated." To Wu Xiangming, Su Zimo was almost non-existent to a point where he did not even bother to remember the latter's name. That's right. That person hasn't helped at all and is timid like a mouse. He doesn't even dare to walk in front and just chooses to follow us. Another Southern Mountains sect cultivator grumbled. Su Zimo did not reply and merely looked calm with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Through the journey, Su Zimo hardly made any moves. Most of the time, he was just watching coldly from the sidelines. The reason why he did not do anything was because there was no need to. To Wu Xiangming, Su Zimo merely shouted for them to stop and fired 2 arrows. However, only the girl in pink knew how important that warning and 2 arrows fired from Su Zimo was. Given the 1,000-faced assassin's history, he would have killed everyone else except her if he didn't have anything to be wary of. Standing at the fork, Wu Xiangming looked at Su Zimo and questioned in disdain. "Su Zimo, tell me, what are you good for, huh? Brother Wu, please don't make things difficult for him," the girl in pink quickly said at the side. "Humph." Wu Xiangming harumphed coldly and turned back, walking to the right of the fork while mumbling incessantly. "Bloody disciple of ethereal peak? He's nothing at all." Right at that moment, Su Zimo stood on the spot. As though he had sensed something, his eyes shone with a cold glint. "You asked me what I'm good for, huh?" Su Zimo suddenly laughed and replied calmly. "Actually, my role is simple. At the very least, I can warn some people from stepping onto a path of no return. Stop acting mysterious and spouting nonsense." Wu Xiangming turned around and scoffed coldly. Speak your mind. There's no need to beat around the bush. Su Zimo pointed to the path behind Wu Xiangming and replied indifferently, If I were you, I wouldn't continue down this path. Ha 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 ha. Wu Xiangming burst out in laughter. What a bloody joke. You really think someone like you, an early-stage foundation establishment, is qualified to teach me on what path I should take? As you wish. Su Zimo raised his brows. Wu Xiangming kept his smile and replied coldly, Su something, let me give a piece of advice to a cowardly cultivator like you. Hurry and go home to be a farmer instead. Lest you come out and embarrass yourself. You want to cultivate immortality and gain the Tao with those guts? Dream on. Fufu, Senior Brother Wu is absolutely right. Another Southern Mountains sect cultivator joined in. Yenner, let's go. There's no need to listen to this punk's nonsense. With me around, even if there are fiend cultivators, they will have to make way. Wu Xiangming remarked as he walked down the fork path with the other Southern Mountains sect cultivator. The girl in pink hesitated slightly and looked at Su Zimo before following them. Yan Fei stared the girl in pink's graceful figure with a burning gaze and followed suit. Su Zimo merely watched the four of them head down the path without following. Due to the presence of the ancient spirit restricting formation, none of them were able to use their storage bags. As such, they had taken all the items they needed before entering the place. Su Zimo's choice was his cold moon saber and sanguine crystal bow along with 10 arrows. He stood on the spot and removed the sanguine crystal bow from his back. Holding 3 arrows in his hands, he muttered with a cold gaze, In the end, this is still an unavoidable fight. Su Zimo's hearing power was incredible. Just a moment earlier, he vaguely heard footsteps from the deep end of the road. There were many people. At the same time, there was a fresh scent of blood wafting from the road. Those people had ill intentions. That was the reason why Su Zimo persuaded Wu Xiangming and the rest to not head down that fork road. Unfortunately, they chose not to heed his advice. Wu Xiangming and the other Southern Mountains sect cultivator walked in front and the itinerant cultivator, Yan Fei, took the back, leaving the girl in pink in the middle. After walking for a while, Wu Xiangming frowned and suddenly stopped in his tracks, listening intently. Oh! His expression changed as he whispered, There's people up ahead. Hurry! Retreat! If it was just a couple of people, Wu Xiangming would not be afraid of them. However, the footsteps were messy, and it was evident that there were many people rushing in their direction rapidly. Not daring to undertake the risk, Wu Xiangming intended to retreat from where they were before making further plans. However, the people up ahead were extremely fast. Just as Wu Xiangming finished speaking, there were already many people ahead of him. Their weapons flashed maliciously as they let out a cold and murderous aura. Without hesitating, the girl in pink was the first to retreat. Wu Xiangming and the other two did the same. However, because he and the Southern Mountains sect cultivator was at the front when they entered, they were now the last while retreating. Fu-fu-fu! A hoarse and sinister laughter echoed out behind them. When she heard the laughter, a cold glint flickered through the eyes of the girl in pink. She knew who was on the other end. The sinister voice rang once more. Demoness G, to think that you would dare get involved in this mess too. You're really tired of living, aren't you? The girl in pink's red lips opened slightly beneath her veil, as though she wanted to say something but held back. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 sharp blades tore through the air with great force and extreme speed. Wu Xiangming and the other guy at the back did not dare to delay as they spun around and slashed back with their swords hurriedly. Clang! Clang! The ear-piercing sound of metals clashing could be heard as sparks flew in the darkness. Wu Xiangming and the other guy's bodies trembled. Even though they had managed to block the attacks, they could feel their arms going numb. That momentary delay was all it took for the vanguard of the pursuers to come close. Looking menacing and murderous, they bellowed and pounced over. Yenner, leave first. I'll hold them here. I'll definitely not let them reach you, Wu Xiangming shouted without turning back. Standing in the middle of the path with his fellow sect mate, they faced the incoming aggressors. You must be courting death. Wu Xiangming harumphed and twisted his wrist. His long sword trembled and let out a menacing sword chi. coiling like an unpredictable python as it stabbed forth. Panic flashed across the eyes of the lunging aggressor. He clearly had not expected such means from Wu Xiangming. Even though he wanted to dodge, it was too late. Eft! A bloody light flashed and a bloody hole appeared on the man's chest, his eyes dimming gradually. Wu Xiangming kicked the man's corpse away and continued fighting with the other pursuers. Melee combat was far more dangerous than sword kinesis fights. This was because both parties would be revolving around a small area, and it was a fight of speed without much room for reaction. Any single bit of carelessness would result in one being struck by an attack and may even possibly lead to their deaths instantly. The two cultivators ahead were barehanded. Coupled with the fact that they underestimated their opponents, they ended up being killed within a single move by Wu Xiangming and the other Southern Mountains sect cultivator. Initially, Wu Xiangming thought that those two swords would be able to scare the cultivators at the back. However, he did not expect that despite the deaths of the two cultivators, the other pursuers did not even hesitate as they dashed at him expressionlessly. The coldness in their eyes caused Wu Xiangming's heart to skip a beat. "Who are you guys?" he questioned loudly while retreating. "You dare barge into this place without even knowing who we are? Seems like you were quite bewitched by that demoness G. Huh? Fu. Your stupidity knows no bounds." A cold laughter echoed from the crowd. "I'm a disciple of Southern Mountains sect, one of the 5 major sects. I don't know of any demoness G. You had better tell me who you are lest we end up on bad terms." Wu Xiangming shouted once more. "End up on bad terms?" Someone scoffed. "5 major sects? Eat shit. How dare you mention yourself in the same breath as us of the Fiend sects? The Southern Mountains sect isn't even worthy of carrying the shoes for our malevolent Earth sect." Indeed, these were people of the Fiend sects. Wu Xiangming's heart skipped a beat. Given his current cultivation strength, he had already vaguely learned of some secrets of Tianhuang mainland. In Tianhuang mainland, there were many Fiend sections. However, the 7 strongest of them were referred to as the 7 Fiend sects. These 7 Fiend sects were the top factions of the entire Tianhuang mainland. Even though Southern Mountain sect was known as part of the 5 major sects, that was only within the Great Zhou dynasty. However, the Great Zhou dynasty was only a part of Tianhuang mainland. In other words, Southern Mountain sect was extremely small compared to any of the 7 Fiend sections. Even though Wu Xiangming knew of the 7 Fiend sects, he did not know which 7 sects they were composed of. Right now, his only hope was that malevolent Earth sect was not one of the 7. Slash! At that moment, the other Southern Mountains sect cultivator moved slightly slower and revealed a flaw, causing him to be stabbed through the chest with fresh blood oozing immediately. Because the cultivator's stamina was lacking to begin with, and coupled with the fact that he was seriously injured, he staggered to his knee. Instantly, 2 more bloodied holes appeared on his body. That was followed by his head flying through the air. Wu Xiangming watched everything with widened eyes. While he was slightly distracted, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. A long saber emerged, stained with blood. Ah! The pain caused Wu Xiangming to tremble in shock. He glared at the person in front of him and stumbled back, pointing his sword. Finally, he fell to the ground and broke out in cold sweat. The crowd dispersed and a black-robed cultivator with a malevolent expression strode over. He looked at Wu Xiangming and scoffed coldly. "You don't even know who Demoness G is. You deserve to die." A bone spear suddenly appeared from the sleeves of the black-robed cultivator. It was completely black in color and consisted of 12 bones, carrying a malevolent aura. The black-robed cultivator thrust the bone spear forward gently. Poof! Wu Xiangming's throat was pierced right away. That initially pale face of his was covered with dense blood lines. It was a terrifying sight. It was a sign of malevolent aura entering one's body. In the cultivation world, there were many types of spirit weapons that were made from unique materials. Even without injecting spirit energy to activate their spirit patterns, they could unleash various powers. The black-robed cultivator's bone spear was one of those. "Demoness G, you can't escape." Remarking coldly, the black-robed cultivator led the pack and charged ahead. Even with Wu Xiangming and the other Southern Mountains sect cultivator holding the defense, It was still difficult for the girl in pink and Yen Fei to escape from the black-robed cultivator completely. The girl in pink and Yen Fei were fleeing in front while the black-robed cultivator led more than 100 people in pursuit. The exit was right in front of them. Right as they were about to get out to reach the previous fork, the black-robed cultivator had caught up to them. The girl in pink frowned slightly. All of a sudden, 3 cold flashes of light appeared at the fork ahead. Immediately after, an extremely sharp beam approached them and 3 flashes of black light brushed by the girl in pink and Yen Fei. It was a mere centimeter gap. Any closer and the girl in pink and Yen Fei would have been pierced. She heaved a deep breath of air, so shocked that her heart nearly jumped out of her chest. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. It was only after the 3 black lights shot past them that the girl in pink heard the sounds of sharp knives tearing through the air. Such fast arrows. 3 black flashes of light tore through the air and came close in the blink of an eye with a chilling intent. The black-robed cultivator was still charging forward with his initial momentum. Without any time to think, he collapsed to his knees immediately and had his body fall backwards. With such a dodging method, everyone behind the black-robed cultivator suffered. Poof, poof, poof. The sounds of arrows piercing through flesh rang out constantly as blood splattered all over. Tragic shrieks could be heard and the crowd fell onto the ground in a terrible mess. Due to inertia, the black-robed cultivator's knees slid a distance forward, tearing the bottom of his robes and staining them with mud. Sitting up straight, there was a faint scar of blood between the eyes of the black-robed cultivator that was extremely glaring. Even though he had already reacted extremely quickly, he was still a tad slower and the arrow cut his glabella. Instantly, the pupils of the black-robed cultivator turned dark as ink. In fact, even the whites of his eyes were veiled with a dark fog. As malevolent aura shrouded him, he ordered coldly, "I don't care who shot that arrow. Today you're definitely going to." Before he could finish, a voice rang from the fork. "Shut up." The voice sounded impatient and commanding. That enraged the black-robed cultivator. Here, no one else could order him around. Just as he was about to finish his sentence with "die for sure," another cold flash of light appeared accompanied by a buzzing sound. It was yet another arrow. The black-robed cultivator had no choice but to swallow his words before he could finish and bend over that straightened body of his once more. Poof, poof, poof. The cultivators behind him were the victims again. At the fork, the girl in pink and Yen Fei had already escaped. Looking at Su Zimo, who was shooting the arrows, the girl in pink frowned. Gritting her teeth, she glared and questioned, "Su Zimo, weren't you afraid that your arrows might have hit us just now?" Su Zimo gave the girl in pink a cold look. Without saying anything, he gestured towards the other path on the fork, indicating for her to head in that direction. Biting her red lips, the girl in pink said in a low voice, "Remember that your mission is to protect my safety." Still expressionless, Su Zimo looked at the fork road where the black-robed cultivator was and suddenly asked, "Those are people of the fiend sex?" "That's right. They are disciples of fiend sex." The girl in pink nodded hurriedly. "Oh," Su Zimo replied and turned to look at the girl in pink, replying indifferently, "I never show mercy to anyone from fiend sections. If I meet one, I kill one." He truly bore a deep hatred towards fiend sex. Back in Yen country, Joyful Sect was not of the orthodox path. Furthermore, he had personally witnessed the cruel methods of the fiend sex, where hundreds of thousands of innocents suffered tragic deaths in Linfeng City. Even though Su Zimo's comment seemed casual, it felt like he was implying something as well. A glint flashed in the girl in pink's eyes as she smiled. "You can't be so sure of that." Su Zimo did not say anything and hung the sanguine crystal bow on his back. Pulling out the cold moon saber from his waist, he headed for the fork road. The black-robed cultivator charged over with his black bone spear only to see a scholarly-looking green-robed man headed for his direction. The man was slinging a blood-red bow and a quiver on his back, holding a long saber in his hands. "You were the one who fired the arrows?" The eyes of the black-robed cultivator lit up as his lips curled slightly. With a cruel look in his eyes, he strode forth and stabbed with the spear. Malevolent aura surrounded the bone spear, gushing out like black ink. Even though he had not injected any spirit energy, the might of that bone spear far surpassed other weapons. Su Zimo's expression was unchanged as he twisted his wrist and slashed up with the cold moon saber. Clang! The bone spear was flung away by the cold moon saber. "Oh!" the black-robed cultivator exclaimed softly with a look of surprise, wondering internally, "What's the background of this person?" In this place, he had not to come across a cultivator that could not only defend against his bone spear, but force it away. Of the 7 fiend sects, there were only 3 that imparted high-quality body tempering techniques. The strongest among those 3 was Overlord Palace, followed by Malevolent Earth Sect, and lastly, Hidden Death Sect. Even though disciples of the other 4 fiend sects tempered their bodies as well, they merely did it by making use of spirit chi and energy. That was the most common form of body tempering. However, compared to true body tempering cultivators, those cultivators were much weaker in melee combat. As the fiend heir of this generation's Malevolent Earth Sect, the black-robed cultivator's melee combat strength needed no elaboration. Before entering this place, the black-robed cultivator only considered 2 people in this inheritance ground that was worth his attention: the fiend heirs of Overlord Palace and Hidden Death Sect. There was naturally no way this green-robed scholar before him was the fiend heir of Overlord Palace. Even though the fiend heir of Hidden Death Sect was known as the Thousand-Faced Assassin and no one had seen his true appearance, his choice of weapon was constant. It was the Blade of Assassins, Hidden Death Sect's heritage weapon. A long and slender sword, the Blade of Assassins was unlike the saber in front of him. Swish! After repelling the bone spear, Su Zimo's cold moon saber did not rest and continued slashing forth, aimed for the cheek of the black-robed cultivator. Before the attack arrived, the black-robed cultivator could already feel its chilling intent. If not for the fact that he had tempered his body with spirit and malevolent chi over many years, the black-robed cultivator may have turned stiff against the aura of that attack. How strong! The black-robed cultivator did not dare to be careless as he hurriedly retreated and dodged the attack. In that short while, the other cultivators of Malevolent Earth Sect swarmed from the Fork Road and surrounded Su Zimo. "Fufu. What a pity that someone of your skills will have to die here." Laughing, the black-robed cultivator channeled his bloodline and instantly, his eyes turned black as ink without any traces of white in them. A faint, malevolent aura was emitted from him. With an indifferent expression, Su Zimo shook the saber in his hands and his bloodline began to churn as well. "I'll let you have a proper burial today," the black-robed cultivator bellowed and released his power of blood before charging forth. With a flick of his bone spear, a huge circular arc appeared. Black gas swirled around as the tip of the spear fluttered, making it difficult to tell what it was. At the side, the other Malevolent Earth Sect cultivators struck as well. "Fu-fu-fu!" Su Zimo burst out into laughter, his eyes filled with killing intent. Splash! Splash! Before his laughter ended, the black-robed cultivator and everyone else heard the gushing of an ocean. That sound came from the body of that green-robed scholar. What? That's the sound when one channels their bloodline. What a strong bloodline. Could it be the legendary tsunami blood realm? Everyone's expressions changed in disbelief. Body tempering techniques were differentiated into high and low qualities. Low-quality body tempering techniques merely tempered one's skin, flesh, tendons, and bones. However, a high-quality body tempering technique could achieve an effect of swapping blood using the bone marrow. For high-quality body tempering techniques, there would always be mention of a specific realm for blood swapping, lead-mercury amalgam. What it meant was that every single drop of blood in that realm would be as heavy, tough, dense, and powerful as lead and mercury. That was an extremely high realm of blood swapping and was difficult to achieve. Above lead-mercury amalgam, there was an even more mystical realm, tsunami blood. It was said that if a body-tempered cultivator of that realm were to channel his bloodline, his body would produce the gushing sounds of a tsunami and burst forth with explosive power. Each time a cultivator as such attacked, he would carry the surging aura of a tsunami as though he wanted to annihilate the world. power as such was unstoppable and terrifying beyond words. Everyone was shocked when they heard the sound of tsunami blood. Immediately, the expressions of the black-robed cultivator and everyone else changed once more. Disbelief spread across their faces as their pupils contracted. Bang! Boom! Boom! There was also a faint sound of thunder amidst the sound of tsunamis. It was deep, powerful, and shocking. What is this? Why is there thunder in that tsunami sound? After cultivating 2 top-notch marrow cleansing techniques, Su Zimo's realm was not comparable to a mere tsunami blood. The sound of his bloodline was like thunder, resonating like a tiger and leopard. This was the tiger-leopard thunder sound, something unheard of in Tianhuang mainland. Not to mention the black-robed cultivator. Even the patriarch-level demons of malevolent Earth sect would not be able to recognize the origin of this bloodline. Each time Su Zimo released his power of blood now, he would not only possess the grandeur of a tsunami, he would also possess the ferocity of tigers and leopards alongside the intense power of thunder. A bedazzling streak of lightning appeared on the cold moon saber and illuminated the darkness around them. The expression of the black-robed cultivator changed starkly. Malevolent Qi had a yin attribute and was mostly hidden underground beneath the 9 hells. What it feared most was an unyielding power such as thunder. The bone spear he was wielding was tempered using malevolent Qi. Even merely waving it without any stances would produce considerable power. Coupled with the malevolent Qi in his bloodline, the might of the bone spear was even greater. But right now, the trump card of the black-robed cultivator was suppressed entirely by Su Zimo. Without any time to think, the black-robed cultivator retracted his spear alongside the changing momentum of the fight. Gripping his bone spear tightly with both hands, he gave up on offense and went for complete defense. Clang! The cold moon saber struck the bone spear heavily. Pitch-black malevolent Qi had just gushed up from the bone spear and was suppressed by a brilliant surge of lightning immediately. The body of the black-robed cultivator trembled in shock. With a low grunt, he retreated repeatedly as his arms ached in soreness terribly. Actually, he was not weaker than Su Zimo in terms of strength. However, the power of thunder was an innate weakness for malevolent Qi. Even if the black-robed cultivator was strong, he could only exert less than 70% of his strength and was forced to retreat against Su Zimo. If this was the case for a fiend heir of malevolent Earth sect, it was even worse for the rest. Sword beams and shadows flashed repeatedly as a group of malevolent Earth sect cultivators surrounded Su Zimo. He narrowed his eyes. It was unrealistic to think he would be able to kill the black-robed cultivator in a short period of time. If he was held up by the latter, he might very well fall into an entrapment. No matter how weak those malevolent Earth sect cultivators were, they were also body-tempered cultivators. Su Zimo did not dare to be overconfident. His eyes lit up as he roared into the skies. Bursting with his feet, he dashed to the side and slashed out with his cold moon saber. It was a ferocious attack. With a loud snap, the weapon in a malevolent Earth sect cultivator's hands was severed by Su Zimo. His entire body was cleaved into 2 as blood gushed out, splattering his organs to the ground and filling the air with a stench of blood. Poof! Poof! Su Zimo flipped his hand and the cold moon saber made 2 more arcs. 2 malevolent Earth sect cultivators felt a stinging pain on their throats as a thin, blood scar formed on their necks. After a slight delay, a blood mist sprayed out from them. Su Zimo sidestepped and slashed out a bloody path in a domineering manner. He did not pause at all as weapons started falling in all directions. After he rushed out, Su Zimo almost did not stop at all before charging back. Swoosh! With a slash of his saber, his blood surged and thunder rumbled. Ah! A malevolent Earth sect cultivator roared and channeled his blood. He lifted a large shield with his upper body and charged forth. Boom! A deafening sound could be heard when the cold moon saber landed on the shield. Right after, the sound of bones cracking could be heard. Behind the shield, the face of the malevolent Earth sect cultivator was ashen. His bones were completely shattered as he collapsed to the ground, coughing out blood as life drained out of him. That strike caused everyone watching to tremble in fear as their teeth chattered. Su Zimo did not know of any saber techniques at all. His attacks were all discovered through actual combat. With large saber strikes, his bearing was magnificent and extremely forceful. Of the malevolent Earth sect cultivators, the black-robed cultivator was the only one who could withstand Su Zimo's power head-on. For the rest, the best outcome was for their weapons to be hid away from their hands. The worst would be death on the spot, because no one was able to face Su Zimo head-on. The many cultivators of malevolent Earth sect could not form their circular attack formation. Lad, you're from an immortal sect? The black-robed cultivator frowned and questioned. Immortal sect? Su Zimo frowned. He only understood many of the things he did not know in the past after joining Ethereal Peak. Immortal. That was a word that no one was qualified to use in the cultivation world, and many people would not dare to either. If immortal cultivation was that simple, why would it be called cultivation? Back in Pingyang Town, when Su Zimo saw perfected being Lang, he thought that was an immortal who was backed by an immortal sect. But in reality, perfected being Lang could only be considered a cultivator, and Iridescent Cloud's Palace was merely one of the 5 major sects, not an immortal sect. Within the region of the Great Zhou dynasty, no one had heard of the existence of an immortal sect. The black-robed cultivator took Su Zimo's silence as acknowledgement and felt slightly better internally. The 9 immortal and 7 fiend sects were on par. They were the top factions of Tianhuang mainland. If this green-robed scholar was a successor of an immortal sect, it would make sense for his bloodline to be this powerful. Fellow Taoist, you've got quite the guts. As someone of an immortal sect, how dare you interfere in the affairs of our fiend sects? From what I know, cultivators of all 7 fiend sects are here today. Other than me, the other 5 fiend heirs are here too. The black-robed cultivator scoffed coldly. It'll be wise of you to leave now. If you really bump into that lunatic from Overlord Palace, you won't be able to leave if you wanted to. 7 fiend sects? Demon heir? Overlord Palace? Those words were extremely foreign to Su Zimo, and he had not heard of them before. But, since they were from fiend sects, it made no difference to Su Zimo. He would just kill them all. Oh! Su Zimo raised his brow and asked in reverse. So, that means you're the fiend heir of malevolent Earth sect? That's right. The black-robed cultivator replied proudly. That's perfect. Su Zimo's eyes lit up brightly with an even more ferocious killing intent. He declared coldly, Since we've met, I'll kill you first. Oh! The black-robed cultivator was rattled as his heart skipped a beat. He had not expected that his statement would not only fail to scare off Su Zimo, but bring forth killing intent instead. In theory, anyone from immortal sects would want to keep a safe distance no matter what if they heard news of the Fiend Heirs gathering. The gathering of Fiend Heirs was equivalent to the gathering of the top successors of the Fiend sects. With that, what other Tianhuang mainland cultivator of the same level would dare to linger at a place as such? That was unless legacy disciples of the 9 immortal sects were gathered as well. However, the black-robed cultivator would not have guessed that Su Zimo's fearlessness was not because he was confident in his skills. Rather, it was because Su Zimo wasn't someone of an immortal sect, and nor had he heard of the name of the 7 fiend sects. Damn it! Yet another lunatic! The black-robed cultivator cursed internally. Which one of the 9 immortal sects produced such a freak? And worse still, why the hell was I the one to bump into him? Before that thought of his was finished, Su Zimo had already arrived before him. Boom! With the plow heaven stride, a huge ravine appeared on the ground. It was a terrifying sight. With the plow heaven stride, Su Zimo's aura became even stronger. In that sheer instant, the black-robed cultivator had a hallucination that a gigantic fissure was ripped out in the skies above him. Su Zimo swung his cold moon saber and drew an arc in the air, cleaving down viciously at the head of the black-robed cultivator. His saber was filled with a cold aura and sharp killing intent. Not daring to clash head-on, the black-robed cultivator took a sidestep and glided beside Su Zimo. His bone spear struck out like a viper from a tricky angle. Oh! He narrowed his eyes. At that moment he had many options. He could repel the incoming bone spear with his cold moon saber, or he could dodge the attack and retaliate after. However, both options would eliminate the advantage that Su Zimo had just accumulated. Besides, it was inappropriate for him to fight the other party overly given such circumstances where he was surrounded by multiple enemies. The best way of getting out of this situation was to kill the black-robed cultivator using thunder methods. That would destroy the minds of the malevolent Earth sect cultivators completely. Faced with the incoming bone spear, Su Zimo's eyes lit up and he hollered, "Good strike!" He did not evade or dodge at all. Instead, he opened his palm like a fan and grabbed the bone spear. At the same time, Su Zimo changed strategy and stopped his downward cleave. Flicking his wrist, he held the cold moon saber in reverse and slashed at the black-robed cultivator's threat. "You must be courting death," the black-robed cultivator harumphed coldly. No one would be able to defend against his bone spear barehanded. He believed even that lunatic from Overlord Palace could not do it. The black-robed cultivator was absolutely confident that he would stab Su Zimo in the chest after crushing his arm, piercing his heart and killing him on the spot. Right as Su Zimo's palm was about to make contact with the black-robed cultivator's bone spear, a strange change happened. A ball of lightning suddenly formed on Su Zimo's palm. It was bedazzling and coiled like an electric viper, crackling incessantly. "Oh, thunder art!" The black-robed cultivator's expression changed as he could not help but exclaim. Even though Su Zimo's cold moon saber had lightning flashing on it previously, no one thought too much. They merely assumed that it was similar to the bone spear and was made from unique spirit materials that had lightning attributes. It was merely a spirit weapon. But right now, a ball of lightning was formed in Su Zimo's palm. What did that mean? The black-robed cultivator's first thought was that it was a thunder art. However, he realized that wasn't possible. With the ancient spirit lock formation, all Foundation establishment cultivators had their spirit energy locked. Even if this green-robed scholar was from an immortal sect, he was no exception. Bloodline. Suddenly, a thought flashed through the black-robed cultivator's mind. When Su Zimo channeled his blood previously, it not only emitted tsunami sounds but also the rumbling of thunder. This power of thunder originated from his bloodline. As the black-robed cultivator thought, Su Zimo's palm had already made contact with the bone spear. Instantly, the malevolent chi on the bone spear dissipated into emptiness and dispersed. The black-robed cultivator was not fazed. Even though the power of thunder could suppress the malevolent chi in his bone spear, Su Zimo's palm was flesh and blood after all and could not be compared to his bone spear. With a feral look on his face, the black-robed cultivator's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. He roared and exerted strength in both arms, shaking his bone spear, bent on crushing Su Zimo's palm. Suddenly, the black-robed cultivator's expression froze. Su Zimo's palm turned soft all of a sudden and coiled around his bone spear like a tongue. Bam! The bone spear quivered and let out a dull ringing sound. Ah! Yelling in pain, the palm of the black-robed cultivator shattered. Blood splattered all over the place as the bone spear flew from his hand. At the same time, he felt a chilling intent striking from his side that had him feeling as though he had fallen into an ice cavern. The cold moon saber was slashing over. Not good. The black-robed cultivator's heart skipped a beat. It was too late by the time he wanted to dodge. Su Zimo's choice of receiving the black-robed cultivator's bone spear barehanded was just so he could kill the latter within a single move. With the death of the black-robed cultivator, the other cultivators of the malevolent Earth sect that were like chickens and dogs would be of no threat to him. Oh! All of a sudden, as though he sensed something, Su Zimo's expression changed slightly. In a split second, a warning flashed in his heart, and he felt a cold, murderous intent. It was a familiar killing intent. He had felt this from the assassin that pretended to be a dead corpse when they had just entered this place. Su Zimo did not know when that corpse had infiltrated this place and what he was disguised as this time round. The only thing he knew was that he would be buried here if he was any slower. At that thought, Su Zimo halted his cold moon saber. The black-robed cultivator was, after all, a fiend heir of malevolent Earth sect. He had been through countless battles, and there was no way he would give up an opportunity as such. Leaning back, the black-robed cultivator landed on the ground firmly and retreated furiously. Su Zimo did not stay at the same spot either. Suddenly, he sidestepped and lowered his body, using both hands and legs on the ground like a giant python that was maneuvering grass. Shing! A long, thin sword landed on the spot where Su Zimo stood earlier on, leaving a shocking sword scar in the ground. If Su Zimo was half a step slower, a bloodied hole would have appeared on his body. The person who struck out the sword was mixed in with the cultivators of malevolent earth sect. Even though he looked no different from anyone else, the long, thin sword he was wielding appeared unique. His gaze landing on the sword, the black-robed cultivator narrowed his eyes and let out a low cry, "Thousand-faced assassin!" Even though the thousand-faced assassin's identity was revealed, there was no fluctuation in his expression and his gaze converged with no luster. Without saying a single word, the thousand-faced assassin flicked his wrist and the long, thin sword strangely disappeared. Following that, his body flashed like a ghost and he disappeared into the fork. With that missed attack, he fled right on the spot and did not give Su Zimo any chances. The black-robed cultivator's eyes flickered as he waved his hand and said in a deep voice, "Let's go!" As soon as he said that, the black-robed cultivator continued down the fork with the many malevolent earth sect cultivators following suit. Su Zimo's expression changed. After weighing his options on the spot, he turned and left, headed for the direction of the girl in pink. Even though it was a short exchange of blows, this incident would definitely cause quite a stir if the cultivation world knew about it. It wasn't just anyone who could force a retreat out of two fiend heirs single-handedly. But of course, there were two reasons why Su Zimo gave up on chasing after the black-robed cultivator. Initially, he had intended to end the battle in the swiftest possible manner by killing the black-robed cultivator using thunder methods. Now that the black-robed cultivator retreated into the fork under the protection of many, it wasn't a realistic option for Su Zimo to pursue any longer. Furthermore, there might be a supreme killer hidden along that fork road. The second reason was because of the girl in pink. Su Zimo had promised to ensure her safety. Even though he had already vaguely guessed her identity, he had to fulfill his promise before he was absolutely certain and could not afford to linger here for too long. Moreover, the itinerant cultivator Yan Fei was around the girl in pink. Su Zimo had long noticed that there was something amiss with the way Yan Fei looked at the girl in pink. The girl in pink and Yan Fei ran non-stop through the fork. Yan Fei's head was lowered and his eyes flashed with a changing expression. No one could read his thoughts. After a moment, a cold glint flashed in Yan Fei's eyes as though he had made up his mind about something. Moving forward suddenly, he pinned the girl in pink against the wall. He raised his arm and choked it around the girl in pink's throat, almost pressing himself against her entirely. "Ugh!" The girl in pink grunted softly and frowned, asking, "What are you doing?" "It hurts." The tender voice of the girl in pink seduced itself into Yan Fei's heart, causing it to skip a beat. Instinctively, he loosened his grip even though he did not remove his arm still. Leaning in, Yan Fei stared keenly into the girl in pink's eyes. He spoke with a warm moisture in his breath. "Demoness G, do you really think I'm like those fools of Southern Mountain sect? You thought that I came to this place because I was bewitched by your charm as well. What are you talking about?" The girl in pink blinked huge, innocent eyes and asked in puzzlement. "Fu. Yan Fei smiled lecherously. "Stop pretending. Others may not know of your identity, but which disciple of fiend sects would not know who you are? Furthermore, I've been coveting your body for the longest time." The girl in pink's gaze turned cold as she asked, "You're from Cloud Rain sect?" "Smart," Yan Fei praised. "No wonder you're this generation's pure maiden." With an unchanged expression, the girl in pink asked again, "Did Shangguan Yu send you?" "Him," Yan Fei scoffed coldly. "Even though he's the fiend heir of Cloud Rain sect, he can't command me. As long as I obtain your body, I'll make a name for myself within the fiend sects and gain a huge boost in my powers. I'll trample Shangguan Yu beneath my feet and replace him to be the new fiend heir of Cloud Rain's sect. Demonis G. Surrender that precious pure maiden essence in your body to me. Why you're doing it here? What if someone comes? Finally, a hint of panic flashed in the girl in pink's eyes as she asked with a trembling voice. Yanfei laughed. Don't worry. I'll take you out of this place right away so we don't get involved in this mess. As long as I obtain your pure maiden essence, it won't matter whether or not we get the inheritance of this place. Furthermore, there's that lunatic of Overlord Palace. Even if a couple of you fiend heirs combine forces, you might not be a match for him. Be Brother Yen. If I lose my virginity, my status as the pure maiden will be gone and I won't be able to stay in the sect any longer. See, can you not abandon Yenner? The girl in pink wept as she said pitifully, Brother Yen, as long as you don't let me down, I'm willing to serve you like a slave for the rest of my life without forsaking you. Yen Fei's heart softened. For the pure maiden of the fiend sex to beg pitifully, there was no one who could turn down such a request heartlessly. However, today was a rare opportunity that Yen Fei could not possibly give up. Yenner, don't worry. As long as I obtain your pure maiden essence, I'll definitely not abandon you. Yen Fei replied gently, you under Cloud Rain sect as well. If I become Cloud Rain sect's fiend heir, I'll have no lack of women around me. However, I guarantee that there'll always be a place for you. Is that so? Right then, the girl in pink exhaled with the fragrance of flowers. Lifting her veil gently, she revealed a flawless smile and a soul-stealing pink glint flickered through her eyes. Yen Fei was slightly taken aback and his expression stiffened, a momentary daze appearing in his eyes. Not good. The next moment, he was alarmed. Just as he was about to exert force through his arm, he felt a throbbing pain in his chest as he was drained of energy. In that moment when Yen Fei was dazed, the girl in pink suddenly struck and punched Yen Fei on the chest fiercely, injuring his heart severely. Right after, her arm climbed up Yen Fei's chest like a fair snake. Spreading her slender fingers, she grabbed Yen Fei's throat. Snap! The girl in pink's gaze was ice cold and she was extremely decisive. Pinching it without hesitation, Yen Fei's throat ruptured and he died on the spot, his eyes filled with indignance. The entire process lasted for a very short period of time. When Yen Fei's body collapsed to the ground, the girl in pink's veil fell slowly and covered that ravishing face of hers once more. Su Zimo had just arrived in time to see the girl in pink retract her hand. Her palm was smooth as jade, shining and delicate. It was hard to imagine that a mere palm was so shockingly beautiful that it seemed like the most precious treasure in the world. Even though she had just killed someone, there wasn't a single drop of blood on her palm. After killing Yen Fei, the girl in pink felt something and glanced sideways. When she saw Su Zimo, the coldness in her gaze disappeared. Whimpering, she pounced over like a swallow returning to its nest while saying, Brother Su, that was a close call. I was nearly bullied just now. Su Zimo's expression was indifferent, totally unmoved. When she pounced at him, he took a sidestep and dodged aside. Throwing herself into the air, the girl in pink pouted her red lips in grievance and confusion. Tears welled up in her eyes that seemed as though they could flow at any moment. After pausing for a moment, the girl in pink seemed to recall something as she asked in concern, Brother Su, are you all right? Did those people from the demonic malevolent Earth sect hurt you? Su Zimo did not reply and said suddenly, Let's continue ahead. Yes, all right. The girl in pink nodded obediently. Since it's your sect's inheritance ground, you know what's there to be inherited, right? Along the way, Su Zimo asked casually, Perhaps some cultivation techniques or secret skills? The girl in pink replied ambiguously, After all, I've never been to this place before too, so I don't know the exact details. Pausing for a moment, she continued, But I've got a feeling that we're almost reaching the end. In the underground fork road, there was always a thin black fog that emitted a faint smell of blood. As Su Zimo and the girl in pink went deeper, the stench of blood grew thicker. Su Zimo speculated that even though there were many complex fork roads underground, if they were to head for a single direction, all of those roads would lead to the same endpoint. True enough. After walking for a while, Su Zimo and the girl in pink walked out of another fork. The scenery in front of them changed and suddenly became bright. This was an extremely spacious area. Around them, the mountain walls were steep with many dense cracks. Those cracks led to the countless connecting forks outside. In the middle of this place was a gigantic pool with a sparkling surface. This was where the black fog wafted out from. Su Zimo focused his gaze and could not help but take a deep breath as chills ran down his spine. The color of the pool was dark and grisly red. It was a pool of blood. How many people's blood did it take to form such a pool? The girl in pink looked at the blood pool with a glint and fervor in the depth of her eyes. About 100 feet away from the blood pool, a cultivator with a buzz cut sat in a lotus position. There was a thick black spear embedded in the ground beside him. It was even taller than Su Zimo. The buzz-cut cultivator had his eyes closed. Breathing steadily, his face was sharp as a knife and his upper body was bare. Every single inch of his muscles shone with a bronze luster. As though watered by molten steel, it gave off a feeling of strength. There was no one within a radius of 100 meters around the person. There was only the long, thick spear. The moment Su Zimo saw that person, he felt an immense pressure. It was an unrestrained, violent aura that dominated the entire place. That person is very strong. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Even though the presence of the ancient spirit lock formation meant that one could only rely on their melee combat skills, Su Zimo was not invincible. He was only at the marrow cleansing section of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, and it wasn't at greater mastery yet. Even with the support of the marrow cleansing sutra of the Void Thunder Manual, his power was only equivalent to that of a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. The girl in pink frowned slightly when she looked at the buzz-cut cultivator. Demon heir of Overlord Palace, Pang Yu. Regarded by many disciples of fiend sects as the lunatic of Overlord Palace, Pang Yu was domineering in his actions and possessed extreme combat strength. He was also the only one who would be so confident to head to this place alone. On the other end of the blood pool stood more than 100 cultivators in the same get-up. It was clear they were from the same faction. Leading them was a man in purple robes. Hands behind his back, he had a deep and mysterious gaze. His eyes looked like they were able to emit a light of illusion that could bewitch one's heart. To the side of the purple-robed cultivator, there were dozens of other cultivators with their leader donning a crimson-red robe. With pursed lips, his face was expressionless and he had an extremely cold gaze. Su Zimo swept his gaze and could roughly tell that excluding them, there were 3 factions at this place. The buzz-cut cultivator was alone, the purple-robed cultivator with his 100-odd cultivators and the crimson-robed cultivator with his dozens of cultivators. Of course, it could also be 4 factions. If Su Zimo was right, the corpse that tried to assassinate him twice previously should not belong to either of these 3 factions. Including him, there were 4 factions. If that corpse was here, given his disguise skills, he would not be found by Su Zimo until he let out any killing intent. When Su Zimo and the girl in pink arrived, the cultivators of the 3 factions reacted differently. The buzz-cut cultivator was motionless. He did not even open his eyes. The purple-robed cultivator looked at the girl in pink and smirked coldly. The crimson-robed cultivator was indifferently cold and remained silent. The commonality of the 3 factions was that all of them subconsciously ignored Su Zimo. Right then, at a fork road not far away, a group of cultivators arrived. They were led by a man in black robes. Those were the malevolent Earth sect cultivators that Su Zimo had exchanged blows with previously. When the black-robed cultivator caught sight of Su Zimo, his pupils constricted slightly and there was a flash of killing intent. Initially, the black-robed cultivator brought more than 100 men with him. However, more than 20 of them were slain after that short exchange of blows with Su Zimo. In fact, he nearly died as well. Before long, another couple of people appeared. They were led by an extremely handsome man. Holding a folding fan, the man had a jade-like complexion. His eyes were akin to sparkling stars and he had an extraordinary bearing. Coupled with a set of white robes, he was what people would refer to as a dashing gentleman. The man carried a faint smile and had a gentle gaze. Compared to the buzz-cut and purple-robed cultivator, he was considered normal and did not seem as though he was from a fiend sect. The white-robed man was accompanied by 4 stunning women. All of them had beautiful looks and graceful figures, exuding different styles of their own. Turning his gaze, the white-robed man looked at the girl in pink and said gently, "Yenner, this place is so dangerous. Come to my side." Hee hee. The girl in pink chuckled. "Shangguanyu, sorry to disappoint you, but an idiot of your Cloud Rain sect was killed by me." "Oh." The white-robed cultivator named Shangguanyu did not seem surprised at all as he nodded. "Yen Fei? I expected that he would die. Only I did not think that he would die so quickly. I thought that he would be able to arrive here with you at least." Even though he's a disciple of Cloud Rain sect, he committed a most heinous mistake, the girl in pink replied. "Fufu." Shangguanyu laughed. "He's just an ordinary fiend sect disciple. How can he be a match for the pure maiden of our fiend sects? It's only normal that he would die." Pausing for a moment, Shangguanyu swept his gaze across Shangguanyu and fanned himself, asking in a seemingly casual manner, "Yenner? Who is that?" "He's my bodyguard." The girl in pink walked forward, slung her arm around Su Zimo's shoulders, and replied in a tired voice, "Oh." Shangguanyu smiled and said faintly, "He's quite capable to be able to get here. It's just a pity he's about to die." Right then, Su Zimo turned sideways and looked at the girl in pink. There was a flash of mockery in his eyes as he said calmly, "Pure maiden of the fiend sex. Indeed, you're someone of the fiend sections. I didn't want to hide it from you either, but..." The girl in pink was about to explain when she was interrupted by Su Zimo. "I've already said this previously. Any one of the fiend sex, if I meet one, I kill one." Eft. Upon hearing this, someone could not help but laugh out loud. What was this place? Who were the people in this place? That green-robed cultivator must be truly stupid to dare say such a thing. Ha 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 ha. A series of laughter broke out from the crowd. Even the buzz-cut cultivator who had closed his eyes the entire time turned his head to look at Su Zimo. Who is this person? What a riot. I don't know. Maybe there's something wrong with his brains, such that he's starting to spout nonsense. Almost everyone present was laughing. However, the black-robed cultivator from Malevolent Earth Sect was not. Shangguanyu smiled. "Yenner, that cultivator is quite interesting. I almost can't bear to kill him." The girl in pink ignored everyone else. She looked at Su Zimo and said aggrievedly, "Brother Su, you promised that you would protect me." "Yes." Su Zimo nodded. His next words nearly made the girl in pink vomit blood from anger. "I'm going back on my words," Su Zimo continued expressionlessly. Gritting her teeth, the girl in pink said, "How can you be this shameless? Don't forget, I gave you more than 400,000 spirit stones." Su Zimo pointed at the surrounding cultivators and said in a low voice, "If I'm not wrong, they are all from fiend sects as well. The inheritance ground here belongs to you guys of the fiend sects. You lured me to this place with ill intentions. If I didn't have some tricks up my sleeves, I would have ended up in the same situation as Wu Xiangming, Yen Fei and the rest. For 400,000 spirit stones, I can protect you. But buying my life with that amount? That's too cheap." At that moment, the girl in pink was alarmed. Both of them were so close that she could truly feel Su Zimo's killing intent. The girl in pink's body stiffened as though she had fallen into an ice cavern. She knew that if she did not handle this correctly, the green-robed man would truly kill her. "Why you can't kill me?" the girl in pink suddenly said. Su Zimo remained silently and merely glared at the girl in pink coldly. His palm was already on the handle of the cold moon saber. Reaching out, the girl in pink removed her veil slowly and revealed a flawlessly beautiful face. She said softly, "My name is Jiaoyan." The moment the girl in pink removed her veil, everyone's breathing froze for a moment. Even though the many disciples of fiend sects had seen that peerlessly beautiful face before, they could still feel an unprecedented sense of amazement looking at it once again, such that they forgot to breathe for a moment. Su Zimo was momentarily stunned as well. Any words that could describe the girl in pink's beauty seemed inadequate at the moment. But very quickly, Su Zimo's eyes regained clarity. Frowning, he murmured softly, Jiaoyan. He recalled the scene of how he met Guxi and the Gu-11 back in Sky Treasure Auction House previously and gradually came to a realization. Besides, he could see traces of Ji Yaoxue from the girl in pink's appearance. She's your elder sister? Su Zimo asked coldly. Smiling with pursed lips, the girl in pink nodded. She believed that she would not have to say much for someone of Su Zimo's intelligence to guess her identity. With that relationship, he would not kill her even if she was the pure maiden of the fiend sex. True enough, the killing intent in Su Zimo's eyes disappeared. His expression changed as he asked in a deep voice, "What's going on here? Why are the fiend sects gathered here? Have you heard of the 7 fiend sects?" Jiaoyan did not reply and asked instead. Su Zimo shook his head. Ha! A snicker came from the side. Many of the fiend sect disciples looked at Su Zimo in disdain, as though they were looking at a dead man. The black-robed cultivator of malevolent earth sect was the only one who pouted his lips and lamented internally. Continue pretending. I don't believe anyone from an immortal sect wouldn't have heard of the 7 fiend sects, Jiaoyan said. The so-called 7 fiend sects refers to Illusion Fiend Cult, Zenith Sect, Overlord Palace, Hidden Death Sect, Pure Maiden Sect, Cloud Rain Sect, and Malevolent Earth Sect. These 7 sects are all top factions in Tianhuang mainland. Any one of the mighty figures or patriarchs in the sect is more than enough to destroy all 5 major sects of the Great Zhou dynasty. When he heard that, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Even though Ji Yaoyan's comment did not sound like a big deal, there was a warning in it. She was telling Su Zimo not to reveal his identity. Otherwise, Ethereal Peak could be destroyed because of this. The few people standing at the front are the fiend heirs of the various fiend sections. That purple-robed cultivator is from Illusion Fiend Cult, the blood-robed cultivator is from Zenith Sect, the buzz-cut cultivator is the lunatic from Overlord Palace. As for the assassin that tried to kill us previously, he's the fiend heir of Hidden Death Sect, the thousand-faced assassin. Jiaoyan pointed at the few of them and Su Zimo swept his gaze across the crowd before finally looking back at Jiaoyan. Which sect's fiend heir are you? Hee, I'm from Pure Maiden Sect. Jiaoyan blinked her eyes and smiled playfully. If Jiaoyan had not admitted it personally and Su Zimo was not there to witness, he would not have imagined that the innocent girl with a bedazzling smile right in front of him was someone from the fiend sects. The fiend heirs are gathered here for the inheritance of this place. Because the lineage of the Pure Maiden Sect is passed down alone, I don't have helpers like the rest of them. So, you've got to help me. Jiaoyan raised her fist and said with anticipation. Demoness Ji, there's an ancient spirit lock formation here. If you want to obtain the inheritance against Lunatic Pang, we'll have to join forces. The fiend heir of Illusion Fiend Cult suddenly said. Jiaoyan whispered. Of the 7 fiend sects, Overlord Palace is the strongest in melee combat. That buzz-cut cultivator's name is Pang Yu, you've got to be wary of him. Even without Ji Yaoyan's reminder, Su Zimo would definitely watch out for that person. To be precise, he was watching out for every single one of those fiend heirs. If the 7 fiend sects were as fearsome as Ji Yaoyan had said, how could the fiend heirs present be that easy to deal with? Right then, Pang Yu of Overlord Palace suddenly opened his eyes. There was an excited glint in his gaze as he said slowly, We're all from fiend sects, so let me remind all of you. Anyone that wishes to withdraw should do it now. Otherwise, don't blame me for not giving any face if we were to start fighting later on. Those were overbearing words. He was the only person from Overlord Palace. While the other 6 sects had the advantage of being able to join forces, this man was not only unafraid, he was even threatening them instead. It wasn't because Pang Yu was the strongest amongst the fiend heirs. It was due to the presence of the ancient spirit lock formation. With everyone's spirit energies locked, they could only rely on melee combat. Overlord Palace was the strongest of the 7 sects in terms of melee combat. The presence of the ancient spirit lock formation was also a boon for Su Zimo. If it was a proper clash, he would not be a match for the fiend heir of malevolent Earth sect. However, he could suppress the latter in melee combat. We'll definitely join forces. Suddenly, the fiend heir of malevolent Earth sect said, however, we've got to kill the outsider before joining forces. Otherwise, he's just an eyesore. The malevolent Earth sect heir's gaze fell onto Su Zimo. It was obvious who he was referring to as the outsider. Having suffered a huge loss and nearly dying in the hands of Su Zimo, he was naturally not going to let this off. Shangguan Yu waved his fan and nodded, saying in a gentle voice, that sounds about right. No matter what, this is an internal struggle of the fiend sex. It won't be nice to let outsiders see it. Fu. Suddenly, Su Zimo burst out into laughter. He surveyed the surroundings and declared loudly, you want to kill me? The many fiend sect disciples had cold expressions, carrying a mocking look in their eyes. However, Su Zimo continued, how rare for you fiend heirs to be gathered today. It's a good opportunity to kill all of you. And you. Su Zimo looked at the fiend heir of malevolent Earth sect and said indifferently, you were lucky to escape earlier on. Hand over your life now. When they heard that, everyone was stunned. Malevolent Earth Sect's heir had exchanged blows with the green-robed cultivator? And he was not a match for the opponent and had to escape? What was the background of this person? Before anyone could finish their thoughts, Su Zimo's body swayed and he pulled out the cold moon saber on his waist. He was taking the first move, rushing towards the group from Malevolent Earth Sect. He dashed with such speed that it left a flurry of afterimages. Oh! Pang Yu remarked in slight surprise as the excitement in his eyes intensified. With his eyesight, he could naturally tell how powerful the burst of that simple action from Su Zimo was. Interesting. Pang Yu smiled as though he had found a prey. Everyone, please assist me. That person is from the Immortal sex. The malevolent Earth sect heir retreated swiftly and hollered. He had witnessed Su Zimo's strength earlier on and was naturally not stupid enough to fight the latter head-on. Someone of the Immortal sex. Such guts. You're asking for death. Upon hearing the words Immortal sect, many fiend sect disciples let out their killing intents. They pulled out their weapons and rushed forth, surrounding Su Zimo. Su Zimo swung his cold moon saber and descended from the skies. It was as though he wanted to slice the voids into half. Even though the fiend heir managed to dodge it, 2 other malevolent Earth sect cultivators were caught in it. The 2 of them did not have time to think as they exerted strength in both arms and channeled their blood. Raising the saber in their hands, they pushed and defended upwards. Clang! 3 sabers collided into one another. Crack! 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 The sabers of the 2 malevolent Earth sect cultivators shattered as the both of them shook violently as though they were struck by thunder. Coughing out fresh blood, they were sent flying. Everyone was shocked. A single slash had contained such terrifying might. Su Zimo was not someone who would just give in and surrender. Ignoring the fact that there was an ancient spirit lock formation that restricted everyone's spirit energies, he would not have surrendered without it. Furthermore, he had a deep hatred for fiend sex to begin with. This was a rare opportunity for him. Even if he could not manage to kill all 6 fiend heirs, he would not let them receive their inheritance that easily. A chilling intent gushed at him from the sides. Through the corner of his eye, Su Zimo caught sight of many sword shadows. The sword shone with a sinister glow that was dizzying. The fiend heir of illusion fiend cult. The power of that attack was not strong. In fact, it was even weaker than the power burst forth from the fiend heir of malevolent Earth sect. However, in the hands of the fiend heir of illusion fiend cult, the sword seemed to transform endlessly and it was difficult to differentiate from illusion and reality. Su Zimo frowned slightly. He actually had to dodge to the side against that attack. This was a completely brilliant sword technique. Strength wasn't the only factor in melee combat. Speed, defense, and techniques were all embodiments of combat strength. Even though Su Zimo preferred the strength of sabers, he did not know of many techniques. He merely rotated between a few moves and made use of pure brute force. Against the brilliant sword techniques of the illusion fiend cult heir, Su Zimo was actually forced to retreat momentarily and had no way of retaliating. Swoosh! On the other side, there was a flash of blood, emitting a strong, pungent smell. The blood light wasn't truly blood. It was light from the saber. The Zenith sect heir wielded a crimson-red saber that was sinister and felt as though blood was flowing within it. The intensity of that bloodlust was so strong that even Su Zimo felt suffocated. Su Zimo had survived an entire year in the Zhonglang mountain range and had been through all sorts of bloody scenarios. However, the attack from the Zenith sect heir still had Su Zimo feeling as though he was faced with a mountain of corpses. It was extremely devastating and sapping. Swoosh! A folding fan opened and swirled in front of Su Zimo. The clouds on it seemed as though they were about to rain. Su Zimo merely took a single glance when he felt his mind go adrift. A surge of uncontrollable lust was rising under his abdomen. Not good. Su Zimo's had a great shock. It was a similar feeling to breathing in the joyful reunion powder of joyful sect. However, Shangguan Yu's method was many times more brilliant than the joyful sect cultivators. A cold glint flashed in the eyes of the malevolent Earth sect heir who was forced to retreat earlier. Charging back once more, he shook the bone spear in his hands and stabbed forth. With the combined attack of 4 fiend heirs, Su Zimo was like a small boat in a furious ocean that could capsize at any moment. All of a sudden, a sense of danger flashed in Su Zimo's mind once more. A bone-chilling killing intent had resurfaced. Hidden Death Sect's assassin had struck. The thousand-faced assassin was unlike Pang Yu of Overlord Palace. Pang Yu was standing at the side and watching everything coldly with his hands behind his back. Given his status and strength, there was naturally no way he would stoop down to joining forces with others. However, the thousand-faced assassin was an assassin and his aim was to kill off his enemies. Naturally, it did not matter to him whether he had to join forces or whom he was joining forces with. All he bothered about was to find the most opportune moment to strike and obtain his assassination. When she saw that, Ji Yaoyan's eyes dimmed. In the cultivation world, there were probably no more than 5 people who could survive a combined attack of 5 fiend heirs. This Su Zimo before her was a nobody and was definitely not one of the 5. Suddenly, Ji Yaoyan felt a sense of regret. Unlike Wu Xiangming, Yan Fei and the others, Su Zimo did not harbor any evil thoughts towards her. Furthermore, he did not hurt her despite his immense hatred for those of the fiend sex after finding out that she was Ji Yaoshua's younger sister. This was a clear-minded and loyal individual who should not die at a place as such. However, it was too late even if she regretted it. Su Zimo, who was trapped in the middle, had no room to dodge. There was only one outcome awaiting him. Amidst the shadows of swords and sabers, Su Zimo truly understood the terror of these fiend heirs. This was even with the presence of the ancient spirit lock formation. If not for the restriction on their spirit energies, Su Zimo would most likely be seriously injured the moment they clashed. How long have the 7 fiend sects been around? They had a lineage from the ancient era and were ranked alongside the Immortal sects and Buddhism. Ethereal sect merely had a history of a couple thousands of years. There were countless sects like it since the ancient era, and there were many more which had disappeared into the sands of time without any trace left. As a disciple of Ethereal Peak, Su Zimo had merely been on the path of immortality cultivation for a mere 2 years. In terms of actual strength, he was no match for the fiend heirs of fiend sects at all. However, what Su Zimo truly relied on was not his immortal cultivation techniques. It was the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness and the Void Thunder Manual. Splash! Splash! The sound of waves roaring echoed out as the earth seemed to collapse. Oh! Pang Yu's ears quivered as a bright light shone in his eyes. He said in disbelief, "Tsunami blood? Bang! Boom! Boom!" Right on the heels of that, rolling thunder could be heard mixed in the tsunami sounds. Su Zimo channeled his blood, causing his entire body to swell as his muscles tore through his clothes. The strong and ferocious bloodline coursed through his limbs, suppressing the lust in his heart. Su Zimo's eyes regained their clarity. Against the entrapment of the 5 fiend heirs, he did not show the slightest bit of fear. Instead, His fighting spirit boiled as he bellowed, "Mystify!" Thunder flashed in his palms as an extremely violent atmosphere filled the room. With Su Zimo in the center, a blinding light burst out, forming a huge ring of lightning that spread in all directions. At that moment, the 5 senses of the 5 fiend heirs were momentarily lost. The true self of the illusion fiend cult heir's long sword revealed itself for a brief instance. This was the saying that when fiends were 1 foot tall, the Tao was 10 feet higher. Su Zimo flipped his hand and slashed with his saber, clashing it heavily against the illusion fiend cult fiend heir's long sword. Sparks flew as ear-piercing sounds of metal clashing filled the air. The illusion fiend cult heir's body shook as his expression turned incomparably pale. He staggered to his knee and fell backwards, landing on the ground with a stream of blood oozing from the side of his mouth. Illusion fiend cult did not have any high-quality body tempering techniques to begin with. The moment his sword technique was broken, there was no way he could withstand Su Zimo's might. Thunder Spear. After Mystify, lightning condensed on Su Zimo's palm once more, forming a long spear that coiled like an electric python. He flung it towards the Zenith sect heir. Pest! The fiend heir gasped slightly. In this place where everyone's spirit energies were restricted, this green-robed cultivator could release thunder art. Furthermore, the power of his thunder art was considerable. There was no way the Zenith sect heir would dare to proceed as he clutched his sword in front of his chest. The thunder spear struck the middle of his blood-red saber and lightning flash, extending from the blade to his body. The Zenith sect heir trembled and his legs went limp, falling to the ground as well. In the blink of an eye, 2 fiend heirs were severely injured. At this moment, the effects of Mystify had disappeared and Xianxia used fan cut at Su Zimo's throat like a sharp blade. The killing intent of the 1,000-faced assassin was still locked onto Su Zimo, awaiting an opportune moment to strike. At the same time, the malevolent Earth sect heir's bone spear have carved a semicircle in midair, shrouding Su Zimo with a chilling, malevolent aura that was pitch black. Even though he forced back 2 fiend heirs in a row, the situation was still extremely dangerous for Su Zimo. Right then, a chain tore through the air and coiled towards Xianxia like a slithering wild snake. It shone with a glistening cold light. There was a flash of fear in Xianxuan's eyes, and he did not dare to be careless, leaping back and retreating hurriedly. "Demonist G, what are you doing?" Xianxia chided with a narrowed gaze. That chain was Ji Yaoyan's weapon. When she saw that Su Zimo was trapped, she was filled with regret. However, even if she had struck then, she would not have been able to break him out of the predicament. But the next moment, there was a sudden change. With an incomparably powerful stance, Su Zimo burst forth with the power of his bloodline and forced back 2 fiend heirs with his thunder art. That caused a change in the situation. Ji Yaoyan no longer hesitated and struck immediately. With her addition, there was yet another change to the situation. Of the 5 fiend heirs, 3 of them were gone, leaving only the 1,000-faced assassin and malevolent Earth sect heir. Actually, among the 5 fiend heirs, the greatest threat to Su Zimo was the 1,000-faced assassin. That was because Su Zimo could not ascertain his location. Once the 1,000-faced assassin appeared, it would definitely be a sure-kill attack. In a flash, Su Zimo's mind raced. He strode forward, grabbed his cold moon saber with both hands and slashed at the bone spear. The malevolent Earth sect heir smirked coldly. He had long noticed that even though Su Zimo was strong, the latter did not know any saber techniques. That was Su Zimo's greatest weakness. However, it was different for malevolent Earth sect. He alone had mastered 5 high-quality spear techniques. With a shake of his bone spear, it streaked across the air in a circular arc. While it may seem like a simple move, the landing point of the tip was unknown and could change at any moment. When he saw Su Zimo's attack, the malevolent Earth sect heir narrowed his eyes and barked coldly, "Die!" He exerted strength in both arms and the bone spear trembled. It avoided the trajectory of the cold moon saber and continued thrusting forth at Su Zimo's chest. Leaving his chest wide open, Su Zimo had revealed a fatal flaw. Right then, a ghostly figure appeared from the crowd of fiend cultivators who had been surrounding them. It instantly appeared behind Su Zimo and stretched out its palm. Under the watch of countless gazes, that initially empty palm produced a long, slender sword. It was as thin as cicada wings and extremely sharp. No one could clearly see how the sword had appeared. But at this moment, everyone knew the identity of the assailant, hidden death sex heir. The thousand-faced assassin. No one would be able to detect him if he did not make a move. He might be at anyone's side or even in front of them. However, they would not realize that the most terrifying assassin in the cultivation world had just passed them. At this moment, Su Zimo was using his old moves to face the incoming bone spear of the malevolent Earth sect heir. It was too late for him to retract his saber and defend. Su Zimo only had a single option left. He had to dodge backwards. At the same time, the thousand-faced assassin appeared and stabbed his sword, completely cutting off Su Zimo's escape path. The timing of the thousand-faced assassin was ingenious and frightening. Even if they were just watching, everyone could not help but feel a sense of dread. On the other side, Jiaoyan was totally entangled by Shangguanyu and could not get away. In the blink of an eye, the tables had turned and Su Zimo's life was on the line. Pang Yu shook his head and the excitement in his eyes faded gradually. To him, Su Zimo was already a dead man. A dead man was not worthy of being his opponent. No one noticed that Su Zimo, who was in the middle of the storm, had still eyes and a composed expression. He was frighteningly calm. Under normal circumstances, Su Zimo would truly have no way out and could not react in time. However, in this situation, he was deliberately letting out an opening. If he did not do that, the thousand-faced assassin would never appear. That was too much of a threat for Su Zimo. As the bone spear approached, Su Zimo swung back with his saber as though he had expected it. Without stopping at all, he bent down suddenly and slithered on the ground with his limbs like a giant python. Upon seeing that, everyone's eyes lit up and they were stunned. Even though the dodging movement seemed somewhat odd, it avoided the incoming bone spear and long sword of the thousand-faced assassin perfectly. The beauty was in its precision. He had managed to turn that crisis into nothing. All right, Pang Yu grinned as fighting spirit filled his eyes once more. As for the malevolent Earth sect heir, his heart skipped a beat when he missed his attack. Without thinking, he exerted strength in his feet and retreated with his spear immediately. A black shadow slid across the ground at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it was right in front of him. Su Zimo leaped up, his eyes brimming with killing intent as he slashed up with his cold moon saber. Ah! The malevolent Earth sect heir exclaimed loudly and held his bone spear in front of his chest to defend. Clang! The moment the weapons came into contact, the malevolent Earth sect heir began to feel uneasy internally. Even though his bone spear had collided with the cold moon saber, it felt as though it was striking air and he could not feel any impact. This is bad. It's a fake. The malevolent Earth sect heir's heart sank. Su Zimo scoffed coldly. The moment the cold moon saber and the bone spear made contact, he sidestepped and dodged to the side. A long and slender sword stabbed from behind, brushing by Su Zimo treacherously by a single hair's breadth. If he was half a step slower, or if he was entangled with the malevolent Earth sect heir, Su Zimo would not have been able to dodge that attack. The expression of the malevolent Earth sect heir changed as his pupils constricted. Almost at the same time that Su Zimo dodged, the sword stabbed over. In the midst of things, he had no time to react at all. Thousand-faced assassin! The malevolent Earth sect heir shrieked, and in a rather impressive display of swift reaction, he pulled the bone spear that defended his chest upwards. The thousand-faced assassin felt a blur before his eyes. When the figure flashed, he realized that something was amiss and tried to retract his momentum. Clang! The long sword made contact with the bone spear. Poof! Right after, a flash of blood appeared. The malevolent Earth sect heir groaned dully as his face turned pale and he trembled in pain. That strike should have pierced his chest. However, because he used the bone spear to dodge and the thousand-faced assassin had retracted his momentum, the long sword merely pierced his shoulder. At this moment, the thousand-faced assassin suddenly felt a sense of trepidation. A bone-chilling killing intent surged and enveloped his surroundings. Not far away, Su Zimo loaded his bow. He had 4 arrows left. Now, all 4 of them were loaded on the bow that curved like a full moon. They were aimed at the thousand-faced assassin who had just appeared. It was only now that the thousand-faced assassin realized. He was one Su Zimo wanted to kill the most. If he had not appeared, Su Zimo would have to be on his toes and be extra wary of his assassination attempts. Even if the latter had a myriad of techniques, he might only be able to use less than half of them. But now, not only had he failed his assassination attempted, his long sword was still stuck in the malevolent Earth sect heir's shoulder, and he could not pull it out yet. Swoosh, 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 for black beams descended, almost sealing off all routes of retreat for the thousand-faced assassin. Upon seeing this, the spectating crowd suddenly had an illusion. On the surface, it seemed like the 5 fiend heirs were attacking the green-robed cultivator. However, the latter was actually taking the initiative to manipulate the situation and lead them in his direction right from the very beginning. Now, even the mysterious thousand-faced assassin had fallen into this green-robed cultivator's trap. Everyone could not help but entertain a flashing thought. Who is this person? Even though he knew that he had fallen into a trap, the thousand-faced assassin was still expressionless. Drawing his sword, he curled into a ball and spun in midair like a turtle. The slender sword formed a beautiful, bedazzling sword beam around him. This was an extremely famous defensive technique of hidden death sect. On the one hand, a curled body could reduce the possibility of one getting injured. On the other hand, the rotational force combined with the sword's dance would produce a barrier that could defend in all directions. Even water would have difficulty penetrating it. Cling, clang. For black beams struck the spinning sword beam and let out a series of crisp sounds. The 4 arrows were blocked. Su Zimo shot the 4 arrows and casually threw his sanguine crystal bow down. Without the slightest pause, his body flashed and he lunged towards the thousand-faced assassin as an icy, murderous aura emitted from the cold moon saber in his hands. Naturally, Su Zimo would not assume that he would be able to kill the fiend heir of hidden death sect with just 4 arrows. The 4 arrows were just his first attack. Su Zimo's real-killing blow was behind. Even though the thousand-faced assassin had blocked the 4 arrows, he still had a slight pause in his actions due to their power. By now, Su Zimo had arrived in front of him, aimed at his neck with a raised cold moon saber without saying a single word. Even though there was no technique involved in Su Zimo's attack, he carried an unrivaled aura. As his blood surged, lightning flashed as well in a ferocious manner. Without any way to dodge, the thousand-faced assassin could only face it head-on. It wasn't because he did not want to dodge, it was because Su Zimo had forced him into a spot. Every single move was calculated to extreme precision such that he did not even have room to breathe. Clang! The long sword collided against the cold moon saber and let out a jarring sound. The thousand-faced assassin's body quivered. His arms were sore and his palm was torn as fresh blood dripped. He could hardly hold his weapon any longer. The sword was curved to a frightening degree from the great force of the cold moon saber. Right as the saber was about to strike the thousand-faced assassin's chest, a strange change happened. Due to the bending of the thousand-faced assassin's sword, its tip jumped in a strange manner and silently pierced towards Su Zimo's throat as though it was alive. If Su Zimo continued with his attack, the thousand-faced assassin would be severely injured at most. However, his throat would be pierced on the spot. The assassination methods of hidden death sect were unpredictable and beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Any single bit of carelessness could cause a person to lose their life. A warning flashed in Su Zimo's mind. From the corner of his eye, he caught the incoming sword tip and retracted his saber while kicking forward. On the surface, it seemed like it was just a single kick forward. However, with Su Zimo's bloodline and burst power, that kick was no different than the thrust of a huge spear. All of a sudden, as though he sensed something, Su Zimo changed his strategy at the last moment and retracted his foot. On the other hand of the thousand-faced assassin was a dagger that appeared out of nowhere, waiting for Su Zimo's leg to strike it. No wonder he's the fiend heir of hidden death sect. Su Zimo praised internally and felt a sense of regret. He had laid down all these plans meticulously, thinking that he would be able to kill the thousand-faced assassin here. However, he did not expect that the latter would have been able to solve his complex attempts. Of course, even though the thousand-faced assassin had managed to survive, he was not in the best position. After enduring Su Zimo's strike head-on, the organs of the thousand-faced assassin were quaked. He did not dare to linger any longer, tunneling through the crowd and disappearing into a fork road with a single tap of his feet. The threat of the thousand-faced assassin was temporarily removed, but no one could guarantee that he would not return later on. Everyone, let's attack together and kill that punk first, the illusion fiend cult heir shouted with an ashen expression. The Zenith sect heir nodded and waved his hand. Once again, the fight resumed as cultivators of illusion fiend cult, Zenith sect and malevolent earth sect gushed forth together. At the other side, Shangguan Yu was losing his patience at Jiaoyan, who was pestering him endlessly. He looked at her and frowned. Demoness Ji, are you going to keep this up? Who is that punk to you? Why do you care? Jiaoyan smiled and looked at Shangguan Yu playfully. Waving his hand, the four beauties behind Shangguan Yu appeared in a flash. Don't hold back. Kill her. He pointed at Demoness Ji with an ice-cold gaze. Hee. Jiaoyan was not fazed in the slightest as she smiled. Shangguan Yu, we don't know who's going to kill whom first. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The four girls appeared around Jiaoyan and surrounded her. Using long swords, they moved in sync as though they had practiced a chain combo. Jiaoyan retracted her smile and danced with her chain, forming an impenetrable barrier around her. Circling around them, waving his fan, Shangguan Yu looked to be casual. However, he was actually waiting for an opportune moment and was ready to strike and take Jiaoyan down. Clang, clang, clang. On the other side, a huge battle had broken out. Against the combined attack of many fiend cultivators, Su Zimo wielded his cold moon saber fearlessly and had a torrential killing intent. Using his keen spirit perception and immense defensive techniques, he held his ground in the crowd. Poof, poof, poof. Fiend cultivators fell to the ground constantly with blood gushing from their bodies. No one noticed that the bloodstains on the ground were all flowing towards the blood pool in the center, as though they were being attracted by something. Su Zimo's bloodline did not have much power of thunder left, and he could not release any more thunder arts. The enchanting sword techniques of the illusion fiend cult, the murderous saber techniques of the Zenith sect, and the high-quality and special spear techniques of the malevolent earth sect caused quite a bit of trouble for Su Zimo. Coupled with the fact that he was constantly besieged by the other fiend cultivators, Su Zimo could not guarantee that he would be able to get out unharmed as well. The best he could do was to avoid any fatal damage while killing his opponents amidst the chaos. He had to trade their lives while taking the least possible damage. Before long, Su Zimo's body was bloodied. Some of it was his own blood, but it was mostly the blood of the other fiend cultivators. The three fiend heirs and the many fiend cultivators got more nervous the longer they fought. The green-robed cultivator seemed as though he could not get exhausted. At the same time, the wounds on his body did not seem to cause him much trouble either. What they did not know was the horrifying vitality and regeneration speed of Su Zimo's body. Those minor wounds were nothing at all. Dong! Suddenly, a dull thud sounded from the place and the ground shook. Oh! Pang Yu squinted his eyes and focused at the blood pool nearby. That dull sound came from the pool of blood. Furthermore, at the same time that sound rang, a huge bubble appeared on the surface of the blood pool, forming ripples. Many of the fiend cultivators were a little dazed. Su Zimo did not hesitate. He strode forward and waved his hand, punching the chest of a fiend cultivator heavily. Snap! The sounds of bones cracking could be heard as the man's chest caved in with the organs within ruptured. Sent flying by that punch of Su Zimo, the man landed far into the distance and coincidentally into the pool of blood. Almost instantly, the person's flesh slid off his body into the blood pool and vanished, leaving only a spooky skeleton that floated for a brief moment on the pool's surface before sinking as well. Many of the fiend cultivators saw what happened and their expressions changed slightly. However, their eyes burned with an intense gaze. Su Zimo did not know what the inheritance of this place was. However, judging from their expressions, he could vaguely guess that the inheritance in that evil blood pool was about to be born. But no one dared to make any reckless moves after witnessing what happened to the cultivator that fell into the blood pool. Right then, Shangguan Yu's figure flashed. He took advantage of the moment when Ji Yaoyan was briefly distracted and sneaked in an attack. The side of the folding fan was extremely sharp and a flash of blood appeared as it brushed past Ji Yaoyan's arm. Ah! Ji Yaoyan could not help but exclaim as the pain turned her face pale. Oh! When he saw that, killing intent surged through Su Zimo's eyes. With a swift leap, he jumped over the heads of the many fiend cultivators and charged at Shangguan Yu and the others. Swoosh! The cold moon saber descended from the skies, slashing down with an unstoppable might. Shangguan Yu's expression changed. There was no way he would dare take that head-on as he retreated while yelling, "Stop him! Everyone, let's work together to kill that man." His first sentence was directed at the 4 beautiful women he brought along. The second was a call for all other fiend cultivators. Swash! 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 The 4 beautiful women had clearly trained together in a combined attack technique as 4 long swords stabbed from different angles, making it impossible for anyone to dodge or retaliate. Even though Ji Yaoyan was from a fiend sect, she was Ji Yaoshua's younger sister after all. With that relationship, Su Zimo had to ensure her safety. Now that he saw Ji Yaoyan injured, Su Zimo could not care less. Facing the 4 incoming swords, he did not retreat or dodge. Instead, he slashed up with the cold moon saber in his left hand and met an incoming sword with his right hand. He coiled his hand around the sword. Bam! The sword let out a tremble as the woman wielding it exclaimed. Her palm was torn and she could no longer grip the sword, breaking the combo attack of the 4 of them momentarily. Su Zimo's figure flickered and afterimages lingered. Appearing before the woman in the blink of an eye, he leaned it. With a bang, her body flew off like a kite that was snapped. By the time she landed, she was no longer breathing. At the same time, Su Zimo flipped his hand and slashed with his saber, causing a cold light to swipe across the neck of another woman. A bloody line appeared. Xing! A blood mist spewed out. With just a casual brush and a single exchange of blow, 2 women from Cloud Rain sect had died in Su Zimo's hands. He came to Ji Yaoshua's side and asked, frowning, "How are you?" "I'm fine, you don't have to worry about me." She shook her head and indicated for her to watch out behind him. Su Zimo spun around and glared at the incoming fiend cultivators coldly. Wielding his saber, he howled and charged into them once more. Bang! Even though the person in front blocked Su Zimo's saber, he was still sent flying. By the time he landed on the ground, his arms were mangled and his bones crushed. He had lost all his battle prowess. Su Zimo's power of blood was way too strong. The realm of tsunami blood was enough for him to crush all the fiend cultivators present. Only the 4 fiend heirs could hold out against him with their intricate moves. Dong! At the moment, the familiar dull sound rang from the blood pool again as a splash appeared on the surface. This time, the sound was even clearer and more powerful. It was as though a hammer had slammed heavily into everyone's hearts. Everyone present felt a tightness in their chest and their blood was in a mess. They could not help but frown. Su Zimo suddenly felt an indescribable sense of danger. This place was a little odd. It did not seem like it was just a simple inheritance ground as those of the fiend sects had said. Su Zimo did not think too much about it. He was the first to recover with his surging bloodline as he rushed into the crowd towards the malevolent Earth sect heir. Ah! When he saw that Su Zimo was rushing at him, the malevolent Earth sect heir heaved a deep breath of air and bellowed. As he retreated, he shook the bone spear in his hands. The other 3 fiend heirs snapped out of their stupor from the dull sound and helped the malevolent Earth sect heir immediately, forming an entrapment. Bang! Su Zimo stomped his feet on the ground, causing sand and gravel to fly everywhere as the earth trembled. The malevolent Earth sect heir was caught off guard and broke into a stumble. That slowed his movements and revealed an opening. Su Zimo's eyes lit up. He casted divine steed fleeting and cut through the crowd instantly, swinging his cold moon saber upwards ruthlessly. This was a completely one-sided attack. Coupled with his terrifying burst speed, the malevolent earth sect heir was still a step slower even as he tried his best to retreat. His chest was sliced open, causing blood to gush out, and his organs were faintly visible. Ah! The malevolent earth sect heir shrieked shrilly. Pale as a sheet, he looked down at his chest in horror. While the 7 fiend sects were fighting for the inheritance, if things were to go awry and any one party were to declare their surrender, the rest would not be so ruthless as to kill a fiend heir. However, the malevolent earth sect heir would have never imagined that he would come across such a malignant being in this place. Upon seeing this scene, the other 3 fiend heirs felt a chill run down their spines. Su Zimo swung left and right. Any fiend sect cultivators that stood before him either died on the spot or were sent flying with blood spraying out of them. Arriving before the malevolent earth sect heir, Su Zimo grabbed his head with a cold expression and swung his cold moon saber horizontally. Eft! A large head was chopped off. Pest! The fiend sect cultivators gasped. They did not know which immortal sect had sent such a ruthless person who could kill the malevolent earth sect fiend heir without batting a single eyelid. Shangguan Yu and the illusion fiend cult and zenith sect heirs retreated. If the 4 of them were unable to kill this person, it was pointless now that there were only 3 of them left. They might even end up dying here. Lunatic Pang, are you just going to sit there and watch our fiend heirs get killed idly? Shangguan Yu asked with an ashen expression. If you continue to sit by and do nothing, what would the other fiend cultivators think of you when news of this spreads back to the fiend sects? Ha 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 ha. The illusion fiend cult heir burst out in laughter. They'll only think that Lunatic Pang is a superficial reputation of yours. You're nothing more than an empty shell who can only be arrogant within our fiend sects. When you come across anyone from immortal sects, you're so scared that you don't even dare to say a word. Upon hearing this, Pang Yu finally moved. He stood up from his spot as the fighting spirit in his eyes burned into 2 flames. With just that single action, everyone present felt an overwhelming pressure. It was as though there was a shadow of an ancient demon coming from Pang Yu, possessing unparalleled might that could even envelop the heavens. You don't have to provoke me, Pang Yu said coldly. If I were to attack, that person would be killed with extreme ease. As fiend heirs, each of them had tricks up their sleeves and were extremely intelligent. When Su Zimo was fighting the other fiend heirs, it was the perfect opportunity to sit by and reap the spoils later. There was no way Pang Yu would get involved. However, the inheritance object was about to be born. Now that the other fiend heirs were fearful because of Su Zimo, it was the perfect timing for him to stand forth. Boom! Pang Yu pulled out the black spear that was embedded in the ground, causing the earth to crack and mud splattered everywhere. Dragging his huge spear, Pang Yu strode in a domineering manner to Su Zimo and said, I don't know which immortal sect you're from, but I guess your master must have spent a lot of effort to nurture you. But what a pity. Even though your bloodline has reached the legendary tsunami blood, your body tempering isn't at a greater mastery yet. You are too weak to be my match. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat and he thought to himself about how powerful this person was. Before they even exchanged blows, Pang Yu had already seen through him. Pang Yu was not wrong. Even though Su Zimo's bloodline was terrifying and he was strong, marrow cleansing was only the 4th section of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. In terms of body tempering, Su Zimo had yet to cultivate the organs refinement and orifice clearing sections. Sizzle! The spear tip slashed across the ground, producing strange sounds. Amidst the sound, Pang Yu's heavy footsteps could be heard. Thump! 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 He was neither slow nor fast, but it was forceful. Every single step he took seemed as if he was stepping on the beat of Su Zimo's heart, giving the latter a feeling of dread. As Pang Yu approached, his aura grew stronger and stronger. On the contrary, Su Zimo's aura was being crushed completely. In the eyes of the onlookers, Pang Yu seemed to have transformed into an ancient demon 100 feet tall, overlooking Su Zimo, who was tiny as an ant right now. Of course, that was just an illusion of the crowd that was caused by the auras of both parties and the circumstances alongside various reasons. Shangguan Yu was secretly shocked by Pang Yu's terror. After some thought, he gathered that even without the presence of the ancient spirit lock formation, he might not be a match for that lunatic either. However, Shangguan Yu heaved a sigh of relief. No matter what, that green-robed cultivator was finally going to die. With Pang Yu around, the rest of them were in no danger of losing their lives. But, if the green-robed cultivator was the one who survived, the only option left for them was to escape. A cruel glint flashed in the Zenith sect heir's eyes as he looked on coldly. When the illusion fiend cult heir saw what was happening, he was delighted and yelled, "Lunatic Pang! Killing this person outright will be too easy on him. You'd better rip him into pieces. That'd be satisfying." Jiaoyan furrowed her brows as worry flashed across her eyes. She was the clearest about Pang Yu's methods and abilities. Through the history of fiend sect heirs, his strength was ranked right at the top. Otherwise, he would not be called a lunatic. Seeing Pang Yu walk over, Su Zimo suddenly realized something. Even though what Pang Yu said was true, the fact that he chose to say it at this moment was a form of mental warfare. If Su Zimo felt that he was inferior to Pang Yu, his aura would definitely weaken and he would lose the initiative. After realizing this, Su Zimo had been searching for a way to break out of that situation. Haha! Pang Yu did not intend to give Su Zimo any chance to begin with. When he approached Su Zimo, he raised his pitch-black spear and smashed it down like a steel whip, causing the wind to howl in a breathtaking manner. Su Zimo did not even think about it and sidestepped to dodge immediately. The power of that spear was too powerful. If he wanted to defend it head-on, he would only end up severely injured and might even die on the spot. Can you avoid it? Pang Yu's spear missed and smashed on the ground with a loud bang, causing the earth to crack. Amidst the billowing smoke, a thick black spear stabbed out. It was extremely stable, as if it could even pierce through the heavens. Su Zimo's eyes lit up. He took a half sidestep and forcefully twisted his stance with the plow heaven stride, dodging the sharp tip of the spear while using his cold moon saber to strike at the weakest part of the spear. Su Zimo could not help but praise himself internally for that slash. Regardless of angle, timing, strength, or the combination with plow heaven stride, the move was perfect. In fact, Su Zimo thought of what to do with this move later on. After colliding with the spear, the cold moon saber slanted sideways and sliced down the body of the spear, forcing Pang Yu to let go. That way, Su Zimo would seize the initiative and gain the advantage with a weapon. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed out. It was as Su Zimo had imagined, and the cold moon saber collided heavily against the body of the spear. However, his expression changed the next moment as he realized something was amiss. Su Zimo felt an extremely domineering shock wave on the body of the spear. The moment the cold moon saber made contact with it, the shock was transmitted to him through the saber. It was a trap. It was the same way Su Zimo had dealt with the thousand-faced assassin earlier on. This was a deliberate opening set up by Pang Yu. Buzz! The spear quivered and the cold moon saber was sent flying. With his palm torn and fresh blood dripping, Su Zimo's trump card he had designed earlier was now useless. Ha ha! Pang Yu burst out into laughter. Exerting strength into his arms, he swept the spear horizontally right at Su Zimo's head. After the cold moon saber left his hands, Su Zimo was extremely swift and squatted. The pitch-black spear swept into air. However, it suddenly changed its momentum and stopped right above Su Zimo's head before slamming down. Pushing his feet, Su Zimo rolled to the side and barely avoided the fatal blow. He was covered with quite a bit of mud and looked rather pathetic. The both of them had only exchanged a couple of moves. However, Su Zimo had escaped death several times. If he was any bit slower, he would have died on the spot. The difference in strength between the both sides was obvious. In the eyes of everyone, Su Zimo had no chance against Pang Yu with his black spear now that even his weapon was gone. I've told you you're very strong, but you're no match for me. Please resign to your fate. Pang Yu's voice sounded as though he was stating an unquestionable fact. Raising his brow, An idea flashed into Su Zimo's mind. He had finally realized the flaw in Pang Yu's earlier statement. My strength is indeed inferior to yours. However, strength is not the only factor in melee combat. Su Zimo composed himself and replied indifferently. In that instant, a strange change happened between their auras. Pang Yu's aura was still extremely strong. However, Su Zimo's aura suddenly became unpredictable. If one were to compare Pang Yu to a towering, mighty mountain, Su Zimo would be akin to a bottomless ocean. It was hard to tell who was stronger between the two. No one could tell if the mountain would overturn the ocean or if the ocean would sink the mountain. I'm really curious. Now that even your weapon is gone, what are you going to fight me with? Sensing the abnormality in Su Zimo, Pang Yu continued with his mental warfare. Not only are weapons useless in the hands of some people, they may even be a burden. Su Zimo let out a long sigh and actually took the initiative to walk towards Pang Yu calmly. Splash, splash, bang, boom, boom, huff, A strange noise rang in Su Zimo's body. That was the tiger-leopard thunder sound. Su Zimo's aura was climbing steadily. If anyone were to close their eyes, they would definitely be met with a shocking scene in their minds. It was an ancient demon that stood tall and mighty. With bloodshot eyes, it strode through the torrential ocean and its body shimmered with lightning. It was an unyielding sight. As Su Zimo approached with an intensifying aura, Pang Yu could wait no longer. The pitch-black spear in his hands danced as he strode forth and dived towards Su Zimo. A simple spear with incomparable strength shot out. Su Zimo's expression was unchanged. He sidestepped and dodged it. No matter what, he was still not Pang Yu's match in terms of raw power. Furthermore, Su Zimo had already lost his weapon. Now that he was barehanded, all the more he couldn't fight Pang Yu head-on. The pitch-black spear danced in Pang Yu's hands like a gigantic black dragon. Everywhere it passed, it burst with a suppressive force that could destroy everything. Su Zimo kept retreating and the space he could dodge decreased by the second. He was completely restricted by Pang Yu. Everyone could tell that if this was to continue, Su Zimo would undoubtedly lose before long. But the strange thing was that none of them could see any bit of fear in Su Zimo's calm face. Dong! A dull sound rang from the blood pool once more. Everyone's expressions changed as their hearts skipped a beat. Right after, the blood pool started to swirl slowly as though it was being attracted by a force. Before long, a gigantic vortex appeared in the middle of the blood pool, growing deeper by the moment. All the fiend sect cultivators were stunned. They had all realized that the inheritance was about to be born. In the fiend sects, anyone who obtained the item in the blood pool would be completely reborn. If an ordinary fiend sect cultivator obtained it, he could replace a fiend heir entirely. If a fiend heir obtained it, he could very well become the strongest fiend heir of the 7 fiend sects. Who wouldn't mind having a treasure like that? Even Pang Yu seemed to be slightly dazed as his hand moved slower. Right then, Su Zimo's eyes lit up. He suddenly reached out and grabbed the pitch-black spear with a flash of lightning in his palms. A coil and a tremble. Oh! Pang Yu's reaction was extremely fast. The moment he realized something was amiss, he channeled his blood towards his arms and steadied the pitch-black spear with all his might. That was an absolute suppression through strength. But then Pang Yu's expression changed. The lightning in Su Zimo's palms extended rapidly on the pitch-black spear into Pang Yu's body. As though he was struck by lightning, Pang Yu's body shuddered and he nearly let go of the pitch-black spear as pain surged through his arm as though it was pricked by needles. Swoosh! Immediately, Pang Yu channeled his bloodline to purge away the wanton power of thunder that had entered his body. Steadying himself, he took a deep breath of air and wanted to retaliate. Su Zimo had already seized that opportunity to appear in front of Pang Yu. His knees were slightly bent in a seemingly kneeled position. With a smile, he pushed his hands towards Pang Yu's mouth, looking as if he was holding up an immortal fruit. For some reason, Pang Yu felt his scalp tingle and a chill run down his spine when he saw that pose. Sanguine ape fruit offering. That was a powerful killing move of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. Pang Yu retreated. He wanted to retract his pitch-black spear and block it in front of Suzimo. However, the latter followed him like a maggot, ensuring that the distance between them was never more than 1 arm. This was a particular distance. Even though the might of Pang Yu's pitch-black spear was frightening, it became a burden under such a distance. Grabbing his spear with 1 arm, Pang Yu tried to force down Suzimo's palms with his other arm. A cold glint flashed in Suzimo's eyes as he changed strategy at the last moment. Gripping Pang Yu's wrist with both hands, he tore it towards both sides while releasing his power of blood. At the same time, Suzimo stomped his knee forward like a galloping horse. This was another killing move, Divine Steed Dismemberment. Bang! Suzimo's knee landed squarely on Pang Yu's chest, giving off a dull sound of defeat. Pang Yu's body shuddered as he staggered backwards. His face flushed red for a brief moment. Suzimo was secretly shocked. If it was anyone else who was struck by the Divine Steed Dismemberment, their arms would have been ripped apart even if their chest wasn't crushed. But now, Pang Yu was merely forced back a couple of steps after receiving that killing move. Instead of losing his combat power, his feral instincts were triggered. How terrifyingly strong was this person's physique? What Suzimo did not know was that, at the moment, the mental shock for Pang Yu was greater. He had thought that Suzimo's strength would not be a threat to him. However, that move earlier on gave his arms a tearing pain. The bones in his chest felt like they were cracking. His heart stopped for a moment and even his organs were shaking. Killing intent surged fervently in Pang Yu's eyes as his fighting spirit rumbled. With a wrathful roar, he tossed away his pitch-black spear and lunged at Suzimo with his bare hands. At that sight, Suzimo praised internally. For Pang Yu, the only way of breaking away from that situation was to cast away the weapon in his hands. Not everybody would be able to react in the midst of such an intense battle and come to that realization. Even then, they may not have the guts to discard their weapons. However, since he had the advantage, Suzimo would naturally not let Pang Yu make a comeback. While he did not know of any saber techniques, there were way too many melee killing moves in the mystic classic of the 12 Demon Kings of the Great Wilderness. Pang Yu clenched his fists, charging at Suzimo's head from the side like 2 mountains. Suzimo did not dodge nor avoid it. Stepping forth, he unleashed the stance of the plow heaven stride and retracted both arms to his sides. With a sudden slant, he thrust and pushed forward. Bovine's moon-gazing. This move not only allowed him to dodge Pang Yu's killing move, it even allowed him to retaliate. Good move. The corners of Pang Yu's eyes twitched as he changed strategy at the last moment. He pulled his arms in front of him to defend against Suzimo's punch while sweeping with his legs horizontally. Suzimo followed suit and changed strategy as well. Suddenly, he bent down and was almost sprawled on the ground. Using all his limbs, he slithered in front of Pang Yu like a gigantic python. After Anaconda Swath came the big killing move, Anaconda Strangle. Suzimo's body elongated as though he was weak and boneless. He coiled around Pang Yu's legs and channeled his blood, bursting off with an exuberant power of blood. Whoosh! Suzimo's muscles expanded rapidly, and he grew in size, bent on crushing Pang Yu into meat pulp. Ah! Pang Yu realized the danger as well. Roaring, he churned his blood to fight head-on. Both sides exerted power. After a slight pause, Suzimo realized that he would not be able to do anything to Pang Yu if this carried on. This person's physique was way too strong. With a swift motion, he slid down from Pang Yu's body. Pang Yu was not in the best state either, panting slightly with a blushed face. Right then, his vision blurred. Suzimo was actually rushing at him again. Boom! A deafening explosion of air could be heard. Pang Yu raised his head to see Suzimo's fist pummeling down from the skies, looking like a supreme seal that could suppress the ancient times. Its aura was magnificent and terrifying. Taking a deep breath of air, Pang Yu raised his arms and defended against it. Bang! The fist and arm collided, giving off a sound that could shatter one's teeth. Pang Yu's feet sank into the ground, making him seem shorter than Suzimo. The melee combat fight was way too intense and dangerous. With rapid changes in their moves, Both of them fought with lightning speed such that everyone felt their hearts palpitating just by watching. Suppression. Lunatic Pang, who was deemed as the #1 fiend heir in melee combat, was actually being suppressed by an unknown green-robed cultivator. After the Sanguine Ape Fist Seal, Su Zimo did not pause at all and thrust forward coiled like a ball with his legs slightly bent. Arriving in front of Pang Yu, Su Zimo's body suddenly bounced off and he struck up with both arms, hitting Pang Yu heavily on the chin. Bang! Pang Yu's head was reared as blood gushed into his eyes. With loosened teeth, he staggered backwards. Back in the Zhonglang mountain range, Su Zimo crushed a cultivator's jaws and neck with this sanguine ape fruit offering. But now, Pang Yu merely lost a couple of teeth. Su Zimo leaned in and smashed against Pang Yu's strength with his entire body's might. The latter grunted and his muscular body was sent flying. This did not cause Su Zimo to stop. With a flash of his body, he grabbed Pang Yu by the ankles and exerted strength in his arms. Exhaling deeply, Su Zimo lifted Pang Yu's entire body and smashed it heavily into the ground. Boom! A huge human-sized crater formed on the ground as dust spread everywhere. Many of the fiend sect cultivators were dumbfounded as their mouths twitched uncontrollably. This was an outcome none of them had expected. Everyone could tell that Pang Yu's strength was far superior compared to Su Zimo. However, a single mistake caused him to lose the initiative and Su Zimo continued the combo till this eventual defeat. Even though it was a short exchange of blows, both parties displayed extremely powerful melee combat techniques. Dong! Yet another dull sound rang out. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. Gradually, their pupils constricted as their expressions froze. In the blood pool not far away, an ancient coffin laid quietly at the bottom and was faintly discernible from the vortex. Placed in the middle, it looked as though it was one with the pool. There were many mysterious and esoteric runic patterns etched on the surface of the stone coffin. However, due to the constant flow of blood, most of it was indiscernible and it had a dim glow. There were also huge chains wrapped around the surface of the stone coffin. They were all covered in rust and seemed as though they had been there for a long time. The dull sounds from before came from this stone coffin. All of a sudden, another sound came from the blood pool. Crack, crack, crack. The chains on the stone coffin began to crack and shattered under the watchful eyes of everyone. With a loud boom, the lid of the coffin was lifted by a tremendous force. The dull sound in the stone coffin became even clearer. Dong, dong, dong. It was as though someone was striking the drums of the heavens in a deep and powerful manner. Everyone focused and gasped. A figure was lying in the stone coffin. To be precise, it was a skeleton. However, there was a grisly red heart in the chest of the skeleton, and it was beating with great vigor. Dong, dong, dong. The dull sounds were actually the beating of the heart. Many of the fiend sect cultivators were so terrified that they even forgot to breathe. Su Zimo realized this was unexpected. At the very least, the skeleton before him was definitely not within the calculations of the many fiend sect cultivators present. He did not have time to bother about Pang Yu, who was lying in the huge pit. In a flash, he appeared beside Demoness G and whispered, "Hurry up and leave. Something is not right." Demoness G's face was pale as a sheet at the moment. A look of fear flickered in her eyes as she murmured, "It's probably too late." Su Zimo sensed something and followed Demoness G's gaze towards the blood pool once more. In just that short while, the blood in the pool was drained by more than half after gushing into the stone coffin. As for the skeleton in the stone coffin, its body already had a layer of flesh and blood. Although it was thin and translucent, it was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Su Zimo narrowed his gaze as countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Reincarnation? Or was the skeleton not dead to begin with? Who was he? At this moment, Su Zimo suddenly realized that he could not move his feet, as if he was being restrained by an invisible force. Sweeping his gaze, he realized that it was the same for the many fiend sect cultivators present. They were all rooted to the spot. Suddenly, the skeleton in the stone coffin sat up. the black holes where its eyes were shone with a sinister red gleam as it opened its mouth and produced a series of tones. Since you are here, don't leave anymore. Because it had no tongue, the skeleton's pronunciation was unclear. However, everyone could vaguely make out what it was saying. Without any warning, the group of cultivators closest to the blood pool flew through the air towards the stone coffin in the blood pool simultaneously as though they were pulled by something. Their eyes were filled with fright. Those people struggled furiously in midair, wanting to get away from the stone coffin, but to no avail. Some of them had despair in their eyes as they roared and raised their weapons, stabbing at the skeleton in the stone coffin. The long swords that stabbed the skeleton broke on the spot. Many fiend sect cultivators were brought to the vicinity of the skeleton. It opened its mouth and sucked, causing the flesh and blood of a cultivator opposite to gush into its mouth like liquid. In the blink of an eye, a group of fiend sect cultivators perished without a single survivor. The empty, white skeletons that remained fell from midair and scattered beside the stone coffin. After absorbing the fresh blood, the flesh on the skeleton became more abundant. Although it was far from the level of a normal person, its face could already be vaguely made out. Standing up from the stone coffin, the skeleton walked out and surveyed the surroundings with a pair of bloody red holes. It seemed to be able to see everything around it. The skeleton took another breath and the flesh on its face squirmed, as if it was in enjoyment. Such fresh blood. Click, click, clack. At some point in time, Pang Yu had crawled up from the ground. Coughing blood, it was obvious that Su Zimo had slammed him hard. Pang Yu cursed. Fuck, I thought that this was an inheritance ground. Turns out there's an old demon buried here. Swoosh, the skeleton waved. Another group of cultivators flew towards it. Even though the bodies were theirs, they could not control it at all. It was an unstoppable power. Before long, that group of cultivators perished once again, leaving behind a pile of bones as their flesh were all absorbed by the skeleton. Dong dong, dong dong dong. The beating of the skeleton's heart grew louder and stronger. What should we do? Demoness G's petite body trembled as she asked softly. She naturally knew that given the situation before them, only fate could decide their lives. Both she and Su Zimo were powerless to resist. However, she merely wanted to talk to someone out of the fear in her heart. Su Zimo was expressionless as he glared at the skeleton coldly. They stood no chance at all. The skeleton was indeed extremely strong, so strong that it was hard to imagine. However, it had clearly been trapped in the stone coffin for a long time and had just escaped. Although it was recovering its strength, now was also its weakest moment. As long as he could find its weakness, they might be able to obtain a sliver of life. At this moment, the skeleton waved again. About 10 cultivators flew towards the skeleton. Su Zimo and Demoness G were among the group. Su Zimo and Demoness G flew towards the skeleton, drawn by some invisible force. In the short process, Su Zimo could feel his bloodline stir as though it was about to be extracted. The other fiend sect cultivators did not give up. Some struggled and begged. Some screamed hysterically, while others raised their weapons and slashed wildly at the skeleton. However, the skeleton was intact and there were no wounds at all. As long as it opened its mouth and sucked, the flesh of the cultivator on the other end would turn into a pool of blood and flow into its mouth. That nourished the flesh on the skeleton, and the beating of its heart grew stronger. Before long, it was Su Zimo and Demoness G's turn. The skeleton turned around and faced the both of them. The hole in its eyes shone with a bloodthirsty red glow, and it was filled with excitement. Demoness G's face was ashen and her eyes were filled with despair. Pust! 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 Right then, Su Zimo suddenly took a deep breath, causing a huge current of air to gush into his lungs fanatically. It was akin to an anaconda devouring the sun and moon, trying to turn into a dragon and soar through the heavens. The airflow was extremely fast and violent. When it cut his throat, traces of blood even seeped out with a salty smell. Su Zimo's chest bulged in a shocking manner, as if he had swallowed a huge balloon. Kill! Su Zimo was one step ahead. Opening his mouth suddenly, he roared and released the airflow as blood boiled in his body. Boom! The roar erupted in the air like thunder. Fiend sect cultivators who were slightly further away from Su Zimo frowned, feeling a sharp pain in their ears as they spaced out briefly. Thunderclap kill. It was an extremely strong thunder art in the Void Thunder manual. Converting sound into energy in an instant, it could produce a powerful impact. However, it was impossible to learn this thunder art since someone had torn away the back half of the Void Thunder manual. Yet, Su Zimo had gained some inspiration through his past experiences and had his own insights, coupled with Anaconda Eclipse of the mystic classic of the 12 Demon Kings of the Great Wilderness. He created a sound spirit technique that possessed quite a formidable power as well. That was the thunderclap kill that Su Zimo had just executed. Of course, this was not a complete thunder art. It was merely something that Su Zimo had deduced. Each time it was released, Su Zimo's lungs would suffer immense pressure and possibly even injuries. Unless it was a last resort, Su Zimo would not use thunderclap kill easily. If Su Zimo had managed to gain greater mastery of the marrow cleansing section and used organs refinement to strengthen his lungs, he would naturally be able to withstand the outburst of thunderclap kill. Now that Su Zimo had used this technique, it was naturally because he was prepared to risk his life. The power of thunder was the strongest of the yang elements and could purge evil. It was the same for thunderclap kill. When the skeleton heard that roar, its body trembled and the flesh that coagulated actually showed signs of falling off. Right on the heels of that, Su Zimo's eyes shone with a vicious glint. He thrust his right hand using his palm as a knife and stabbed it into the skeleton's chest. Poof! Flashes of blood appeared. Just as Su Zimo's hand stabbed into the skeleton's chest, it was stuck. Immediately after, the flesh on Su Zimo's palm began to fall off, gushing into the skeleton's body as liquid blood. Click! Clack! The skeleton opened its mouth, seemingly mocking Su Zimo for overestimating his abilities. In the blink of an eye, the flesh on Su Zimo's palm had dissipated, revealing a blood-bone palm. Suddenly, the skeleton trembled. An extremely terrifying aura emanated from the blood-bone palm, spreading across its chest in a shuddering manner. A thin layer of fire that emitted a searing and horrifying heat burned on the surface of the blood-bone palm, as if it could incinerate all living beings. It melted the flesh on the skeleton's chest instantly. Su Zimo clenched his teeth and thrust. Instantly, the blood-bone palm extended into the skeleton's chest, spreading its fingers and gripping its beating heart. At that moment, Su Zimo and the skeleton trembled at the same time and stopped moving instantaneously. The entire world seemed to have frozen over. Eft! Su Zimo squeezed his palm and the heart exploded. Clack! Clack! Opening its mouth, the skeleton let out a strange howl from the depths of its throat. Suddenly, a tremendous force exploded in front of the skeleton's chest, repelling Su Zimo instantly. Scarlet light emanated the place filled with the stench of blood. Large patches of blood mist splattered on Su Zimo's and seeped into his pores. In the blink of an eye, he was covered in blood and his body swelled in a terrifying manner, as though he was a fiend celestial who had just emerged from hell. Ah! An extremely powerful bloodline surged into his body. Feeling as though his body was about to explode, Su Zimo could not help but roar into the skies. The moment he opened his mouth, rich and pure sanguine light spewed out, emitting a powerful and domineering fluctuation of his bloodline. Upon seeing this, the eyes of the remaining fiend sect cultivators burned. No one knew what exactly happened to the skeleton, or how Su Zimo had managed to pierce its chest and deal serious damage. However, everyone could tell that more than half of the skeleton's blood essence had surged into Su Zimo's body. It was a huge opportunity. With such pure bloodline essence, anyone present would be able to reach the tsunami blood realm. As for Su Zimo, who had already achieved tsunami blood, what level would he reach with this opportunity? What sort of changes would happen to his bloodline? Immediately following that, the expressions of the fiend sect cultivators changed again. Something was not right. At the moment, Su Zimo's body was filled with a thick bloodline such that it was about to explode. Streaks of blood appeared on his skin in a horrifying manner. A look of pity flashed in Pang Yu's eyes. This was indeed a huge opportunity. It was so huge that no one's body could withstand it. From his point of view, Su Zimo's fate was decided. He would explode due to the rich bloodline, leaving no corpse in his wake. Ah! The skeleton let out a low growl and the holes in its eyes emitted a cold light. It opened its mouth and spat out a string of words. I'll have you guys die with me. Bang! Boom! Boom! The ground trembled violently as cracks began to appear, spreading out in all directions rapidly. The walls around them collapsed as countless boulders fell and covered the skies. The fiend sect cultivators were terrified as they fled in all directions. Due to their spirit energies being locked, they would definitely die if they were buried by the boulders. None of them would have the strength to withstand the impact. Demoness G wanted to escape, but when she caught sight of Su Zimo's miserable appearance, she hesitated slightly. No matter what, she was the one who brought him here. He was an innocent victim to this calamity. Furthermore, Su Zimo had indeed kept to his promise and ensured her safety for the entire journey. In that instant, if Su Zimo had not counterattacked, she might have ended up as food for the skeleton just like the other fiend sect cultivators. With that moment of hesitation, Demoness G lost her final chance to escape. Bang! 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 As though the end of the world had arrived, the sky collapsed. The surrounding boulders crashed down and blocked all passageways. At the moment, Su Zimo's body swelled and trembled. He panted heavily as the powerful bloodline essence crashed wantonly within his body. Su Zimo's body was on the verge of falling apart. The unbearable pain was causing his consciousness to go fuzzy. Opposite him, the skeleton looked terrible as well. A huge bloody hole appeared in its chest. The original place of his heart was now empty, leaving only some pieces of flesh. There was originally a layer of flesh on the skeleton. It was close to recovering to human form. Now that the heart was ruptured, the flesh was disintegrating as well. Before long, it fell off the skeleton and slid to the ground. Soon, it turned back to a white skeleton with an aura that was even weaker than before. The skeleton gazed at Su Zimo's blood-bone palm. The bloody light in the hole in its eyes flickered before dimming gradually. The last trace of its life was also dissipating slowly. You die too. The skeleton looked at Su Zimo and suddenly opened its mouth. Right after, it raised its hand and stabbed at Su Zimo's chest with fingers as sharp as daggers. If the attack struck, there was no need to wait to be buried by countless boulders. A Foundation establishment cultivator's heart would definitely be pierced to certain death. Upon seeing that, Demoness G's expression changed, but she did not stop him. No matter what, they were not getting out of this place. There was no difference between dying a moment earlier or later. Even though Su Zimo's consciousness was fuzzy, his spirit perception was still there. He felt a strong sense of danger. Instinctively, he dodged to the side. Su Zimo did not have time to react. It was purely out of instinct. Poof! The palm of the skeleton pierced through Su Zimo's chest like a sharp knife, emerging from his back filled with blood. That palm was aimed at crushing Su Zimo's heart. However, due to that dodge, it pierced through the middle of Su Zimo's chest, brushing by his heart. That burst attack seemed to have exhausted the skeleton's last strength. Feeling the sharp pain in his chest, Su Zimo punched out casually and sent the skeleton flying, causing it to fall into the rubble. The skeleton remained motionless, as if it was already dead. The hole in its face was pitch black. In the blink of an eye, a layer of dust and gravel covered the skeleton. Shing! A gush of blood shot out from Su Zimo's chest and splattered all over the ground. It emitted a crystalline luster and the bloodline was rich and shimmering. Su Zimo's figure shrank by quite a bit. Although he had not recovered to his original state, the bloodstains on his body were gradually fading and he was recovering slowly. Oh! That change caught Demoness G's attention. In truth, Su Zimo was at his most arduous period earlier on. The bloodline was too strong and his body could not withstand it. It was equivalent to a powerful force that surged rampantly in his body and could not be vented. The reason why Su Zimo's body swelled was because the pressure within was too great. That was also why his skin cracked with streaks of blood appearing. If he could not digest the power of that rich bloodline, a single fate awaited Su Zimo: death through explosion. However, the skeleton's final attack had inadvertently saved Su Zimo's life. Its intention was naturally to kill Su Zimo. Unexpectedly, Su Zimo managed to dodge the fatal strike to his heart using his spirit perception. Even though the injury was serious and the wound on his chest was horrifying with blood gushing out, it was an outlet for the power of the bloodline within to gush out. Because of that, it helped him avert the crisis. Of course, Su Zimo still retained most of the bloodline's essence within his body. However, that bloodline essence was no longer a threat to his life. It was a blessing in disguise. There were too many things that happened that night. If there was any slight deviation in the series of events, not only would Su Zimo fail to obtain the opportunity before him, he would even be met with a huge calamity. It was the same for the current situation. Su Zimo and Demoness G were not out of danger yet. Bang! Boom! Boom! The surrounding mountains collapsed and a huge shadow crushed. They would be buried before long. The passageways out were already blocked. Notwithstanding the fact that Su Zimo was severely injured in the chest and was dazed and weak, even if he was in his best state, he might not have been able to escape. "I'm sorry." A rare trace of worry and kindness could be seen in Demoness G's eyes, as she pretended to be relaxed and smiled at Su Zimo. Crack, crack, crack. The ground beneath shook as cracks appeared and extended. Su Zimo's legs gave way and he almost fell into one of the cracks. Shrugging his head, he tried his best to stay awake. He looked down at the pitch-black and bottomless crack, not knowing what was beneath. If he was not careful and fell in, he would probably be crushed into meat pulp. All of a sudden, Su Zimo's ears twitched. He could vaguely hear the sound of running water from the depths of the crack. After cultivating the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, Su Zimo's hearing and vision was far superior to normal people. He was almost at the point where he could listen to the world. Swish! The mountain peak above their heads fell alongside countless boulders, bringing with it dust that blocked their vision in a terrifying manner. Demoness G had a look of despair as she closed her eyes and sighed gently. Right then, she felt someone yank her wrist. Caught off guard, her knees buckled and she was led over. Subconsciously, she opened her eyes and looked. Su Zimo's face was frighteningly pale. Clutching the wound on his chest with one hand, he used his other hand to grab her as they stumbled to the stone coffin not far away. Quickly, go in! Arriving at the stone coffin, Su Zimo led Demoness G in front of him and with a shout, pushed her. She was stunned for a moment and fell into the stone coffin without resistance. Su Zimo leaped in right after, grabbing the lid of the coffin from the side and yanking it. With a slam, the lid closed above them tightly. The last bit of light disappeared. It was pitch black inside the stone coffin. Bang! 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 Almost at the same time as the lid was shut, the sound of countless boulders smashing onto the coffin rang. It was heavy and deafening. There was not much room in the stone coffin because it was designed for a single person. Now that the both of them were inside, together with the fact that Su Zimo's body was slightly swollen after absorbing the bloodline essence, it seemed extremely squeezy. A strange feeling arose in Demoness G's heart, but she did not say anything. If it was anyone else or even Su Zimo before they arrived at this place, she might have killed him on the spot. But now, Demoness G did not move an inch. She blinked her eyes in deep thought. If Su Zimo was even slower for a moment earlier, they would have been crushed to death by the boulders outside. Despite that, Su Zimo chose to let her enter first and bear the danger himself. At that thought, a gentle glint flashed across Demoness G's eyes as she pursed her red lips. The ground trembled and the stone coffin shook violently along. Slowly, it tilted and slid down a pitch-black crack, falling over. Moments later, the stone coffin fell into water with a loud splash and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Dust flew everywhere as boulders rolled down. The sky was collapsing. After a long time, the tremors finally calmed down. The original place was reduced to ruins without any sign of life. In the middle of the ruins there was a huge hole. It was pitch black and no one knew where it led to. A gentle breeze gusted in the dark night, blowing away the dust of the ruins. Not far away, 4 figures stood. To be precise, there were 5. One of the figures was extremely blurry and indistinguishable in the night. It was the thousand-faced assassin. The 5 fiend heirs looked at the ruins not far away, their gazes flickering with a lingering fear. Feeling cold from the wind's breeze, the 5 of them suddenly realized that their clothes were drenched in sweat. There were hundreds of fiend sect cultivators with fiend heirs, all of them gathered for the inheritance of this place. This could be considered as a rare clash between the juniors of the fiend sections. However, none of them expected the stark changes of this expedition. Notwithstanding the fact that they did not obtain the inheritance, it nearly even turned into a massacre. Of the hundreds of fiend sect cultivators present, only the 5 of them survived. The malevolent Earth sect heir was slain by an unknown green-robed cultivator. Demoness G could not escape in time and was definitely buried in the ruins. If not for the drastic change in terrain later on that dispelled the ancient spirit lock formation, even the 5 of them may not have been able to make it out. With complex expressions, none of them spoke. This ruin was caused by that terrifying skeleton. However, for some reason, the person who left the deepest impression on everyone that night was the unknown green-robed cultivator. To be fair, if he had not ruptured the heart of that skeleton at the final moment, their fates might have been the same and they would have their essence blood absorbed by the skeleton. Who was that person? After a long time, Pang Yu suddenly asked. Shangguan Yu shook his head. He should be someone from the immortal sections. There's only those few immortal sects that are strong in melee combat. Since his bloodline contained the power of thunder, I gather that he might be a legacy disciple of Zephyr Thunder Palace. What a pity! Pang Yu smacked his lips as a look of pity flashed across high eyes. He was not discouraged over his previous defeat to Su Zimo. Instead, his fighting spirit burned even fiercer. His strength was far greater than Su Zimo. The fact that Su Zimo's consecutive killing moves were unable to truly injure Pang Yu's tendons, bones, and essence chi was evident of how powerful and terrifying the latter's physique was. The reason why Pang Yu lost was because he had underestimated the enemy, giving Su Zimo the chance to take the initiative and suppress him to the very end without a chance to come back. Pang Yu believed that he would definitely not lose if they fought again. Now that Su Zimo had fallen, Pang Yu had lost the chance to defeat him. He could not help but feel regretful inside. In fact, Pang Yu was not the only one. The other 4 fiend heirs were similarly frustrated. At the end of the day, there was an ancient spirit lock formation in this place, and everyone's spirit energies were restricted, such that they could not unleash their true strength. To them, the malevolent Earth sect heir had met with an unjust death. It's a pity that man is dead. Otherwise, we'll definitely come across him on the ancient battlefield in the future. At that time, I'll definitely let him witness the power of Cloud Rain sect. Shangguan Yu harumphed softly. What's the point of saying all this? The illusion fiend cult heir flicked his sleeve and left, replying coldly, Time to go. See you on the ancient battlefield. The thousand-faced assassin flickered and disappeared on the spot. In the blink of an eye, all 5 fiend heirs left one after another and peace returned to the ruins. Not long later, a voluptuous and curvaceous figure descended upon the ruins. She had exquisite looks and exuded a mature aura, as if she could stir the deepest carnal instincts in one's heart. It was the chief steward of Sky Treasure Auction House, Gu Shi. What happened exactly? Gu Shi murmured with a solemn expression. Swoosh! Gu Shi stood in midair above the ruins and a terrifying force surged out from her glabella. Releasing her spirit consciousness, she searched the ruins carefully, unwilling to miss any traces. Nothing. Gu Shi frowned and gazed at that bottomless pit beneath her. After hesitating slightly, she descended eventually. Before long, Gu Shi arrived above a river. She searched her surroundings once more but to no avail, looking at a river nearby. Using her spirit consciousness, Gu Shi seeped into the river and searched through the depths of it. After a while, her expression changed and she retracted her spirit consciousness. She caught sight of a dark shadow flowing into the distance at the bottom of this river. If she was not wrong, that should be the undercurrent of the river. The undercurrent was extremely strong and turbulent. Any object that fell into it would be swept away. The final position would naturally be at where the undercurrent ended. Yenner, just where are you? The figure disappeared, leaving behind a soft sigh. Not long after Gushi left, deep in the rubble beside the river, a pair of pitch-black holes in the eyes of a skeleton emitted a scarlet, sinister glow. Even though Su Zimo and Demoness G were hidden in the stone coffin, both of them still suffered a huge blow the moment it fell into the river. Ugh! Ah! Su Zimo grunted softly and Demoness G howled in pain. The two sounds that emitted together from the stone coffin came across as strange. Su Zimo felt a sharp pain in his chest. That sudden impact rattled his tendons and bones, causing him to gasp as it felt like his bones were falling apart. Demoness G's arm was previously injured by Shangguan Yu. It was a minor injury and was no longer bleeding after it was bandaged. However, that impact tore the wound once more as Demoness G frowned and yelped. Although there was a thick stone coffin between them, Demoness G could still feel the flow of the river outside. She heaved a sigh of relief. No matter what, they had managed to escape the place. Once the stone coffin sank to the bottom of the water, they would be able to break out from inside. All of a sudden, the stone coffin did not continue to sink. As though it was pulled by an external force, it continued to roll forward. It was a sudden change of momentum, and the two people who were caught off guard inside collided against one another. Both of their hearts went aflutter as they retreated subconsciously. However, there was not much excess space within the cramped stone coffin. After that, the atmosphere within the stone coffin turned odd immediately. The temperature seemed to be rising in a frustratingly hot manner. In the darkness, both of them panted slightly and faced each other. Their eyes met, but they did not speak. Su Zimo turned his head and slanted his body slightly. His body was still slightly swollen because the bloodline essence within it was not absorbed yet. It did not matter if he moved, but once again he accidentally made contact with Demoness G. Su Zimo quickly stopped what he was doing and laid rooted to the spot. Instead of sinking to the bottom, the stone coffin was brought away by an external force. There was only a single possibility. They had met with a river undercurrent. Neither of them had an option in the river undercurrent. Even if they were to leave the stone coffin now, they would not be able to get out of the river undercurrent. Furthermore, both of them were injured. Right now, they could only leave it up to fate and leave the stone coffin after it left the river undercurrent. Upon realizing that there was no danger, Demoness G was slightly relieved. She glanced sideways at Su Zimo, who was lying beside her, and rolled her eyes, curling her lips with a hint of playfulness. "Hey, you did it on purpose, right?" Demoness G suddenly asked. Su Zimo closed his eyes and did not reply, feeling a tinge of guilt. After all, the two of them had just bumped into one another and there was no avoiding physical contact. "I didn't expect that you're no different from others despite looking refined and decent. You're also as perverted. Humph, to think that you would call yourself a righteous person of the orthodox path. Aren't you ashamed?" The both of them were extremely close to each other and Demoness G's body emitted a seductive fragrance of flower as she exhaled. Su Zimo listened to Demoness G's reproachful tone. Feeling the warmth by his ear, he could not help but feel restless and unable to control himself. All of a sudden, his heart skipped a beat as he bit his tongue to try and maintain clarity. After what happened to Wu Xiangming, Yan Fei and the rest, Su Zimo had vaguely guessed what pure maiden sect specialized in. No wonder those of the fiend sex call her a demoness. Su Zimo praised internally. Even though he was prepared, he was nearly bewitched by her as well. Every single frown, smile, action and emotion of Demoness G would cause one to be attracted to her unconsciously. If they were not careful, they would sink into her charms, unable to extricate themselves. Noticing that Su Zimo kept his eyes closed and refused to answer, Demoness G could not help but grin and ask gently, "Hey, let me ask you, why didn't you get in first earlier? Why did you let me in first?" Su Zimo suddenly opened his eyes and replied coldly, "I'm afraid you might be crushed to death because you're too stupid." Ugh. Demoness G nearly choked on Su Zimo's reply as she grit her teeth subconsciously. However, on second thought, the situation was truly way too treacherous back then. If she were to stay behind, she would definitely not be as decisive as Su Zimo. It was highly likely that she would be crushed to death by the boulders as Su Zimo had mentioned. Even so, she was still a little angry. She felt pent up for some reason. Demoness G bit her red lips and pinched Su Zimo suddenly, saying coquettishly, "Go over there. Stay away from me." Even without her saying that, Su Zimo wanted to keep his distance from her, as far away as possible. However, the stone coffin was extremely cramped and did not have much excess space. Right now, the best solution was to refine away the bloodline in his body and return it to normal. That way, there would be more space. If nothing unexpected happened, Su Zimo should be able to attain greater mastery of his marrow cleansing section after refining the bloodline essence. Taking a deep breath of air, he channeled the mental cultivation technique of the tiger-leopard thunder sound and started his breathing and expiration in the stone coffin. Huff, bang, boom, boom. Strange sounds suddenly emitted from Su Zimo's body. It got louder and clearer, like a tiger, leopard, and thunder. Su Zimo's bloodline began to churn along with the rise and fall of the sounds. The boundless bloodline essence was being refined and infused into Su Zimo's own bloodline. Demoness G watched silently at the side without saying anything. She could naturally guess that Su Zimo was channeling an extremely strong blood-swapping technique. The reason why this refined man possessed such terrifying power should be because of that technique as well. She listened intently at the side, blinking and planning on learning that secret skill herself. However, that was a naive thought. Su Zimo's blood-swapping technique was a combination of two top-notch marrow cleansing techniques. It was the one and only tiger-leopard thunder sound in Tianhuang mainland. Putting aside the tiger-leopard thunder sound, how much time did Su Zimo spend to comprehend the sound of tigers and leopards? Demoness G did not even have a mental mantra. It was truly wishful thinking for her to want to comprehend Su Zimo's secret skill just by listening to it. After a day and night, Demoness G finally gave up after multiple fruitless attempts. She pouted and sulked. The tiger-leopard thunder sound was indeed extremely powerful. After just a day and night, Su Zimo's body had shrunk considerably, and it wouldn't be long before it returned to normal. The most surprising thing for Demoness G was that the wound on Su Zimo's chest had already healed and was beginning to form a scab. What strong regeneration capabilities! She was secretly astonished. That wound pierced through Su Zimo's body entirely. Even for body-tempered cultivators, they might not recover fully without half a month at least. However, Su Zimo had only spent a single day and night to recover all wounds on his body. At that moment, the wound on Demoness G's arm had only just healed and stopped bleeding. It would take a few more days for scabs to form. What sort of a monster is this? Demoness G stared at Su Zimo's side profile, lost in thought. After the blood swapping, Su Zimo's complexion became even fairer and brighter. It was soft and tender like a newborn baby, crystalline like jade. No wonder sister can't forget him. I'm impressed. This lad does have some capabilities. Pausing for a moment, Demoness G thought again. Those aren't small capabilities either for him to be able to teach lunatic Pang a lesson. After enduring for so long, Demoness G was tired as well. As she watched Su Zimo, who was cultivating, her eyelids grew heavy and she drifted into sleep. After a long time, she jolted awake from her dreams. Bouncing upright, she slammed against the lid of the coffin with a loud thud. Ouch! Demoness G rubbed her head and cried out in pain. With that, she was completely awake and remembered where she was. Instinctively, she looked to the side. Su Zimo's body had returned to normal, and he was staring at the lid of the coffin with a reared head. Demoness G quickly checked her body and only heaved a sigh of relief after ensuring that it was fine. As the pure maiden of the fiend sex, this was an amateur mistake that she should not have committed. She fell asleep beside a man. If it was the fiend heir of Cloud Rain sect, Shangguan Yu, Beside her, the consequences would be dire. That was close. Demoness G stuck out her tongue lightly and subconsciously glanced at Su Zimo. Eh? This time, she discovered Su Zimo's abnormality. She had initially thought that his eyes were opened in a daze. Now that she was taking a closer look, he seemed to have noticed something and was studying it carefully in a trance-like manner. Demoness G followed his gaze and looked towards the lid of the stone coffin. Oh! Her eyes widened as she discovered something strange as well. There were words on the lid of the coffin. The handwriting was a little messy, as if it was carved with something sharp. Previously, the atmosphere between them was ambiguously flirtatious in the stone coffin. Coupled with the fact that it was completely dark, neither of them bothered to notice the lid of the coffin. Now that they focused, they could vaguely make out the words on the coffin lid. There were 4 words on the first row. Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra. Upon seeing those words, Demoness G's heart palpitated as she continued reading hurriedly. Gradually, her eyes widened and she was engrossed as well. Even though it was pitch black in the stone coffin, Su Zimo had extremely strong eyesight after cultivating the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. Everywhere his gaze was, it would be clear like daylight. This was a cultivation technique for one's bloodline, and it detailed many strange spirit arts. Profound secrets of the bloodline were depicted, and there were many novel techniques in stimulating and making use of the bloodline's power. This was something completely unheard of. The spirit art used by the skeleton to devour many of the fiend sect cultivators previously was the blood-devouring technique, one of the many detailed in this blood refinement fiend sutra. Even though many of the spirit arts in this fiend sutra were vile and evil, some of them caught Su Zimo's interest. He secretly memorized and pondered over them. Even though this trip with Demoness G was filled with many surprises, it was a blessing in disguise. Now, Su Zimo had attained greater mastery of the marrow cleansing section. His bloodline flowed quietly in his body, giving birth to immense power and shimmering with a crystalline luster such that his blood vessels were almost transparent. From now on, Su Zimo could start to cultivate the organs refinement section. Only, it was much more difficult to cultivate than the marrow cleansing section. The marrow cleansing section gave mention of the sound of tigers and leopards. However, the organs refinement section merely contained obscure and complicated scriptures without any mention of demon beasts and whatnot. Su Zimo had no clue at all how he should go about refining the organs refinement section. After a long time, the stone coffin began to shake violently. It was thrown out by an external force before calming down and sinking gradually. Su Zimo's heart stirred. He realized that the stone coffin had already left the river undercurrent. At the side, Demoness G was already at the limits of her endurance. Wearing her veil again, she channeled her spirit energy and pushed with her palm heavily against the coffin lid. With a bam, the lid was blown away as river water surged into the stone coffin. In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo was drenched. Demoness G was already prepared as a nearly transparent barrier was conjured around her body, repelling water. Turning to look at Su Zimo's sorry state, she could not help but laugh. In the river, Su Zimo floated. He looked a little dazed, as if he had yet to regain his senses. In truth, it wasn't because Su Zimo's reaction was not fast enough. It was because after water gushed into the stone coffin, Su Zimo caught sight of a Buddha bead around the size of a longan one floating. The Buddha bead was extremely old. Even though it was made of wood, there was no sign of decay. A palm was etched on the Buddha bead that had its middle finger and thumb touching to form a hand seal. Every single line on the palm could be seen clearly, and it was bedazzling. Su Zimo had merely taken a single look at the Buddha bead when he felt his vision blurring into an extremely shocking scene. It was like a battlefield in purgatory. Corpses piled into mountains and blood flowed like rivers everywhere. The smell of blood filled the air and black clouds were overcast in an atmosphere so repressing that one could barely breathe. A cold wind blew in the surroundings, sending chills down one's spine. A man covered in blood stood atop the mountain of corpses. With his back facing Su Zimo, he was laughing with his head lowered like an unparalleled fiend. It was a sinister and terrifying laughter, sounding as though it was ringing right inside Su Zimo's ears. It was extremely unsettling. A moment later, bits of golden light shone through the gaps in the black clouds, scattering some warmth across the battlefield. With the passage of time, the golden light grew more and more intense, almost tearing the pitch-black clouds away. All of a sudden, a dazzling golden pillar of light descended from the sky, seemingly tearing the heavens and shining on the fiend. Roar! The fiend was furious and reared its head, bellowing towards the heavens in wrath. The veins on its neck were exposed and its blood vessels were protruding in a terrifyingly ferocious manner, akin to a living ghost from hell. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar, a bedazzling golden palm descended from the sky. It crushed down gently with its middle finger and thumb touching one another to form a hand seal. Fiend suppression seal. A deep voice sounded, before the golden hand seal even descended upon the fiend's head. Its body suddenly exploded as though it could not withstand the pressure, spraying blood all around the place in a horrifying manner. Su Zimo felt his eyes sting from the splattered blood, and he snapped out of the illusion. The entire process seemed very slow, but in fact, it occurred in the split of a moment. Looking at the Buddha bead nearby that was sinking, Su Zimo broke into a shudder. There was a flash of struggle in his eyes. After some hesitation, he swam into the river and chased after the Buddha bead, clasping it in his palm. There was nothing unusual when he retrieved it. Su Zimo heaved out a sigh of relief. It seemed that as long as one did not look at the pattern on the bead carefully, they would not fall into the illusion from before. Fiend suppression seal. Those 3 words flashed through Su Zimo's mind. Needless to say, that must be an extremely powerful secret technique. Even though the illusion had lasted for a moment, that golden hand seal left a deep impression in Su Zimo's mind, and he could not forget about it. Kicking his legs, Su Zimo swam towards the river surface, and before long, he arrived at the shore. At that moment, his upper body was nude and his pants were sopping wet. Demoness G pursed her lips and swept her gaze across Su Zimo's lower body. Just as she was about to tease him, Su Zimo's body shivered and he churned his bloodline. With the power of the bloodline, a white mist emitted from Su Zimo's body suddenly. All the water droplets were vaporized. Under the veil, Demoness G's mouth opened into a circle. Su Zimo retrieved a clean green robe from his storage bag and wore it. He also tossed the Buddha bead conveniently into his storage bag. Demoness G's eyes shifted. Recalling the abnormality of Su Zimo at the bottom of the river, she approached him and blinked. "What did you find down there?" "It's nothing." There was naturally no way Su Zimo would tell Demoness G about the Buddha bead, as he replied casually. "How stingy!" she harumphed. Summoning a flying sword, Su Zimo leaped on it and flew into the air, surveying the place. He did not know where the river undercurrent had brought them. Demoness G arrived in midair and looked down as well. Su Zimo pondered for a while and looked at the river behind him. His heart stirred and he had a vague guess where they were. This was Yongxing River, a tributary of Jishui River that originated from the Great Zhou dynasty and passed by Yan country. In other words, Su Zimo and Demoness G had arrived in Yan country's territory. Su Zimo looked over at the capital of Yan country with longing in his eyes. "I've been away from home for 2 years. I wonder how elder brother is doing." The scene of leaving Pingyang town 2 years ago felt like yesterday in his mind. Su Zimo did not have many relatives. Other than him, the Su family only had Su Hong and Su Xiaoning as descendants. Su Xiaoning was far away in Azure Frost sect, and it was not easy to see her. Su Zimo decided to visit his brother in the capital of Yan country. After a rough analysis, Su Zimo rode his flying sword and sped towards the direction of Yan country's capital. When Demoness G saw that Su Zimo turned around to leave and ignored her, she could not help but feel agitated. Stomping her foot, she chased after him on her flying sword. As the pure maiden of the fiend sex, her status was unimaginable. It was not something an ethereal peak disciple like Su Zimo could compare to. Furthermore, she was born a charming woman. After cultivating the supreme mystic classic, Pure Maiden Sutra, every single frown and smile of hers would exude the power to bewitch all living beings. Even for cultivators who were a realm above her, they could easily fall under her skirt if they were slightly careless. Any cultivator who had the slightest bit of evil intent when they saw Demoness G would inadvertently fall under the bewitchment of the Pure Maiden Sutra. The entire process was subtle and difficult to detect, causing one to sink deeper and deeper. That was the true terror of the Pure Maiden Sutra. Even a single thought would work. They would be controlled by the pure maiden of the fiend sex. What made Demoness G upset was how Su Zimo had not been interested in her right from the beginning. Moreover, he was extremely wary. He was even more so after discovering her identity, wanting nothing more than to keep his distance and never see her again. That made Demoness G question her charms or whether there was a problem with the Pure Maiden Sutra. Both of them sped through the air one after another. Just like that, half a day was gone. Su Zimo stopped and turned to look at Demoness G behind him, frowning. She came to a stop as well, ignoring his gaze. With her hands behind her back, she pretended to be nonchalant and looked at the scenery below in a seemingly relaxed manner. Su Zimo turned back and left, and Demoness G followed him again. Even when he changed directions and routes, she followed accordingly. Stopping in his tracks, Su Zimo turned around and asked, "Why are you following me?" "Tisk." Demoness G rolled her eyes and pouted. "That's odd. You're going your own way and I'm going mine. Who's following you?" "Stop thinking so highly of yourself." Su Zimo nodded. "All right then, where are you going?" Demoness G was at a loss for words. She rolled her eyes and retorted, "Why do you care where I go? The world is huge and I can go anywhere I want." Because this woman was Ji Yaoshua's younger sister after all, Su Zimo could not do anything to her. Furthermore, back in the inheritance ground, Demoness G had the chance to escape, but she did not abandon him. That proved that she did not have a bad nature despite being someone of the fiend sections. Su Zimo turned to leave and she followed hurriedly. After a short while, Demoness G suddenly asked, "Hey, you seem to hate me?" "I don't have a good impression towards those of fiend sex," Su Zimo replied. "Fu?" Demoness G smiled as a look of mockery flashed in her eyes. She shook her head. "I thought you were different from others. To think that you're a fool as well." "Oh." Su Zimo raised his brow and replied, "You're a young brat who has been led astray. Why do you speak as though you know right from wrong? Does your sister know about this? What do you mean by going astray?" Demoness G was suddenly agitated as she stopped in front of Su Zimo and looked him in the eyes. "Since you don't have a good impression towards those of the fiend sex, you think that the path of fiends is one that's astray? Let me ask you then, do you know what fiends are? Do you understand anything about fiend sex?" Su Zimo was stunned for a moment. He wanted to reply but did not know what to say. Indeed, it was difficult for him to define fiends and he did not understand fiend sex as well. In fact, he had not even heard of the 7 fiend sex before he met Demoness G. After a moment, Su Zimo replied, "Indeed, I don't know what fiends are. However, I know that Wu Xiangming, Yan Fei and the others were sincere about wanting to protect you. But you got them killed." Demoness G scoffed coldly. "That's where you're wrong. Yan Fei was someone from Cloud Rain sect and he had no good intentions following me. As for Wu Xiangming and the rest, I can assure you that they were only lured there because they had ill intents towards me. Such people deserve death. If I didn't have the means to protect myself, what do you think they would have done to me?" Su Zimo thought for a moment before adding, "Back in the past, I encountered a sect named Joyful Sect here. Their disciples committed all sorts of evil and abducted women, using their een to raise their cultivation realms. If that's not fiendish, what is? Joyful Sect is in the same league as Cloud Rain Sect. There's no difference." "That's where you're wrong again." Demoness G revealed a look of disdain and shook her head. "I've never heard of any Joyful Sect before. Although I'm not a disciple of Cloud Rain Sect, I know that Joyful Sect is not even befitting of carrying the shoes of Cloud Rain Sect cultivators." She paused for a moment and asked again, "Also, do you know Cloud Rain Sect very well? Why do you claim that Joyful Sect and Cloud Rain Sect are in the same league and there's no difference? On what basis?" "Their cultivation techniques. Just because you've seen joyful sex cultivation techniques, you understand the cultivation techniques of Cloud Rain sect? Su Zimo remained silent. Demonist G continued, "Let me tell you, even though the disciples of Cloud Rain sect are frivolous and always have sex with women, they don't force any women at all. Otherwise, they will be punished heavily by Cloud Rain sect and even sentenced to death. Moreover, copulation between men and women is a fusion of yin and yang, the universe's natural path and the primordial Tao. What's wrong about that? If that's fiendish, you're telling me that all married couples in the world are fiends." Upon hearing this, Su Zimo frowned. In that case, Cloud Rain sect and Joyful sect truly had a difference. Cloud Rain sect would not force others. If the women were willing, there was nothing to say about that. Also, the real fiend sects are only the 7 of us. In fact, 6. Even Malevolent Earth sect cannot be considered as a true fiend sect, let alone some rubbish like Joyful sect. Do you think they're fit to be called fiends? Demonist G continued, "Since you don't know what fiends are, let me tell you. There's a reason why the Tao of fiends can be ranked alongside the Immortal and Buddha Tao and be passed down through the ages. The Tao of fiends is the Tao of obsession, the Tao of extremity. Tao of obsession, Tao of extremity." Su Zimo repeated and frowned in deep thoughts. What Demonist G said had indeed given Su Zimo a new understanding of the term fiend. The fiend mentioned by Demonist G seemed to depart largely from his previous impression of the term. Furthermore, there would definitely be some degree of obstinateness in everyone's hearts. If they were to take a step more and reach the state of obsession, they would turn into fiends. Obsession turns one into fiends. Su Zimo asked, "Since it's the Tao of obsession and extremity, what does Cloud Rain sect cultivate?" "The Tao of indulgence." Demonist G explained slowly, "In the Cloud Wind Mental Sutra, indulgence is at the basis of it. However, there are 2 major taboos. One is to not force others. The other is to not be stirred by emotions. The reason why Yen Fei died in my hands was because he had violated the 2 great taboos of the Cloud Wind Mental Sutra, resulting in him exposing a fatal opening. As such, his death comes as no surprise. If one wanted to indulge in lust, they would have to be heartless. That was the obsession and extremity of fiend sections. One would have to forsake many things to tread on this path. Fiends were incomplete and imperfect." Su Zimo's heart was shaken. After a brief pause, he asked, "What does the Pure Maiden sect cultivate?" "Not telling you." Demonist G smiled slyly. After Demonist G's words, Su Zimo had a new understanding and impression towards her and fiend sections. Just like immortals and Buddha, fiends had a Tao of their own. After pondering for a while, Su Zimo suddenly thought of something and asked, "A few months ago, I met a cultivator in a spirit mine with ruthless methods. He massacred an entire city of living beings and uses a vile cultivation technique that can suck a living person into a dry corpse. Is he someone from the fiend sects?" "From what I know, there's no such cultivation technique in the fiend sects." Demonist G shook her head. She paused for a moment and continued, "The reason why the reputation of fiend sects is bad in the cultivation world is all because of you people from the orthodox path. As long as it's something that goes against humanity, you guys accuse us of the fiend sects for it. It's truly despicable. If it's not done by the fiend sects, you guys can come forth and explain yourselves." Su Zimo frowned. "Fufu." Demonist G scoffed coldly. "There's no way the fiend sects will do that. Demons have their pride." She thought for a moment and said, "A senior in the fiend sects once gave an example to describe the difference between immortals and demons. I think it's rather apartment. For the same treasure, cultivators of the fiend sects would fight for it openly. However, cultivators of immortal sects would vie for it in secret and frame it onto those of the fiend sections. That's a little extreme." Su Zimo shook his head. "I don't wish to argue with you anymore." With that, Su Zimo turned to leave. Demonist G followed him again. But this time round, Su Zimo did not chase her away. "Where are you going?" she asked. Su Zimo remained silent for a while before replying, "Back home to take a look." As Su Zimo sped towards the capital of Yen country, more than 10 cultivators arrived at a small town on the border of Yen country. They were led by a man and woman. The man wore sparkling white robes. He had a smile on his face, looking handsome and elegant. The woman was dressed in a long emerald dress. Her black hair swayed in the wind and she had beautiful features, looking gentle and quiet. The both of them rode on their swords and their clothes fluttered in the wind. Like a match made in heaven, they were dazzling and could not be ignored. More importantly, both of them were at perfected foundation establishment realm. The 10-odd cultivators that followed them were all foundation establishment cultivators as well, varying from early to late stage. On their waists hung a badge with the words iridescent clouds. It was daytime at the moment with many citizens walking on the streets. Their expressions changed starkly with the sudden appearance of the many foundation establishment cultivators above them. The citizens hurriedly knelt on the ground and shouted, "Greetings, immortals!" Someone in the crowd with sharp eyes recognized the gentle woman and whispered, "It's that girl from the Shen family. It's really her. I wouldn't have been able to tell if you hadn't said it. She's changed drastically after 4 years. She's just like a fairy now. Shoo! Shut up. Stop looking at her. She's an immortal now. If you anger her, she's going to gouge out your eyeballs." The gentle woman in the emerald dress was none other than Xianxia, who was taken away by perfected being Conglang 4 years earlier to join Iridescent Cloud's palace. The white-robed cultivator beside her was her senior brother, Suyu. "So this is your home, junior sister?" Suyu looked at Xianxia beside him with a gentle gaze and asked softly, "I see." She seemed distracted as she responded. Looking at the small town beneath her, she sighed in a dazed manner, letting out a reminiscing expression. Unknowingly, for years had passed. 4 years ago, she stood with perfected being Conglang in midair looking at Pingyang town the same way. However, that afternoon, a stubborn youth stood with his chest puffed and head held high on this familiar long street. He did not kneel nor fear. At the thought of that youth, Xianxia smiled faintly. Right after, she sighed gently and shook her head. No matter what, immortals and mortals were different. She was no longer on the same level as that youth. Decades later, her youth would still be present and she would be in her prime. However, that youth would have entered his later years and await death of old age. Even though they had unforgettable memories together, that could only fade and disappear along with time. Junior sister, junior sister? Suyu's voice pulled Xianxia back from her memories. "Ah, sorry," she replied apologetically. Neither too intimate nor unfriendly. Suyu was considered as one of the top 10 inner sect disciples of Iridescent Cloud's palace. He had courted her for a long time, but she never agreed to it. She made the decision to return home for a visit in a low profile. However, Suyu volunteered to accompany her and brought more than 10 juniors along. Before long, Xianxia and the others descended at the Shen residence. She only had a single kin, her brother, Shen Nan. The Shen family had changed drastically. Even though the Zhao and Li families were eradicated and removed from Pingyang town, Shen Nan had benefited greatly from following the two families in the past. As such, he had long expanded into a luxurious mansion. Because of Su Xiaoning's kidnapping incident back then, Su Zimo went on a killing spree and killed many people except Shen Nan. Even so, Shen Nan did not dare to continue being brazen. After all, Su Hong's conferment as king happened in Pingyang town. Although no one knew what was going on behind the scenes, everyone witnessed the outcome. Mangqi. When Shen Nan caught sight of Xianxia, he was rooted on the spot with a look of disbelief. "Brother, it's me." Xianxia smiled and nodded. "It's good that you're back, it's good." Facing more than 10 foundation establishment cultivators from Iridescent Cloud's palace, Shen Nan's heart was trembling with fear. He looked uneasy as he remarked with a smile. From Xianxia, Shen Nan could feel an unfamiliar aura. It was as though their relationship through blood had faded after she entered the path of immortality. The family has changed quite drastically. Xianxia walked around the Shen residence casually with a smile. Shen Nan followed behind her, not daring to walk in front. After walking around, Xianxia asked in a seemingly casual manner, "Shen Nan, Are the 4 major families of Pingyang Town still around? Such as the Su family? Ah! Shun Nan froze for a moment and shook his head with a strange expression on his face. And not anymore. The Su family is not around anymore? Shun Mingqi stopped in her tracks and suddenly turned around, frowning. Yeah, they're all gone. Shun Nan nodded and related everything that happened 4 years ago. Shun Mingqi listened intently. That Su Zimo must have taken on an expert in the pugilistic world as his master. His strength grew by leaps and bounds, and he destroyed the Zhao and Li families almost single-handedly. Shun Nan glanced at Shun Mingqi. However, he did not kill me. I think it's on account of your relationship. Shun Mingqi did not reply. She knew very well why Su Zimo did not kill Shun Nan. Even though it had something to do with her, it was definitely not because of their relationship. Junior sister. Who is that Su Zimo? Where is he now? At the side, so you could vaguely tell that Su Zimo seemed to have a close relationship with Shun Mingqi in the past. Because of that, he was long frustrated and asked with a scowl. Sensing the frustration in Su Yu's tone, Shun Mingqi replied calmly. He's just a childhood playmate and an old friend. Without a spirit root, he can't cultivate and is unlike us. You don't have to bother about him. So it's just a mere commoner. I was wondering what sort of a character he was. Su Yu raised his eyebrows and said coldly, This Su Zimo clearly knows that you've joined Iridescent Cloud's palace and became a cultivator. Despite that, he dares to bully your brother. Shun Mingqi shook her head. Forget it, it's all in the past. Besides, it might not be his fault either. Even though Shun Nan made himself seem innocent while explaining the story and mentioned how Su Zimo was the one bullying others, Shun Mingqi was well aware of her brother's character. Furthermore, the way Shun Nan was avoiding her gaze affirmed her guess that there was more to things. How can that do? Su Yu said in a deep voice. This Su Zimo doesn't know his place. He even dares to act so impudently as a commoner. Since I got to know about him, I'll have to teach him a lesson he'll never forget. Initially, Su Yu had not intended to interfere in this matter. However, he could vaguely sense that Shun Mingqi seemed to be defending that Su Zimo. The more she did that, the more Su Yu wanted to interfere and take a look at that person. He looked at Shun Nan and asked coldly, Young Master Shun, where's that person now? Shun Nan did not intend to do anything at first. But when he heard Su Yu's words, his mind started churning and he turned more energetic. Stammering, he replied, He left Pingyang Town 2 years ago. I don't know where he is. Su Yu frowned. The Great Zhou dynasty was enormous and there were dozens of vassal states of varying sizes. Finding a person was no different from searching for a needle in a haystack. Shun Nan coughed gently. However, he has a brother, Su Hong, who is the current king of Yen. He has a prominent status and we can't afford to offend him. Humph! Su Yu scoffed. A king of mortals is but a mortal. He can be on par with the Qi refinement warrior of a minor sect, but against a foundation establishment cultivator of Iridescent Cloud's palace like me? Even if he's the king of Yen, he'll have to kneel before me. Shun Nan's eyes shone and his blood boiled as he listened. It was as if Shun Nan was looking at the high and mighty king of Yen kneeling in front of him obediently, not daring to lift his head. What sort of an image would that be? Su Yu declared proudly, That's perfect. Junior sister, since this Su Zimo bullied your brother, let's go to the capital of Yen country and teach his brother a lesson. Fufu. This is tit for tat. Shun Mingqi frowned and hesitated. Junior sister, we'll have to make a trip to the capital of Yen country even if it's not for this matter. Su Yu continued. Junior brother Zhou disappeared for 2 years without a trace. Master asked us to investigate the place where the most cultivators are gathered in Yen country. The place with the most information is the capital. Yes, all right. Shun Mingqi nodded. So you retrieved a spirit vessel from his storage bag and injected spirit qi, causing it to expand with the wind and hover in midair. Smiling, Su said, Young Master Shin, do come along. The day you meet the King of Yen will be the day you can hold your head high. Shun Nan nodded hurriedly and his body trembled in excitement. His eyes could barely conceal his emotions. The many iridescent clouds palace cultivators boarded the spirit vessel one after another. Under Su Yu's control, it rose into the air and turned into a stream of light, speeding towards the capital of Yen country. After traveling a few days at full speed, Su Zimo and Demoness Ji finally arrived at the capital of Yen country. 2 years ago, Su Zimo was here. In that main hall, he beheaded the king of Yen, Zhao Qian, in front of everyone. Tying the latter's head to his waist, he engaged in a bloody battle and fought his way out with dominance. Everything seemed to have happened yesterday. After a slight pause, Su Zimo rode on his flying sword and sped towards the palace, arriving above it quickly. "Who's there?" someone berated from below. Right after, 2 Qi refinement warriors summoned their flying swords and flew into the air, arriving opposite Su Zimo and Demoness Ji. The 2 of them were Qi refinement warriors, one at level 6 and the other at level 9. Using their spirit-peering art, they swept across Su Zimo and Demoness Ji, causing their expressions to change in shock as they shuddered. Su Zimo's current cultivation was at the peak of early-stage foundation establishment. He was far above the both of them. Demoness Ji stood there with a veil covering her face. They could not detect her cultivation. "Greetings, seniors." The 2 Qi refinement warriors reacted quickly and bowed hurriedly. One of them asked cautiously in a testing manner, "May I know what brings you two here?" "Bring me to the king of Yen." Su Zimo smiled in a friendly manner. "This?" The 2 men exchanged glances and did not agree immediately. After all, they did not know the identity of this green-robed cultivator. How would they dare to bring people in rashly? However, the man and woman before them had high cultivations. If they wanted to force their way through, no one could stop them either. Right then, a sword beam sped over from not far away. When that person came close and caught sight of Su Zimo, his eyes lit up and he said happily, "Second young Master Su?" "Mr. Song, it's been 2 years. How have you been?" Su Zimo smiled and nodded. The person who arrived later was the Qi refinement warrior that Su Zimo had hired 2 years earlier to protect the Su family's Song Qi. Back then, Song Qi had just broken through to be a level 8 Qi refinement warrior. Right now, he was at level 9. "Eh?" Song Qi looked at the flying sword Su Zimo was riding on with widened eyes of disbelief. From what he could remember, Su Zimo did not have a spirit root and was unable to cultivate. How was he managing sword kinesis flight right now? Instinctively, Song Qi checked Su Zimo's cultivation with the spirit-peering art. That single check gave Song Qi a shock and he nearly fell from the skies. Early-stage foundation establishment. In just 2 years, a mortal without any foundation or spirit root had entered foundation establishment realm. Song Qi had not slacked off in the past 2 years, but even then, he had only improved by a single level. In fact, what Song Qi did not know was that Su Zimo had even spent half a year locked in Thunderclap Valley without any improvement to his cultivation. Furthermore, half of Su Zimo's spirit Qi was spent on tempering his body as well. How great was the gap between them? In the entire Yen country, a foundation establishment cultivator could be considered as one of the top. This was the difference between spirit root and had nothing to do with how much talent or cultivation resources one had. "Second young Master Su, you've changed so much in 2 years." Song Qi sighed and shook his head, lamenting to himself. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would never have imagined that the youth from Pingyang Town back then would reach such a level today. Demoness Ji blinked her eyes at the side. Grinning, she muttered softly, "Second young Master Su. Hee, interesting. How has brother been recently?" Su Zimo asked. "Young Master's health is fine, but he often misses the 2 of you. He's worried that you'll meet with danger and be bullied outside." That had Su Zimo feeling extremely touched. Song Qi led Su Zimo and Demoness Ji into the back palace. The back palace of the King of Yen was quiet and plain. There were no beautiful women or 3,000 concubines. Instead, they saw quite a number of Su family members. When old friends met, they could not help but exchange pleasantries. King of Yan's chamber. The King of Yen, Su Hong, had a solemn expression. He was playing chess against Uncle Zhang, and it was at a particularly intense situation. The guards Lu Yu and Yu Qi Hua stood at the side, standing watch over the both of them with sharp gazes. "Uncle Zhang, Lu Yu and Yu Qihua were the oldest and most loyal three in the Su family. They never left even when the Su family was at its lowest and was almost annihilated. Young master, you aren't young anymore. Are you really planning to continue wasting your time like this and not get married? After 4 years, Uncle Zheng looked much older. However, his eyes were still clear and exuded the glint of wisdom. In private, everyone addressed each other no differently from before. Su Hong remained silent. Young master, the bloodline of the Su family has to continue. Uncle Zhang persuaded again. With a sharp slap, Su Hong put down a chess piece and pointed to the chessboard with a smile. Uncle Zhang, if you get distracted again, you're going to lose. Seeing that Su Hong clearly did not wish to talk about it, Uncle Zhang gave a bitter smile and sighed. I'm not as energetic as before. I'm old now. Right then, a burst of laughter came out outside and Song Qi's voice rang. Young master, Mr. Zhang. Guess who's here? The door to the King of Yan's chamber was closed. Su Hong and the rest could only see vague shadows, but they could not see the appearance of the visitors. When he heard that, Su Hong shook his head and smiled. What's there to be mysterious about? Who could it be? Uncle Zhang went silent for a moment. A thought struck him as he whispered, could it be the second young master or miss? Xiaoning wouldn't have time to return since she's on the path to immortality cultivation. As for Zimo, there was a look of worry in Su Hong's eyes. I don't know where that lad has gone off to. I haven't seen him in 2 years. Big brother, I'm back. One of them pushed the door open. He was dressed in green and carried a scholarly aura around him, looking refined and graceful. It was none other than Su Zimo. Second young master? It really is the second young master. Lu Yu and the others revealed looks of joy as they broke into laughter. Zimo! Su Hong's eyes sparkled. He stood up slowly and walked forward, sizing Su Zimo from head to toe. As much as he tried to control himself, he could not conceal the excitement in his heart. While Su Hong was sizing him up, Su Zimo was looking at Su Hong as well. After 2 years, Su Hong did not seem to have changed much. Back when he had failed to assassinate the King of Yan, he was disheartened and his hair turned white overnight. At first glance, he looked like a venerable old man. In fact, Su Hong was only 34 this year. Stretching both hands, Su Hong gripped Su Zimo tightly on the shoulders and shook the latter vigorously. Finally, he nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, you're stronger than before. Young master, I'm afraid you don't know yet, but second young master Su is now a cultivator as well. Not just that, his cultivation is even much higher than mine. Song Qi remarked at the side. Oh? For real? Su Hong's eyes lit up. Su Zimo did not hide anything and nodded. That's right, brother. I joined a sect named Ethereal Peak, one of the 5 major sects of the Great Zhou dynasty. It's not weaker than Xiaoning's Azure Frost sect. Good, good, good. Su Hong nodded repeatedly. Lu Yu and the rest were delighted too. At this moment, Su Hong's gaze turned towards the girl beside Su Zimo. He could not help but be slightly stunned as a feeling of amazement surged in his heart. This lady is? Su Zimo finally remembered that Demoness Ji was still beside him. Just as he was about to introduce, he heard her voice. It was like pearls falling on a jade plate and was pleasant to one's ears. Hello, big brother. Su Zimo frowned. It was naturally all right for him to refer to Su Hong as big brother. But why was this Demoness Ji joining him? Su Zimo glanced sideways, wanting to remind her. However, he ended up losing his focus and was rooted on the spot as well. Unknowingly, Demoness Ji had removed the veil on her face, revealing a peerless beauty that could captivate all life. She was flawless and unimaginably beautiful. This time, there was no bewitching charm exuding from Demoness Ji. On the contrary, she looked refined and elegant. Nodding slightly, her cheeks flushed red as though she was a little shy. Su Zimo's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. This was Demoness Ji? This young girl before her was completely unlike Su Zimo's impression of her being that seductive Demoness Ji, who could bewitch the entire world. This was clearly a respectable woman, not some demoness. Demoness G moved closer to Su Zimo and tugged Su Zimo's sleeve with her petite hands. Rolling her eyes at him secretly, she looked at Su Hong and said timidly, "I'm Yenner Zimo's friend." Su Zimo felt goosebumps all over his body. If they were friends, so be it. Why did she have to break a pause in the middle? Even though there was nothing wrong with that sentence, the way Demoness G said it changed the tone of it and would lead to inferences. True enough. Su Hong looked enlightened and nodded in delight. Uncle Zhang and Song Qi smiled as well, looking at Demoness G with a hint of scrutiny, feeling more satisfied by the moment. Lu Yu and Yu Chi Hua winked at Su Zimo and secretly gave him a thumbs up. "Demoness G, what are you doing?" Su Zimo pulled Demoness G to a corner and whispered, frowning. "What's wrong?" she asked with an innocent expression. "Who told you to remove your veil? It's rude to meet Big Brother with a veil." "That's true." Su Zimo nodded instinctively, but he felt that something was amiss. On second thought, he snapped out of his stupor and glared at Demoness G. "Who is your big brother?" "He's my big brother." "Also, Demoness G, why are you pretending in front of my big brother? Don't you think I know what sort of a person you are?" Su Zimo gave a cold sneer. "Sure. Let's not pretend then. How about I jump into your embrace and we can make out right now?" Demoness G glanced sideways at Su Zimo, full of provocation. Su Zimo jumped in fright and hurriedly said, "Please continue pretending." He knew very well that this person in front of him could truly do such a thing with no qualms. "Zimo, what are you doing?" Right then, Su Hong walked over with a hint of blame in his tone. "I heard you mentioning something about a demoness. How is she a demoness? Don't spout nonsense. To think that you've spent more than 10 years studying the texts of saints." Su Zimo could not really explain despite being reprimanded and could only say, "Big brother, please don't overthink things. She's truly just a friend of mine and is a fellow cultivator." "Oh!" Unexpectedly, Su Hong's eyes lit up and he nodded. "That's good. Both of you are cultivators, so it's a perfect match." Demoness G grinned and an imperceptible smugness flashed across her eyes. Su Zimo coughed lightly and changed the topic. "Has Xiaoning returned in 2 years?" "No." Su Hong shook his head. "You haven't seen her either?" "I see," Su Zimo said in a low voice. "But you don't have to worry, big brother. The sect competition is about to begin. At that time, all major and minor sects within the Great Zhou dynasty would be present and I'll be able to see Xiaoning then." Naturally, Su Xiaoning was not the only one he would see at the sect competition. He might even encounter some old friends. An image surfaced in Su Zimo's mind. It was a gentle girl who told him heartlessly, "Our fate has come to an end. We are separated as mortals and immortals. I'm afraid we will not see each other again. It's true, our fate has come to an end. As for whether being separated as mortals and immortals, as well as whether we'll see once another again." "Ha!" Su Zimo's eyes flashed with mockery. Su Zimo did not leave immediately. He planned to stay in the palace for a few days and accompany his brother. After all, he did not know when he would be back next time. Demoness G did not leave either and stayed in the palace alongside Su Zimo. She merely took occasional walks outside and came over to tease Su Zimo when she had nothing to do. As the king of Yen, Su Hong would naturally not reside in the back palace all the time. Every day he would take time to evaluate the memorials in the imperial court. In that period of time, Su Zimo would sit in his house quietly, raising his cultivation and starting on the organs refinement section while studying the various bloodline spirit arts he obtained in the stone coffin as well as the Buddha bead. Before leaving Ethereal Peak, Su Zimo's cultivation was already at the peak of early-stage foundation establishment. After the fight at the inheritance ground and obtaining a huge chunk of bloodline essence from that mysterious skeleton, Su Zimo broke through to mid-stage foundation establishment within a couple of days naturally. His bloodline was extraordinary to begin with, and he had already reached the legendary Tsunami blood realm. As such, it was comparatively easier for him to cultivate the bloodline spirit arts. However, he had no clue how to go about the organs refinement section. He would think about it occasionally but put it aside when he could not find anything. During that period of time, Su Zimo's greatest focus was still on that mysterious Buddha bead. It was clear that there was a powerful secret skill hidden within the Buddha bead fiend suppression seal. Each time Su Zimo looked at the Buddha bead, he would fall into the illusion and experience the power of that golden palm descending from the skies to crush the demon and mountain of corpses with the hand seal. He constantly pondered and tried to figure out every single detail. This day, a group of Foundation establishment cultivators arrived at the capital of Yen country, led by a man and woman, Suyu and Shinmingqi. Junior sister, if you want me to say it, let's openly barge into the palace and bring the king of Yen out. After asking about news of junior brother Zhou, we can seek revenge. How about that? Suyu asked for Shinmingqi's opinion with a smile. Shinmingqi frowned and shook her head. I don't wish to see those old friends, so I won't be going with you guys. Suyu rolled his eyes and nodded. That's true. Given our status, we'll be elevating the king of Yan's status if we go and look for him at his place. Junior brothers Liang Hao and Lu Hongyi, please bring our fellow sect mates to the palace and invite that king of Yen over. Suyu placed emphasis on the word invite. His intentions were clear. He wanted Su Hong to suffer. Two iridescent clouds palace cultivators stood up and cupped their fists. Don't worry, senior brother Su. Leave it to us. Suyu nodded. Liang Hao and Lu Hongyi were both late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators. In the capital of Yen country, they were absolutely domineering existences. Furthermore, they carried the badge of Iridescent Cloud's palace on their waist. Which idiot would dare provoke them? Suyu, Shinmingqi and Shin Nen looked for a random inn and moved in, waiting for Liang Hao and Lu Hongyi to bring the king of Yen over. Shin Nan was the most excited among them. In the 2 years since Su Hong was conferred king, he had been on tenterhooks, afraid that the Su family would seek revenge on him one day. Now, he no longer had to be afraid. After Su Hong's court session of the day, he headed for the back palace. When he reached Su Zimo's door, he realized that it was tightly shut. Pausing for a slight moment, he did not knock and instead turned to leave. He gathered that Su Zimo was probably in seclusion and did not disturb the latter. Upon returning to his chamber, Su Hong continued to read the account memorials. Not long after, there was a sudden commotion outside the door. Who's there? Ah! Sounds of fighting and screaming could be heard vaguely. It was as if someone had barged into the palace and headed straight for the chamber. Oh! Su Hong frowned, his expression calm and composed. Lu Yu and Yu Qi who exchanged glances and quickly stood in front of Su Hong, whispering, Young master, leave from the back. Song Qi stood up and retrieved a flying sword from his storage bag. He shook his head with a solemn expression. It's most likely too late to leave. Snap. Just as he said that, the door to the chamber was smashed apart by a tremendous force. More than 10 cultivators barged in with large strides, their heads reared with an imposing aura. Song Qi looked at them and could not help but feel shocked. His breathing stagnated. Foundation establishment cultivators. There were more than 10 cultivators, all of them Foundation establishment cultivators. The 2 people leading them were even at late-stage Foundation establishment. The power they possessed was almost enough to destroy a vassal state. When did Yen country offend such a faction? Song Qi's thoughts raced and he pondered. It makes no sense. We rarely have any interaction with cultivators, so we couldn't have offended these people. His gaze landed on the badge on the waist of the Foundation establishment cultivators. Iridescent Clouds Palace. One of the 5 major sects, Iridescent Clouds Palace. This was big. Song Qi forced himself to remain calm as he revealed a smile and said in a deep voice, Fellow seniors of Iridescent Clouds Palace who have come to visit the capital, please forgive us for being impolite and failing to welcome all of you. Liang Hao did not even bother to look at Song Qi. His head was raised, his nostrils facing the skies as he looked around. Finally, his gaze landed on Su Hong in the middle as he asked with raised brows, You're the king of Yen, Su Hong? I am. Su Hong stood up slowly with a calm expression. He pushed Lu Yu and Yu Qihua aside, facing Liang Hao and the rest directly. Fu! Lu Hongyi's lips curled into a cynical smile. He laughed lightly. The ignorant are truly fearless. You can stay calm now, but I wonder if you'll roll in your pee out of fear later on. May I know why you guys have barged into the palace of Yen country? Su Hong's tone was calm and composed, neither overbearing nor servile. Why? Liang Hao's expression darkened and he suddenly shouted, Su Hong, how bold of you! Kneel down when you see immortals of the iridescent clouds palace. His voice was deafening, reverberating in the chamber strongly. It was as if there was really an immortal looking down on all life and questioning loudly. Mortals aside, even Song Qi's expression was slightly pale. His chest felt stuffy and his heart raced. Su Hong raised his head and suddenly smiled. Why should I kneel? You're indeed ignorant. It seems like you're someone who won't cry until you see the coffin. I've got to let you suffer for a bit, Lu Hongyi declared sinisterly with a malicious expression. Right as he was about to step forth, a voice came from outside. The people from Iridescent Cloud's palace are truly promising. They're always forcing people to kneel, fufu. Those words were clearly filled with disdain and mockery. Immediately, the group from Iridescent Cloud's palace were enraged as they turned back. A green-robed man strode over. Refined and delicate, he was elegant like a scholar. However, his eyes were narrowed like a sharp blade, carrying an intensely cold glint. Behind the green-robed man was a girl in a pink dress. She was breathtakingly beautiful and her eyes seemed to be able to speak. Every glance of hers caused waves of light to swirl around her, fluttering the hearts of the many cultivators present as well. Be it male or female, the dozen or so cultivators of Iridescent Cloud's palace were attracted by the girl in pink's appearance, forgetting where they were for a moment. It was only after the green-robed man and girl in pink brushed past them and entered the chamber that everyone came to their senses. Liang Hao and Lu Hongyi used their spirit-peering art to probe the two of them immediately. The girl in pink seemed to have cultivated some secret technique, concealing her cultivation in a blurry and unfathomable manner. There was nothing special about the green-robed cultivator. He was a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Liang Hao and Lu Hongyi sneered to themselves. When both of them saw that neither the green-robed cultivator or girl in pink had any identity badges, they assumed that these must be itinerant or minor sect cultivators and there was nothing to be afraid of. The moment they saw the girl in pink, be it Liang Hao or Lu Hongyi, both harbored a thought. They wanted to show off their strength and vie for the girl in pink's attention. The green-robed cultivator and girl in pink were naturally Su Zimo and Demoness Ji. Su Zimo walked into the chamber and swept his gaze. Upon seeing that no one was injured, the killing intent in his eyes lessened slightly. Even though Song Qi did not say anything, he kept giving Su Zimo a meaningful glance to remind him that his opponents were of a higher cultivation realm. Furthermore, they were from Iridescent Cloud's palace and were strong with a powerful backing. Worry flashed in Su Hong's eyes when he saw Su Zimo appearing as well. Su Zimo merely smiled and nodded to Su Hong, Song Qi and the rest, indicating for them to be at ease. He found a random chair and sat down calmly without even glancing at the group from Iridescent Cloud's palace. Liang Hao and the rest were furious when they saw how arrogant Su Zimo was despite his lower cultivation. Were you the one who spoke just now? Liang Hao glared at Su Zimo fixedly and asked coldly. Yes. Su Zimo lowered his head and pressed his middle finger against his thumb, rubbing it lightly as he replied expressionlessly. Liang Hao narrowed his eyes and said icily, In that case, do you have any objections if I get Su Hong to kneel down? Su Zimo raised his head and looked askance at Liang Hao, asking with a smile, Are you worthy? You must be courting death. Liang Hao's fingertips moved in an incantation gesture, and the spirit energy in his dantian burst out, forming a long sword out of thin air. This was one of the more ordinary spirit techniques in the cultivation world, the condensing sword art using rich spirit energy as a foundation. A long sword was condensed. However, its sharpness was no weaker than a spirit weapon. Furthermore, its aura was terrifying and emitted a suppressive force. Right then, Su Zimo moved as well. His mind flashed repeatedly with the shocking scene he had witnessed when he delved into the illusion of the Buddha bead. Subconsciously, Su Zimo's middle finger, and thumb pressed together to form a weird hand seal. The secret skill hidden in the Buddha bead, fiend suppression seal. At that moment, the spirit energy in his dantian circulated crazily and continuously surged into the newly formed hand seal. The speed was too fast. The fiend suppression seal was like a bottomless pit, absorbing the spirit energy in Su Zimo's dantian, constantly like a whale swallowing a cow. Su Zimo had a feeling that if he did not make a move, the fiend suppression seal could even absorb his spirit energy entirely without a single drop left. The more powerful the spirit art, the greater the consumption of spirit energy. Right now, Su Zimo was at mid-stage foundation establishment. Due to the presence of the bloodbone palm, the quality of his spirit energy could even match that of a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. If the fiend suppression seal could absorb all the spirit energy of a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, how terrifying was that spirit art? Su Zimo did not dare to wait any longer and attacked directly. Boom! There was a deafening sound. Under everyone's watchful eyes, a giant golden palm descended from the sky, smashing through the heavens. It suppressed all airflow and crushed towards Liang Hao and the others in a repressive manner. At that moment, even those who were not involved felt a sense of trepidation. Pest! Song Qi gasped as his heart trembled. Even though the strike was not aimed at him, he could still feel a suffocating pressure. Demoness Ji watched with an open mouth and widened eyes in disbelief. As the pure maiden of the fiend sex, she naturally had a sharp eye. The power of this spirit art before her was far beyond her imagination. Ethereal peak aside, even the fiend sex that had survived through the ancient times did not have many spirit arts of this level. Liang Hao and Lu Hongyi, who were situated beneath the fiend suppression seal, were horrified. They looked up with widened, bloodshot eyes and shuddered in fear. Both of them could see clearly. The patterns on the golden palm were clearly visible, as though they were corporeal. It was as if the divine god's palm carried with it a supreme might as it came crushing down, seeking to destroy all living things. Everyone, help me! The fiend suppression seal descended extremely quickly and encompassed a large area. Liang Hao did not have time to dodge and could only roar loudly. Beside him, Lu Hongyi was also the first to bear the brunt. At that moment, the two of them had an illusion. They did not seem to be facing a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Instead, it was a perfected foundation establishment cultivator who had unlocked multiple meridians. Liang Hao did not even have time to stab at Su Zimo using the spirit sword he had just conjured. He could only use all his strength to stab at the golden palm above him. Kill! On the other side, Lu Hongyi also burst out with a spirit art. A huge mirror covered the both of their heads, glistening with a watery surface as though it could withstand all power. Even though the remaining 10 iridescent clouds palace cultivators were not enveloped by the golden hand seal, they hurriedly rendered their assistance, seeing their two senior brothers in need. Instantly, flying swords with cold auras intertwined with one another as spirit arts were released. There was only one goal, the descending golden hand seal. Snap! Liang Hao's spirit sword was the first to snap. Against the golden hand seal, it was like a mere chicken that could not withstand a single blow. Bang! 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 Clang! 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 The flying swords and spirit arts of the iridescent clouds palace cultivators struck the golden hand seal and it trembled, dimming its golden light considerably. Even so, the golden hand seal continued to crush down. It made contact with the spirit mirror Lu Hongyi conjured. Piak! The ripples on the surface of the spirit realm instantly coagulated as they shattered, dissipating their spirit energy. Liang Hao and Lu Hongyi panicked. They quickly took out a protective talisman from their storage bags and crushed it. A light dome appeared around them. Crack! 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 In the blink of an eye, cracks appeared on the surface of the light dome and spread rapidly. Bang! The protection talismans had failed. Eft! Liang Hao and Lu Hongyi could not endure the burden and spat out a mouthful of blood as though they were struck by lightning. Their faces were pale and dispirited. Right after, their legs buckled and they fell to their knees with a plop. The impact nearly shattered their knees, causing their faces to squeeze together in pain. The golden hand seal dissipated as well after receiving that much of an impact. It was completely silent within the chamber. No one had expected this. Demoness Ji knew that Su Zimo was terrifying in his melee combat ability. However, she had not expected that he would be able to unleash such domineering powers in terms of cultivation techniques as well. The two late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators were seriously injured and lost their combat power. The remaining 10 iridescent clouds palace cultivators were not enveloped by the fiend suppression seal after all. Since they only attacked by the side, they were not injured. Even so, they had expended quite a bit of spirit energy as they looked at Su Zimo with frightful eyes. Right from the start, Su Zimo had been seated on the chair without any major movements. In fact, he did not even stand up and looked calm and composed. In reality, he felt quite the shock as well. The might of the fiend suppression seal had far surpassed his expectations. At that moment, the spirit energy in his energy was almost depleted. If he could provide sufficient spirit energy, how terrifying would the power of the fiend suppression seal be? According to his calculation, the power exerted by the fiend suppression seal earlier on was probably less than 30% of its full power. What sort of a spirit art was that? A mere 30% of its power nearly depleted Su Zimo's spirit energy as a mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. Who are you? What sect are you from? Tell me your name if you've got the guts. Liang Hao struggled to stand up. He stared at Su Zimo and asked slowly with hateful eyes. Who allowed you to get up? Su Zimo's gaze turned cold and he casually flicked the teacup on the table. How strong was Su Zimo's physical strength? Even a casual strike of his was not to be underestimated. Furthermore, Liang Hao was already severely injured. Shoo! The teacup tore through the air. Before Liang Hao could react, the teacup smashed onto his knee with a loud bang. Instantly, the teacup shattered into pieces. Liang Hao was just about to get up when he was forced to kneel after such a heavy blow once more. Ah! He cried out in pain and cold sweat trickled down his forehead in the blink of an eye. At the side, Lu Hongyi was about to get up as well. However, the scene scared him so much that he shivered and continued kneeling on the ground obediently with a lowered head, not daring to mutter a word. The situation was pressuring. At a time like this, being stubborn was only asking for trouble. Even though there were 10 Foundation establishment cultivators from Iridescent Cloud's palace remaining, all of them were stunned by Su Zimo. How would any of them dare to make a move? The 10 Iridescent Clouds palace cultivators exchanged glances and tacitly retreated. The matter before them could only be handled by senior brother Su Yu and senior sister Shin Mengqi. It was useless for them to stay here. This is not over yet. All of you stay here. Su Zimo sat on his original spot with no intention of getting up. Even though his tone was calm, it carried an unquestionable strength. Hurry, let's go. Someone shouted loudly and summoned a flying sword, running outside without looking back. Su Zimo pointed forward and hollered softly, Instant thunder! Snap! Accompanied by a deafening roar. A thunderbolt as thick as an adult's arm suddenly descended and shot down in the middle of the Iridescent Cloud's palace cultivators in a dazzling manner. The dense thunderbolts quickly spread out and crackled. Thunder art was the most offensive of all spirit arts. Coupled with the fact that Su Zimo had cultivated the ancient Void Thunder manual, the power of thunder in his bloodline was extremely strong. Of the remaining 10 people, 4 were at mid-stage while 6 were at early-stage Foundation establishment, how could any of them withstand the might of thunder? Ah! 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 Tragic cries could be heard from the crowd. The 6 early-stage Foundation establishment cultivators were instantly electrocuted and charred. Green smoke billowed from their bodies as they fell to the ground. The 4 mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivators were also covered in dirt. Although they had barely managed to withstand the blow, they were severely injured with blood oozing from the sides of their mouths. All their hairs turned charred and curly from the shock. Su Hong, Song Qi and the others were long dumbfounded by what they saw. How could they have expected that his younger brother, the second young master of the Su family, would be so powerful in just 2 years? Fellow Taoist, you better not go too far. Lu Hongyi gulped and mustered his courage to declare. Interesting. Su Zimo smiled. You're the ones who came knocking to provoke, forcing others to kneel in an intimidating manner. Why am I the one blamed for going too far now? Hee hee. Don't you get arrogant now. Liang Hao endured the pain in his knees and said sinisterly, Punk, my senior brother and sister are in the capital now. Wait and see what happens if we don't bring Su Hong back with us. Oh. Su Zimo read between the lines and asked with interest, Does that mean that you are here today to take away the king of Yen? Liang Hao replied loudly, So what if I am? Very good. Su Zimo nodded and asked again, Why do you want the king of Yen? Is it because he has a feud with you guys, or is it something else? That's none of your business. Liang Hao snorted. Even though Su Hong is the king of Yen, he's a mere mortal. It's his honor if senior brother Su wants to see him. Honor. Su Zimo sneered coldly. In that case, I'll let one person leave. You. Go back and tell your senior brother Su my exact words. Su Zimo casually pointed at a slightly injured iridescent cloud's palace cultivator and said indifferently, If you want to meet the king of Yen, sure. Get over here yourself. The iridescent cloud's palace cultivator nodded with a terrified expression and fled on his flying sword. In an inn near the capital, Su Yu and Shenmingqi were casually eating and chatting. Su Yu asked with concern, Junior sister, you don't look too good. Are you feeling unwell? It's nothing. Shenmingqi shook her head and frowned. For some reason, I'm feeling a little frustrated. Su Yu smiled. Junior sister, you don't have to think too much about it. If you don't wish to see those old friends, you can just avoid Su Hong when he's here later. Leave everything to me. All right? Shenmingqi nodded. Right then, the sound of clothes fluttering through the air could be heard from afar. It was obvious that someone had sped over on a flying sword in a seemingly flustered manner. Oh! Su Yu frowned and waved his robes gently, causing the entrance door to open as a figure rushed in. Junior brother Lu? Su Yu and Shenmingqi were slightly taken aback. The person's clothes were torn and some places even had burn marks. He had rushed over in haste with white smoke still rising from his charred, curly hair as though he had just been electrocuted. Junior brother Lu, how could you be so careless to be struck by lightning? Su Yu frowned and berated. You're an immortal cultivator and yet you don't even know how to dodge lightning. Look at you, how inappropriate. The cultivator with the surname Lu was about to land from his flying sword. When he heard that, it triggered his internal injuries and he spat out a mouthful of blood, falling head first onto the ground. So you went forward and helped him up. Oh! His expression changed. He could sense the fluctuations of a spirit art from this person's body. Your injuries were caused by a thunder art? Su Yu asked with furrowed brows. Lu finally managed to catch his breath and nodded. Senior brother Su, something has happened. He quickly recounted what happened in the palace, even relating Su Zimo's statement word for word. Humph! What big words! A mere mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator, and he dares to get so cocky with me? Su Yu's expression darkened as he asked, What's his name? What sect does he belong to? I don't know. Lu shook his head. Lu frowned as he recalled. That person wears a green robe and he looks refined and elegant, like a cultured scholar. Pausing for a moment, Lu grumbled indignantly. But it's all a lie. Who would have thought that the frail scholar would be this powerful? He was so terrifying when he attacked. Upon hearing this, Shenmingqi's heart skipped a beat. A familiar figure flashed across her mind. In the past 4 years, this figure had been buried deep in her memories, almost forgotten. It was only because she had returned to her old home that brought back some of her childhood memories in a melancholic manner. Upon hearing junior brother Lu's recount of the incident, the first person that came to Shenmingqi's mind was Su Zimo. However, she smiled and shook her head, denying her thoughts in the blink of an eye. The thought was indeed rather ridiculous. Su Zimo did not even have a spirit root. How could he cultivate and possess such tremendous strength? Shenmingqi had never regretted her decision. Even if it happened again, She would choose to leave Suzimo and Pingyang town to follow perfected being Lang on the path of cultivation. After 4 years of cultivation, she was even more certain of one thing. That was, with the passage of time, the gap between her and Suzimo would grow to a point where it was no longer possible for them to have any interactions. Let's go to the palace. I want to see which idiot would dare to harm the cultivators of Iridescent Cloud's palace. Su Yu's voice pulled Shen Mingxi back from her messy thoughts. Shen Mingxi frowned. Senior brother Su, even though the person is at mid-stage foundation establishment, he has the strength to take down late-stage foundation establishment cultivators. We mustn't be careless. I see. Su Yu smiled. Don't worry, junior sister. I know my limits. According to junior brother Lu's description, this person must have obtained a high-quality spirit art and made use of that to defeat Liang Hao and the others. Shen Mingxi nodded. However, the higher the quality of the spirit art, the more spirit energy it would consume. Su Yu smirked coldly and continued. If I'm not wrong, that person should be almost drained of spirit energy. He won't be able to recover much in this period of time. He is now at his weakest. Senior brother Su, senior sister Shen. Let's not delay any further and move now. I see. 3 rays of sword light rose into the air as Shen Mingxi carried Shen, Nan, and sped towards the palace with Su Yu and Lu. Before long, the 4 of them arrived at the entrance of the King of Yan's chamber. The door was open. From the outside, they saw Liang Hao, Lu Hongyi, and the other Iridescent Cloud's palace cultivators kneeling on the ground in a dejected manner. As the 4 of them were looking down from their flying swords, they could not see who else was inside the chamber. Withdrawing their flying swords, Su Yu and the others descended at the entrance of the chamber and looked inside. At first glance, the 4 of them saw a mature man sitting in the middle of the room. Even though he was only middle-aged, he had a head of white hair. Of course, the most prominent thing about the man was a slanted scar on his face. It was terrifyingly ferocious, almost splitting his entire face into 2. Upon seeing Su Hong, Shen Mingxi felt a little emotional. She naturally knew him, although she did not have a deep impression. Even though this person before her was already the king of a country with considerable power, compared to her, he was nothing in terms of status and strength. When Su Hong saw Shen Mingxi, he was slightly stunned. The Shen family girl? After 4 years, he could barely recognize the gentle and simple girl from back then. Shen Mingxi exuded a clear, cold aura that kept people at arm's length. Even though they were both cultivators, Su Hong did not feel the same coldness from Suzimo. At that moment, he suddenly felt relieved. He was relieved Shen Mingxi chose to leave his brother back then. They were not the same type of people to begin with. Shen Mingxi's gaze moved away from Su Hong after pausing for a while and turned to the 2 people seated at the side. A green-robed man sat on a chair at the side of the chamber. His side view was facing the entrance as he leisurely sampled freshly brewed tea that emitted a fragrant scent with a calm expression. Upon seeing the green-robed man, Shen Mingxi felt as if she was struck by lightning. Her body trembled slightly and she froze on the spot. Shaking her head gently, her cherry lips opened slightly as disbelief filled her eyes. Her mind was going blank. Even though it was just a side profile, even though it had been 4 years, even though that person had matured a lot, Shen Mingxi recognized him at the first instance. If it was any other time, so you would definitely notice something unusual about Shen Mingxi. However, at that moment, his full attention was drawn in by the girl in pink sitting beside the green-robed man. He almost forgot where he was. She smiled at him tenderly, her eyes curved into crescent moons that were filled with love. Ah! Suddenly, an exclamation was heard from the chamber. Shen Nan had obviously recognized the green-robed man and his expression changed. Back then, the impression left on Shen Nan by this man wielding a long saber in the courtyard of the Zhao family while drenched in blood was too deep. It almost became a nightmare that he could not get rid of. Even though Su Yu and Shen Mingxi were beside him, the fear that was deep-rooted in his memories still frightened Shen Nan into shrieking. It was a somewhat familiar shriek. At that moment, Su Zimo finally placed the teacup in his hands down slowly. Turning slightly, he glanced towards the entrance. Their eyes met. Instantly, it was as though space had changed and time had reversed. A series of images flashed past his mind and gradually dissipated. There was silence for a long time. Shun Mengqi's expression was complex. Su Zimo was slightly startled. However, his eyes regained their calmness before long. From the moment he stepped onto the path of cultivation, Su Zimo knew that he would definitely meet Shun Mengqi again. However, he did not expect that it would be under such circumstances, that it would be today. 4 years ago, she left resolutely and Su Zimo suffered a huge blow. He could still remember that heart-wrenching pain till this day. If not for Dai Yu's appearance, it would have been difficult for him to get out of that ordeal so quickly. Su Zimo initially thought that he would be filled with resentment towards Shun Mengqi. He had even imagined that if they were reunited, he would stand proudly before Shun Mengqi and tell her that there was nothing tough about living in a world without her. However, reality was different from imagination. Now that he met Shun Mengqi once more, Su Zimo was extremely calm. In fact, he seemed relaxed. Unknowingly, Shun Mengqi had turned into a passerby of his life and was just an ordinary old acquaintance. At that moment, Shun Mengqi felt a mix of emotions and bitterness in her mouth. It had been 4 years. He did not seem to have changed much. He was still dressed in green and exuded a scholarly air. However, Shun Mengqi had just used her spirit-peering art and could naturally tell that Su Zimo was now a cultivator. Furthermore, he was a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. How could that be? The atmosphere within the chamber suddenly became strange. The disciples of Iridescent Cloud's palace were kneeling on the ground, looking extremely miserable and perplexed. For some reason, Senior Sister Shin looked distracted and confused after she entered the chamber and caught sight of that green-robed cultivator. It was the same for Senior Brother Su, who was staring at the girl in pink. No one was bothered about them at all. Even though Su Zimo looked calm and composed without much emotion, Demoness Ji noticed something unusual nevertheless. A weird glint flickered in her eyes, but she said nothing. Su Zimo tapped his fingers on the table and attracted everyone's attention. He then said slowly, "Tell me, why are you looking for my elder brother?" There was no greeting nor pleasantry as Su Zimo went straight to the point of questioning. A flash of panic appeared in Shun Mengqi's eyes as she was suddenly at a loss of what to do. Su Zimo's gaze turned to Shun Nan, who was cowering at the side. Raising his brows slightly, he asked, "You're here for revenge?" That gaze of Su Zimo sent Shun Nan shivering as he shook his head like a rattled drum. "Was it your idea?" With a slight pause, Su Zimo shifted his gaze to Shun Mengqi and asked coldly, "Or yours, And no." Shun Mengqi shook her head subconsciously. Shun Mengqi was a cultivator after all. Taking a deep breath, she composed herself and explained, "It's because 2 years ago, a junior brother of the sect may have disappeared within Yen country. We're here to see if the king of Yen has news of him." "Oh right, you know the missing person too. We're all from Pingyang town, he is Zhou." Suddenly, Shun Mengqi paused. Looking at Su Zimo, she seemed to know something. Prior to this, she had not considered that Su Zimo might have something to do with Zhou Dingyun's disappearance. But if Su Zimo was a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator now, he should have been a cultivator 2 years ago as well. In addition, Su Zimo and Zhou Dingyun had a feud to begin with. The truth was revealed. 2 years ago, Zhou Dingyun returned to Pingyang town to cause trouble for Su Zimo. Unexpectedly, he was killed by the latter, who wiped away all traces. Shun Mengqi's speculation was similar to the truth. It was just that Su Zimo was not a cultivator 2 years ago. He merely possessed the capability to kill Zhou Dingyun as well. With that, Shun Mengqi had already calmed down. Su Zimo had become a cultivator just like her. However, his spirit root and endowment were inferior to hers. Furthermore, he had not joined any major sects and his future achievements would never ever match hers. In Iridescent Cloud's palace, she made friends with geniuses of the cultivation world. As for Su Zimo, he did not have any backing or power. He would only be able to hang out at the bottom rung of the cultivation world and die at any moment. Even though they had both spent 4 years, she was already at perfected foundation establishment with a meridian unlocked. As for him, he was only at mid-stage foundation establishment. That was the difference between them. Moreover, Xianxia believed that the gap between them would only deepen as time passed. She was certain of that. Her decision back then was still the right one. At that thought, Xianxia regained her confidence and composure. She looked at Su Zimo with a smile. It's been a couple of years, but you've changed quite a bit. Su Zimo was about to say something when he felt a lotus root-like arm coiling around his arm. Fragrance assaulted his senses as Demoness Ji spoke. Zimo? Who is this woman? Xianxia frowned. Only now had she noticed that there was a girl in pink seated beside Su Zimo. More importantly, this girl in pink was far superior than her in terms of looks or aura. Xianxia felt uncomfortable when she saw the girl in pink hugging Su Zimo intimately. It was as if something that belonged to her had been stolen by someone else. Staring at Demoness Ji, Xianxia asked coldly, "Who are you? What do you think?" Demoness Ji smiled like a flower and squeezed next to Su Zimo. She raised her chin slightly and looked at Xianxia as if she was exerting dominance. Su Zimo removed Demoness Ji's arm. Just as he was about to speak, his heart stirred. He felt a killing intent. If the king of Yen is your brother, that means you're Su Zimo? Suyu could not help but flare up when he saw Demoness Ji almost squeezing herself into his embrace. He interrupted with a murderous aura. Su Zimo reversed the question. So what if I am? All my fellow juniors were injured by you? Suyu narrowed his gaze and asked again. Su Zimo nodded. That's right. All right. Hand over your life then. Suyu shouted and conjured a hand seal, his eyes turning cold. All of a sudden, Xianxia swiftly blocked in front of Suyu and whispered, frowning, "Senior brother Su, let's forget about this. There might be some misunderstanding." Misunderstanding? Suyu's face darkened. He injured so many of our fellow juniors. Is this a misunderstanding? If it was in the past, Suyu would not object to anything Xianxia said. But now he was completely charmed by Demoness Ji. He only knew that killing the green-robed cultivator before him was the only way he could obtain Demoness Ji's body and heart. Xianxia pursed her lips. I'll get him to apologize to you and our fellow juniors now. Please let him off this once, senior brother. With that, Xianxia turned to Su Zimo and said in a low voice, "What are you waiting for? Come over and apologize." Su Zimo suddenly laughed. His eyes filled with mockery. You were the ones who came to provoke and cause me trouble. Why should I apologize? Xianxia frowned and glared at Su Zimo, hollering softly, Su Zimo, don't be ungrateful. I'm trying to save you. Oh, Su Zimo did not stop smiling. Xianxia said, do you know of the 5 major sects? Do you know of Iridescent Cloud's palace? There are some people and factions you can't afford to offend in the cultivation world. What are you still waiting for? Come and apologize. Demoness Ji clapped her hands and smiled. Sister, you're truly right about that. There are truly some people and factions you can't afford to offend in the cultivation world. Fufu. Suyu laughed icily. Junior sister, an apology has to be sincere. I'll only let Su Zimo off if he kneels and kowtows 3 times in front of me. In Suyu's opinion, humiliating Su Zimo in front of the girl in pink might produce an even better effect than killing him. Senior brother, isn't that a little overboard? Xianxia frowned slightly. Humph. Suyu replied coldly. That's not all. Su Zimo is not the only one who should be kneeling and apologizing. His brother has to do it as well. Senior brother, I'm begging you, let this matter. This matter is non-negotiable. At this moment, Su Zimo suddenly stood up and walked towards Suyu expressionlessly. Thinking that Suyu had compromised and was about to apologize, Suyu could not help but laugh smugly. Haha, at least you know your place. How annoying. Su Zimo came in front of Suyu and said. Suddenly, he reached out and grabbed Suyu's throat with lightning speed. Su Zimo squeezed hard. Crack. The sound of bones cracking echoed as Suyu's eyes turned bloodshot and almost popped out of their sockets. looking at Su Zimo in disbelief. He had not expected that Su Zimo would dare lay a hand on him. More than that, he had not expected that Su Zimo would dare kill him. Furthermore, there were no chances given at all. It was a sure kill strike. Su Zimo released his grip and heaved a long sigh of relief, muttering softly, "That's quieter now." Su Yu's head tilted and fell to the ground in a thud. He was dead. A dead silence took over the chamber. Complete silence. Liang Hao, Lu Hongyi, and the other iridescent clouds palace cultivators knelt on the ground in shivers. They looked at Su Zimo with fear as sweat filled their palms. Shun Mingqi stood rooted to the spot and stared blankly at Su Yu, who died with grievances on the ground with disbelief in her eyes. Everything had happened too suddenly, and Shin Mingqi's head felt as though it had exploded, buzzing chaotically. Su Zimo, how dare he? Is he crazy? Did he not think about the consequences? Demoness Ji narrowed her gaze and licked her lips. To be fair, she was the most calm of the people present. Even though she had not known Su Zimo for long, she could vaguely understand his temperament. This was a man who looked weak on the outside but had a tiger in his heart, decisive to kill. The moment he made a move, he was like a thunderbolt that would not give anyone a chance to breathe. Even the fiend heir of malevolent earth sect was killed by him, let alone a mere cultivator of iridescent clouds palace who was yapping incessantly without fear. Su Zimo, do you know what you're doing? Do you know how much trouble you've caused? Shun Mingqi glared at Su Zimo, looking agitated as she questioned loudly. Su Zimo smiled nonchalantly. That made Shin Mingqi even angrier. She clenched her fists and shouted, "I didn't expect you to still be so immature after 4 years. You're a cultivator. Even if you can escape, have you ever thought about your brother who will still be in the capital of Yen country? Have you considered that you would implicate your family?" Su Zimo glanced sideways and waved his sleeves. A golden silk cloth floated over from the table in front of Su Hong. It emitted a faint authority as if the emperor had descended and was inspecting the world. The imperial edict. Shen Mingqi and the others recognized the origin of that golden silk cloth immediately and were shocked. The status of the emperor of Great Zhou was much higher than theirs. Su Zimo replied indifferently, "My brother has the imperial edict with him. Anyone who dares goes against him is going against the Great Zhou dynasty, making an enemy of the emperor." Everyone from Iridescent Cloud's palace fell silent. Furthermore, grudges of the cultivation world should not implicate mortals. Pausing for a moment, Su Zimo swept his gaze across everyone from Iridescent Cloud's palace and finally fixed it on Shin Mingqi, saying slowly, "Whoever dares lay a hand on my brother and break the rules first, I'm sorry, I'll have them pay with blood." As soon as he finished speaking, a torrential murderous aura burst out from Su Zimo's body, almost materializing, caused everyone's hearts to tremble. The temperature in the chamber plummeted. Liang Hao and the others trembled. They quickly avoided Su Zimo's gaze, not daring to look him in the eye. In Shin Mingqi's eyes, Su Zimo had suddenly become an extremely unfamiliar person, someone that she did not know at all. This wasn't a frail scholar. This was clearly a fiend celestial from hell, a bloodthirsty and violent ancient demon. That feeling was fleeting, as if it was an illusion. In the cultivation world, while there was no official rule, many cultivators had a tacit understanding that they would not involve mortals in their grudges. Shin Mingqi took a deep breath and composed herself before continuing, "All right, even if your brother is safe, you'll have to account for killing a disciple of Iridescent Cloud's palace. From now on, you'll be running away from home, living in fear every day. Is this what you want?" Su Zimo smiled, looking at Shin Mingqi calmly and asked, "Who said that I'll be homeless? You still refuse to come to your senses." Shin Mingqi looked at Su Zimo in disappointment. Iridescent Cloud's palace is one of the 5 major sects in the Great Zhou dynasty. As long as you're within the borders of the Great Zhou dynasty, who can protect you? Which sect will dare take you in? Su Zimo, wake up! Piak. Right then, Su Zimo took out a long badge from his storage bag and tossed it at the table beside him. "I forgot to mention, I'm a disciple of Ethereal Peak. It's no big deal killing someone from Iridescent Cloud's palace. Ethereal Peak will naturally protect me. Shun Mingqi stared intently at the identity badge on the table. Biting her cherry lips, she stood there in a daze. Everything she was prepared to say could no longer come out of her mouth. Ethereal Peak. It had been 4 years, but Su Zimo had actually joined one of the 5 major sects as well, Ethereal Peak. From the moment she saw Su Zimo, Shun Mengqi had been looking down at him condescendingly. All of a sudden, Shun Mengqi realized that Su Zimo had everything she relied on as well. Her pride seemed to have turned worthless. In that 4 years, the gap between them had not increased. Instead, it shrank. What comforted Shun Mengqi slightly was that she was still higher than Su Zimo in terms of cultivation realm. I'll be at Ethereal Peak. Whoever wants revenge, come. I'll take you on. Su Zimo's tone was calm, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. After a brief silence, Shun Mingqi gave Su Zimo a complicated look. She turned around and said, "Let's go back to the sect." With that, she walked over to Liang Hao and Lu Hongyi, wanting to help them up. Both of them eyed Su Zimo warily. Seeing that the latter was expressionless and did not object, they endured the pain and stood up. The group from Iridescent Cloud's palace supported one another and left the King of Yan's chamber. A breeze brushed past them and they felt a chill. Unknowingly, all of them had broken out in cold sweat. It was only when they walked out the door that everyone heaved a sigh of relief. They felt as though they had survived a disaster. Even though they were all Foundation establishment cultivators, for some reason, all of them felt a tightness in their chest against Su Zimo. It was as though there was a menacing pressure that prevented them from breathing. Shun Mingqi said to everyone from Iridescent Cloud's palace in a low voice, "Leave the palace first. I'll be right after. Senior Sister Shin, don't fight with that Su Zimo anymore? What if? Lu Hongyi's heart skipped a beat as he hurried to persuade her. Everyone else nodded in agreement with fright in their eyes. It would be fine if Shun Mengqi won. But if she lost, they were worried that they would be implicated and lose their lives here as well. Senior Sister Shin, let him off this time. There will be many opportunities to take his life in the future. Another person tried to persuade while encouraging Shun Mengqi at the same time. Don't worry. I'll be right back. I won't fight with him. Shun Mengqi let out a reassuring smile and turned back. Coming in front of Su Zimo, Shun Mengqi stared at him and said coldly, "Come out. I have some things to say to you." With that, Shun Mengqi turned and walked out. Shun Mengqi's tone made Su Zimo frown. "What's the matter that's so mysterious that you have to hide it from me?" Demoness Ji's eyes darted between Su Zimo and Shun Mengqi as she asked meaningfully. Clang, clang. Right then, Su Zimo knocked his fingers on the table. "If you have anything, you can say it here." Su Zimo did not get up as he lowered his eyes and said calmly. Shun Mengqi stopped in her tracks, back facing Su Zimo. Her expression changed continuously as she grit her teeth and turned around slowly. Shun Mengqi said, "Thank you for not being calculative with my brother and sparing his life." Su Zimo replied, "Thank you for your reminder back then. Take that as a favor paid." Upon seeing this, everyone from the Su family felt emotional. They watched Su Zimo and Shun Mengqi grow up together. The two of them were once childhood sweethearts. After seeing one another 4 years later, there was no joyful reunion nor deliberate avoidance. It was merely a polite exchange of indifferent thanks. Of course, Shun Mengqi was the only one who understood the meaning of their conversation. Everyone else was confused and did not know what was going on. Before they parted 4 years ago, Shun Mengqi caught up with Su Zimo and said something. Among it, she said, "Zhou Dingyun and I will be leaving Pingyang town with the perfected being tomorrow." It seemed like it was nothing, but if one thought about it carefully, they would realize that there was no need to mention Zhou Dingyun. At that time, perfected being Tsang Lang was in midair and Shun Mengqi did not dare to make her reminder too obvious. However, she believed that given Su Zimo's intelligence, he would definitely be able to read between the lines. The facts proved it as well. After Su Zimo returned to his home, he pretended to be drunk and successfully bewitched Zhou Dingyun, scaring the latter off. Of course, even without Shen Mengqi's reminder, Zhou Dingyun might not have succeeded with Dai Yu around. After a brief silence, Shen Mengqi asked, "Did you kill Zhou Dingyun?" "Yes." Su Zimo did not choose to hide the truth. He had even killed Suyu, so he naturally did not care if Zhou Dingyun's death was added to it. "Zimo, even though you're a disciple of Ethereal Peak, I still want to say that you were too rash earlier on." Shen Mengqi said, "If you didn't kill Suyu, I would have helped you keep Zhou Dingyun's death a secret. At least you won't offend Iridescent Cloud's palace that way. Now that you've killed Suyu in front of everyone, I can't help you hide this secret even if I wanted to." "Why should you hide it?" Su Zimo asked. "Huh?" Shen Mengqi was momentarily stunned. He replied indifferently, "If I wanted to hide it, the simplest method would be to kill all of you." Shen Mengqi's heart skipped a beat. From Su Zimo's gaze, she had a feeling that he wasn't joking about it. Su Zimo continued, "If I didn't kill you guys, it meant that I have no intention to hide it. So naturally, I'm not afraid of offending Iridescent Cloud's palace." A killing intent flashed through Su Zimo's eyes at the thought of perfected being Lang. "Furthermore, I've already offended Iridescent Cloud's palace before." Upon hearing this, Shen Mengqi's heart skipped a beat. She seemed to have recalled something and frowned. "Shen Mengqi, are you still thinking of taking revenge on my master?" "Oh? Perfected being Lang is your master." Su Zimo smiled faintly and said sarcastically, "How unlucky. Go back and tell him to live his life well. One day, I'll personally take his life." "Su Zimo, that's enough." Shen Mengqi was a little agitated and questioned lightly, "You want to kill my master just because of a horse?" "A horse?" Su Zimo stood up slowly. His eyes flickered coldly and a murderous aura emitted from him through just that simple motion. Arriving before Shen Mengqi, Su Zimo stared at her with a piercing gaze that was sharp as knives. Shen Mengqi even had an illusion that Su Zimo's gaze stabbed her. She took a step back subconsciously. At that moment, she had even forgotten that her cultivation was higher than Su Zimo's. He said coldly, "If not for Zhui Feng, I would have died. Your master wanted my life back then." Shen Mengqi couldn't refute him. She had witnessed what happened back then. If Zhui Feng had not been psychic and managed to defend in time, Su Zimo would have been burnt to ashes. Shen Mengqi took a deep breath and raised her head, looking straight in Su Zimo's eyes. "After 4 years, you're still arrogant and ignorant as ever. You overestimate your abilities. What right do you have to take revenge on my master as a Foundation establishment cultivator? Yes, you will grow stronger and raise your cultivation with the passage of time. However, master will not remain stagnant either. He will grow stronger too. You will never be able to catch up to him and take revenge." Pausing for a moment, Shen Mengqi scoffed coldly. "Also, I didn't attack you just now because I'm weaker than you. It's because I didn't want to fight you for old time's sake. But don't push your luck. Do you think that you have the strength to defeat me, a perfected Foundation establishment, just because you killed senior brother Su with a sneak attack?" Su Zimo looked at Shen Mengqi calmly. At this distance, he had 100 ways to defeat Shen Mengqi. Sadly, those who were ignorant would never ever know of their ignorance. As though she hadn't had enough, Shen Mengqi continued, "Su Zimo, there are too many geniuses in the cultivation world, and there are tons of people stronger than you. You are nothing at all. With your cultivation, you're not even qualified to take part in the Great Zhou Dynasty's sect competition. That is a grand event in the cultivation world where the top geniuses of the Foundation establishment realm will meet and spar." Puffed. Upon hearing that, Demoness Ji could no longer contain her laughter and interrupted Shen Mengqi. "What are you laughing at?" Shen Mengqi asked coldly. Demoness Ji ignored her and looked around as though she was looking for something, muttering, "Huh? I thought I heard a frog in the well croaking. How annoying." Shen Mengqi's face darkened. She placed her hand on her storage bag and remarked icily, "Who are you calling a frog in the well?" Noticing Shen Mengqi's movement, Demoness Ji smiled. "So be it if someone's a frog in a well. What's worse is that she's a self-righteous frog, boasting to others about how much of the sky she can see. What a joke." All right, Shen Mingqi harumphed coldly. Let me show you the methods of a frog in the well. As soon as she finished speaking, Shen Mingqi used her left hand to conjure a seal and slapped her storage bag with her right, causing a flying sword to land in her palm. Boom! A rumble echoed from within Shen Mingqi. Right after, a meridian shone brightly like a divine dragon, roaring in Shen Mingqi's body and emitting a rich spirit qi, one of the 8 meridians. The spirit-peering art could only determine if a cultivator was at perfected foundation establishment, but it could not detect how many meridians they have unlocked. The more meridians that were unlocked, the more spirit energy they had and the stronger they were. It was obvious that Shen Mingqi had unlocked a spirit meridian. Swash! The moment Shen Mingqi made her move, a pink figure flashed and appeared in front of her. Demoness Ji stuck out her left hand and grabbed the meridian on Shen Mingqi's left wrist with lightning speed. Instantly, Shen Mingqi's expression changed. Her left arm turned numb and the spirit energy in her meridian turned sluggish, unable to circulate at all. The next moment, she felt her neck turn cold, prickling in pain as a cold air entered her body. Shen Mingqi's face looked extremely terrible, not daring to move as she froze on the spot. Demoness Ji leaned over and smiled. Don't doubt it when I say that you're a frog in the well. If someone like you were to enter the ancient battlefield, the only thing that awaits you is death. Shen Mingqi's face was pale and she panted slightly, not daring to retort. Demoness Ji was smiling in a beautiful manner. However, they were both women and Shen Mingqi could sense hostility and killing intent from Demoness Ji. Both of them were strangers and it was impossible for them to have any grudges. There was only one possibility why the girl in pink had a killing intent towards her. It was because of Su Zimo. Shen Mingqi's gaze shifted onto Su Zimo. Her emotions were complicated and she actually felt a sense of bitterness. Why? What did Su Zimo have that would make this girl who was superior to her in terms of looks and strength fall for him? In reality, Su Zimo and Demoness Ji's relationship was not what Shen Mingqi imagined. However, Su Zimo could not be bothered to explain and there was no need to either. Let her go, Su Zimo said indifferently. Demoness Ji glanced sideways and looked at Su Zimo keenly, a hint of mockery flashing in her eyes as she asked with a smile, "What's wrong? You can't bear it?" Su Zimo frowned. "All right, I'll listen to you." Demoness Ji changed her tone and said sweetly, releasing Shen Mingqi and returning to Su Zimo's side, standing coquettishly. Shen Mingqi only let out a long breath when she felt the coldness around her neck dissipate. Unknowingly, she was already drenched in sweat. After this unforeseen change, Shen Mingqi no longer had the face to stay on. She harumphed coldly and turned to leave. Summoning her flying sword, she soared through the air. Turning back, Shen Mingqi looked at the set of green robes in the palace behind her with a complicated expression. She had never expected that their reunion after 4 years would be as such. Could she have been wrong back then? If she had not chosen to leave Pingyang town with her master back then, would she have followed Zimo onto the path of cultivation and joined Ethereal Peak together? No, I wasn't wrong. Shen Mingqi took a deep breath, her gaze resolute as she muttered to herself, I'll prove myself at the sect competition. I'll prove that my decision back then was the right one. In that grand cultivation event where everyone will be watching, I'll obtain unparalleled glory for the sect and be famous in Great Zhou. I'll be the one entering the ancient battlefield. As for you, you'll just be a spectator below. Outside the king of Yan's chamber, Su Zimo stood at a stone step nearby. Hands behind his back, he stood against the wind as it lifted his black hair gently. Demoness Ji drifted swiftly behind Su Zimo, her eyes burning with curiosity as she asked, "Who was that?" Su Zimo did not seem to have heard anything. "Tisk," she pouted. "I can guess even if you don't tell me. That's your old flame, right?" Su Zimo's expression changed and he glanced sideways at Demoness Ji. "What I'm most curious about now is why she chose to leave you back then." Demoness Ji was puzzled. She held her chin with her hand and frowned. "At least among the younger generation, you're already very powerful. I don't think Iridescent Cloud's palace has anyone that can surpass you. Why did that woman choose to leave you?" Isn't that a stupid decision? I was quite ordinary back then, Suzimo replied. I don't believe you. Demoness G shook her head. She must have bad taste. Pausing for a moment, Demoness G smiled smugly. However, that makes me look even more formidable. I picked you right away with my sharp wisdom, hehe. Suzimo did not laugh. Instead, he asked, You've followed me for so long. What exactly do you want? Perhaps you haven't realized it yourself, but your personality is closer to that of a fiend's. Demoness G looked at Suzimo meaningfully and said in a deep voice, You abhor evil and are decisive to kill. You also place a clear distinction between gratitude and hatred. Actually, you're very suited for fiend cultivation. Is that your motive? Suzimo shook his head. I'm not suited for fiend sections. Why do you say that? Looking into the distance, Suzimo replied indifferently. The road I want is different from others. Even fiend sects may not be able to accommodate me. At that moment, Demoness G suddenly realized that she could not understand Suzimo. What is the road you want? She asked subconsciously. Suzimo did not elaborate. After some thought, he changed the topic and asked, What was the ancient battlefield that you mentioned just now? You know that the Great Zhou dynasty holds a sect competition once every 10 years, right? I see. Suzimo nodded. Xianxia had mentioned this 2 years earlier. It was a grand event for the Great Zhou dynasty where all major and minor sects will gather and spar. Their realms were limited to those below Golden Core. This was a battle between Foundation establishment cultivators. There would be 4 ranking lists for spirit, talismans, elixirs, and weapon with only the top 10 of each. The competition was intense. However, it also meant that this was the best opportunity for one to make a name for themselves. Furthermore, the Great Zhou dynasty would reward the cultivators on the ranking lists handsomely. It was also said that there would be additional mystery rewards. Demoness G continued, Actually, the mysterious reward is for one to enter the ancient battlefield and cultivate for a year within. Cultivate for a year? Suzimo frowned slightly. Demoness G laughed. Don't underestimate that 1 year. Even if you cultivate outside for 10 or even 100 years, it might not match what you can obtain from cultivating in the ancient battlefield for 1 year. There are countless treasures within. Lost cultivation techniques, elixir and talisman recipes, and even weapon refinement techniques can be found there. The opportunities inside are unimaginable to you. Suzimo's blood boiled as he listened in shock. Demoness G continued, There are some things you might not know. Back then, the founder master of True Fire sect obtained a long-lost flame secret skill in the ancient battlefield. He then established True Fire sect, which turned into one of the 5 major sects in the Great Zhou dynasty. Of Ethereal Peak's 3 secret skills, one of them was obtained from the ancient battlefield as well. It's not an overstatement to say that all geniuses of Tianhuang mainland would have to venture to that place. However, only paragons will be able to return alive. If you die within... Suzimo's heart skipped a beat as he recalled that terrifying expert of Ethereal Peak. That person mentioned that the Void Thunder Manual was obtained from an ancient ruin. A question suddenly flashed through Suzimo's mind and he asked, Since the ancient battlefield is so great, why aren't golden cores or even nascent souls sent there? Wouldn't that mean a greater chance of obtaining treasures and inheritance opportunities? Demoness G explained, Actually, every ancient battlefield was left behind by the ancient era and it forms its own dimension. In the most elementary ancient battlefield, only Foundation establishment cultivators can be sent inside. Furthermore, it would even require many void reversion Dao beings to combine forces in breaking through the dimensional barriers. Given the strength of the Great Zhou dynasty, only dozens of Foundation establishment cultivators can be teleported at best. That's the reason why we have the sect competition. Suzimo pondered deeply. Does that mean that only golden cores are allowed in the intermediate ancient battlefield? I see. Demoness G nodded. However, there's no one in the Great Zhou dynasty that has the power to send golden cores into the intermediate ancient battlefield. Think about it. If you require the combined forces of many void reversion Dao beings to break the dimensional barrier of the elementary ancient battlefield, What sort of cultivators do you need for the intermediate ancient battlefield? Demonis G said, of course, if you consider joining the fiend sects, you won't need to worry about such stuff. Be it Foundation Establishment or Golden Cores, fiend sects have the capabilities to send into the ancient battlefield. The sort of opportunities you obtain and whether you can return alive will depend on yourself. Su Zimo shook his head and smiled. Demonis G had painstakingly beat around the bush, hoping to invite him to join a fiend sect again. When she saw Su Zimo's reaction, she knew what his reply would be. However, she was not disappointed and merely shrugged her shoulders. It's all right. If you change your mind, feel free to join us anytime. Su Zimo nodded. Demonis G continued, however, I have to remind you, even though there are many opportunities in the ancient battlefield, they are accompanied by immense dangers. Some of it will come from the ancient battlefield itself, and some of it will be from the other cultivators. Even though you've defeated a fiend heir, you have to understand that they were unable to unleash their full strength due to the ancient spirit lock formation. Su Zimo was well aware of that. If not for the ancient spirit lock formation, he was definitely not a match for a few fiend heirs. According to Su Zimo's speculation, those fiend heirs, Demonis G included, must have unlocked at least 4 meridians. The ancient battlefield is the true first clash for all Foundation Establishment geniuses of Tianhuang mainland. The world outside of Great Zhou Dynasty is way too big, and there are many unknown lands and powerful beings. Inside, you might encounter the legacy disciples of the 9 immortal sections. There will also be top spirit demons of the 8 demon races. Many of them are mutated beasts with extraordinary bloodlines and strength. There's also the 7 fiend sects, 6 Buddhist monasteries, 4 dissident groups and 3 aristocrat families. There will be many legacy disciples of the top factions in Tianhuang mainland, all of them peerless paragons. When Su Zimo heard that, he suddenly frowned. At the mention of the 6 Buddhist monasteries and the 4 dissident groups, Demonis G paused for a clear moment as though she was apprehensive. Immortal sects, demon races, fiend sects, Buddhist monasteries, dissident groups, aristocrat families, each type sounded like an ancient lineage. According to the order of the 9 immortal sects, 8 demon races and 7 fiend sects, there should be another lineage in between the 6 Buddhist monasteries and 4 dissident groups. At that moment, Demonis G said, with so many geniuses gathered on the ancient battlefield, only less than 30% will be able to make it out alive after a year. Su Zimo was stunned. That figure was completely beyond his expectations. It meant that more than half of them would die in the ancient battlefield. Demonis G looked at Su Zimo and said, to be fair, you are indeed extremely strong in melee combat. However, if you were to enter the ancient battlefield with your current strength, the chances of you surviving is 0. Su Zimo did not refute. He believed in Demonis G's judgment. However, her remark did not affect his confidence. There were 3 more years to go before the sect competition. For Su Zimo, that was more than enough time, and he could definitely increase his strength greatly. Right now, he had attained greater mastery of the marrow cleansing section. As long as Su Zimo was able to attain greater mastery of the organs refinement section within 3 years, he believed that there would not be many people who could match him in melee combat. If he could attain greater mastery for the orifice clearing section, Su Zimo had confidence that he would defeat anyone beneath Golden Core Realm in melee combat. As for Immortality Cultivation, he was at mid-stage Foundation Establishment right now. With the Ethereal Foundation Establishment as his basis, he should be able to reach perfected Foundation Establishment within 3 years. After he unlocked a couple of meridians, he would use them in combination with his Sword Formation, Fiend Suppression Seal, Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra, and other secret skills. In the ancient battlefield, that might not be enough for Su Zimo to dominate the masses and suppress all geniuses. However, it was definitely enough for him to protect himself. Since you're not willing to join the fiend sects, I won't bother you anymore. Demonis G looked at Su Zimo and said with a smile. Su Zimo asked, are you leaving? Yes. Demonis G nodded. She turned to look at Su Zimo with a faint smile. Why? Can't bear for me to leave. No, I wanted to say, If you want to leave, hurry up. Humph. Demoness G stomped heavily on Su Zimo's foot before raising her chin smugly and turning to leave. Halfway through, she suddenly turned back and shouted, "Hey! If you see my sister, don't tell her that I'm in a fiend sect. I can't be sure about that." Su Zimo gave a faint, cold smirk and turned to leave as well. He did not walk far when Demoness G's aggrieved voice sounded, "If you reveal it, I'll tell sister that you bullied me in the coffin." Su Zimo's legs buckled and he nearly fell. "This damn girl." His mouth twitched as he cursed silently. "Hurry and go." Su Zimo waved without turning back. Pursing her lips, Demoness G smiled. A faint fragrance drifted with the wind and dissipated in the air. For the next period of time, Su Zimo was in no hurry to leave and return to the sect. He remained in the palace, chatting and drinking with his elder brother, Su Hong. When he was free, it was a carefree life. A month later, Su Zimo was prepared to leave the capital. To be fair, there were very few cultivators like Su Zimo who would take time out to return home and accompany their families. Not to mention, he stayed on for an entire month. Most cultivators would choose to sever their mortal relationships at the first instance. It wasn't because they were heartless, but because they knew that day would arrive sooner or later. The sooner they severed those ties, the sooner they would be done with the many burdens of the mortal realm, and it would be nothing but beneficial for their cultivation path. Su Zimo understood that logic as well. However, he could not do it. When he was about to leave, Su Hong accompanied Su Zimo out of the city before he stopped and reminded the latter, "Zimo, you don't have to come back if you don't have much time. You don't have to worry about me." Even though he said that, there was a hint of reluctance in Su Hong's eyes. "I can't really help you much as an elder brother. Do take good care of yourself being all alone out there." Su Zimo looked at his brother's head of white hair and pursed his lips in silence, feeling miserable within. In the cultivation world, the most precious types of elixirs were those that could boost one's longevity. It was priceless. Decades later, they would have to be separated through life and death. Su Zimo dared not think about it. As though he recalled something, Su Hong hurriedly added, "Zimo, if you have the chance, visit Xiaoning and see if she's doing well. She has a soft personality. Even if she has been wronged, she might keep it to herself and not tell anyone." "All right. There's nothing else." Su Hong's gaze dimmed gradually as he muttered softly, "Big brother, take care." After a long silence, Su Zimo finally spoke. His voice was slightly hoarse. "Go, go." Su Hong turned around and waved his hand. "Second young master, take care too." Uncle Zhang stood on the spot, his voice quivering as tears streamed down his face. When the Su family was in trouble, Su Zimo and Su Xiaoning were still young. They were practically raised by Uncle Zhang. In Uncle Zhang's eyes, Su Zimo was akin to his own son. He was already old and did not know if he would be able to see Su Zimo again. This might be their final farewell. As though he felt something, Su Zimo suddenly stopped in his tracks and came before Uncle Zhang. Pursing his lips, he knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times solemnly. 4 years ago, the immortal might of perfected being Tsang Lang failed to crush the youth's backbone and have him submit on his knees. 4 years later, Su Zimo kowtowed goodbye before an elderly man with a white beard on his own accord. A streak of light flashed through the air, tearing through the skies and passing through the vast lands, brushing by cities and villages. A few mortals subconsciously looked up. Some of those with sharper eyes faintly caught sight of a set of green robes. Amidst the clouds, it disappeared before everyone swiftly. Su Zimo did not return to the sect immediately. Instead, he sped in the direction of the Tsang Lang mountain range. He had not seen the damn monkey for 2 years and missed it a little. Additionally, Tsang Lang mountain range had a cold lake. Back then, Su Zimo was too weak and could not get to the bottom of the cold lake since he had just cultivated the Tendon's transformation section of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. Now that Su Zimo was at greater mastery of the marrow cleansing section and had a rich bloodline, he could attempt to check out the cold lake once more. The moment he arrived at the skies of the Tsang Lang mountain range, Su Zimo heard a series of roars that shook the mountains with a murderous aura. That was the howl of the wolf, something Su Zimo was extremely familiar with. Back when he lived in Songlang Mountain Range for a year, he was fighting those spirit beasts most of the time. Wolves were cunning and extremely intelligent. If not for the spirit monkey's help, Su Zimo would have already died in a wolf's belly. Su Zimo furrowed his brows slightly. It was daytime right now. Logically speaking, most spirit beasts would lay dormant, and it was the same for the wolves. It was rare for such a commotion to happen now. This should be the work of a pack of wolves. Su Zimo muttered softly. Even when he joined forces with the spirit monkey back then, he could only rely on sneak attacks and was unable to fight powerful wolves head-on. Moreover, after killing a few wolves, it was inevitable that his body would contain the aura of a wolf's bloodline. If he did not conceal it with other auras, he would be tracked by the wolves before long. Su Zimo ignored the wolf pack and headed towards the cave he used to live in. If he wanted to look for the spirit monkey, this was his only clue. Otherwise, searching for a monkey in the vast Songlang Mountain Range was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Su Zimo had not gone far when his eyes flickered, sensing that something was amiss. The roar of the wolves came from the direction of the cave. Was it a coincidence? Su Zimo pondered for a moment and withdrew his flying sword, descending into the forest. He dashed towards the cave with all his might while surveying his surroundings with a sharp gaze, trying to search for clues on the ground. Before he arrived at the cave, Su Zimo already had determined the situation based on the clues on the ground. The number of wolves this time was large. There should be more than 10,000. That was a terrifying figure. Typically, there would be a spirit demon-level wolf in a wolf pack amounting in the hundreds. For a wolf pack of more than 10,000 wolves, there were at least 10 of those spirit demon wolves. The most terrifying thing was that the alpha of the wolf pack might even be a spirit demon equivalent to a golden core. The difference in strength between spirit demons was huge. The weakest of them were comparable to Foundation establishment cultivators. The strongest of them were equivalent to golden core perfected beings. Su Zimo's expression was grim. When he saw that he was about to reach the cave, he slowed down and moved forward silently. Soon, the figures of many wolves appeared before him, their eyes flashing with a green glint. Bloodthirsty and ruthless, they bared their teeth and saliva drooled from their mouths onto the ground as they snarled deeply. Su Zimo did not proceed forward rashly. Instead, he came beside a huge ancient tree and, using all his limbs like a spirit ape, climbed it stealthily. Standing up high, he looked over and could not help but take a breath of cold air. There were too many. Densely packed, they covered the entire mountains, causing chills to run down one's spine. The wolf pack did not surround the cave. Su Zimo would definitely choose to avoid and not provoke these beasts. However, only Su Zimo and the spirit monkey knew about that cave. He was not going to leave until he confirmed the spirit monkey's safety. There were also hundreds of wolf corpses lying in the cave, and most of the blood had dried up. Only a few wolves that looked like they had their heads smashed in seemed to have died not too long ago. Although he was a distance away, Su Zimo could still see clearly. Most of the wolves looked like they suffered fatal injuries on their heads, as if they were bashed by some blunt weapon. Su Zimo narrowed his gaze at the dark cave entrance. If he was not wrong, the spirit monkey should be inside. Logically speaking, given the alertness of the spirit monkey, it should have escaped long ago once this place was exposed. There was no way it would be trapped by such a large wolf pack here. Furthermore, this pack of wolves was also behaving strangely. Instead of rushing forth together, they were dragging things out. Su Zimo did not dare to act recklessly, merely surveying the wolf pack from the tree. Given the discipline of a wolf pack of this size, there was definitely an alpha wolf around. If the alpha was a golden core spirit demon, Su Zimo could not fight it head-on. However, if the alpha was a Foundation establishment spirit demon, Su Zimo would be able to break through the wolf pack on his flying sword and kill all of them to try and defeat the alpha, or even kill it. That was because Su Zimo had an advantage that Foundation establishment spirit demons did not have. Sword kinesis flight. As long as Su Zimo were to ride on his flying sword, he would be invincible no matter how many wolves there were. However, if the alpha was a golden core spirit demon, Su Zimo would not dare to barge in. Be it humans or demons, core formation was an extremely important step. There is the saying that once one creates a golden core, one's lifespan will not be decided by nature. Once one forms a core, even spirit demons would be able to soar through the skies without the use of any external objects. This meant that even if the wolf did not have wings, it could fly as well, and Su Zimo's advantage would be gone. Furthermore, Su Zimo was not a match for a golden core spirit demon as well. They were on completely different levels. If the opponent was a cultivator that did not cultivate any concealment techniques and the difference in realm between them was not too great, one could easily detect the other party's cultivation realm using spirit-peering art. However, the spirit-peering art was useless against spirit demons. That was because there was no spirit energy in the spirit demons' bodies. Before a spirit demon attacked, one could only rely on experience, feelings, and observation to gauge their cultivation realms. At the front of the wolf pack stood more than 10 tall and strong wolves that looked malicious. Pacing back and forth, none of the other wolves dared approach them. Su Zimo nodded silently. If he was not wrong, those 10-odd wolves were Foundation Establishment spirit demons. Their status in the wolf pack was very high, akin to a small leader. However, upon further observation, he discovered that none of them seemed like the true alpha wolf. Su Zimo continued searching. All of a sudden, his gaze paused at the top of a tall green rock. Above it sprawled a wolf. It was not big and did not look extraordinary when compared to the many spirit beast-level wolves below. However, Su Zimo determined after some consideration that it was the alpha wolf. Out of more than 10,000 wolves, that was the only one that dared to sprawl around. Its expression was languid and its eyes were half closed, as if it was taking a rest. Just as Su Zimo's gaze landed on the alpha, it suddenly moved as if it sensed something. Oh! Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. His gaze was extremely obscure such that the 10-odd Foundation Establishment wolves had not noticed it. If this alpha sensed it, there was an 80% chance that it was a golden core spirit demon. Su Zimo continued observing. The alpha merely moved a little and did not make any other motions. It did not even open its eyes, as though it was merely adjusting its position to make itself more comfortable. Su Zimo heaved out a sigh of relief. Roar! At that moment, 5 spirit demon wolves growled lowly and walked towards the cave slowly with feral expressions. The entrance of the cave was squeezy. The 5 wolves did not dare to barge in, merely loitering in front of the cave. Ow! Ow! Before long, a familiar cry came from within the cave, filled with provocation. Su Zimo's eyes lit up and he no longer had any doubts. That was the sound of the spirit monkey. The spirit monkey was very smart and defended the entrance of the cave with a terrain advantage, destroying the wolf pack one by one. However, that was only a temporary solution. The spirit monkey had to be constantly on guard against the wolves' sneak attacks and could not relax at all. If this continued, the spirit monkey would not be able to withstand it eventually. After all, there were more than 10,000 wolves and the spirit monkey was alone. The 5 wolves at the entrance did not fall for the spirit monkey's provocation. They continued loitering around the cave with a ruthless glint in their eyes. Su Zimo's gaze swept over the alpha on the green rock again. If it was a golden core spirit demon, the spirit monkey should have been dead long ago and would not have been able to last till now. At that thought, Su Zimo no longer hesitated. He wore the mystic gold silk armor and leapt down from the tree as a flying sword appeared beneath his feet in midair. Swash! A sword beam tore through the air and Su Zimo bypassed the dense wolf pack, disregarding their howls and speeding towards the cave. At the same time, the alpha on the green rock opened its eyes. Narrowing its gaze, a cunning and savage glint was revealed. Swash! 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 Su Zimo's expression was calm and his eyes were clear in midair. Waving his sleeves, 6 sword beams flew out of his storage bag. Hexagonal sword formation! He shouted softly and controlled the 6 flying swords which cut through the air swiftly. The sword chi left behind scars in the air which formed a gigantic hexagonal formation. Buzz! The light of formation patterns burst forth in a bedazzling manner. Zang! 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 Su Zimo controlled the gigantic sword formation and directed it towards the 5 wolves loitering in front of the cave. Everywhere the formation passed, the sound of metal clashing would ring forth, carrying a murderous and intense sword chi. Roar! One wolf did not know how powerful it was and leapt forth with a ferocious expression. It reached out with its sharp claws and scratched at the hexagonal sword formation. Clang! 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 A crisp sound was produced when the sword formation made contact with the wolf's claws. Right after, a bloody mist spread out as limbs flew. A spirit demon wolf was minced to death by the hexagonal sword formation on the spot. Damn monkey! Come out! I'll take you out of here! Su Zimo shouted as he controlled the hexagonal sword formation to chase the other 4 wolves. After a short pause, a tall figure dashed out from the pitch-black hole. It was holding a black rod and it had long arms that almost touched the ground. When the spirit monkey caught sight of Su Zimo, it widened its eyes in joy. Right after, as though it remembered something, its joy turned into panic. Ow! Ow! The spirit monkey's fur stood on end, gesturing behind Su Zimo and yelling loudly. At the same time, Su Zimo felt an immense danger and his expression changed, sensing that something was amiss. Before he could turn back, an evil gust of wind struck from behind. Su Zimo was on his flying sword right now. If a wolf could appear behind him, there was only a single possibility. The wolf was a golden core spirit demon that could fly. I was tricked. Su Zimo's mind flashed with the image of the alpha sprawled on the green rock. Back when he looked at the alpha, it budged slightly. Su Zimo thought that it was a coincidence. But now he was enlightened. The alpha had sensed something and subconsciously reacted to it. But right after, it did not move or even open its eyes and feigned ignorance while continuing to sleep. All of that was to lure Su Zimo out. That cunningness of the wolf was enough to send shivers down one's spine. A golden core spirit demon could crush Su Zimo completely in terms of strength. There was no fight at all. A powerful aura that could still hearts enveloped him. Su Zimo charged forward with all his might and channeled body petrification. At the same time, he shifted the hexagonal sword formation to defend behind him. Swoosh! Spinning continuously, the hexagonal sword formation gave off a bedazzling sword light that shone like a gigantic mirror, defending Su Zimo's body. A look of mockery flashed in the alpha's eyes as it flew into the air. Tossing out a casual swipe, it struck the surface of the sword formation with its sharp talons heavily. Bang! There was a deafening sound. The hexagonal sword formation stopped spinning and slammed heavily against Su Zimo's back. His expression changed and he spat out a mouthful of blood, falling from the skies. The sword formation dispersed and all 6 flying swords had cracks on them, shining with a dim light. They were all broken. The attack of a golden core spirit demon had actually destroyed 6 inferior-grade flying swords. How terrifying was that strength? Roar! The alpha stood in midair. Suddenly, it opened its mouth and bared its grisly fangs and scarlet tongue, letting out a deafening roar that shook the forest and caused boulders to tumble down from the mountains. It was majestic and possessed an overwhelming ferocity. The spirit monkey leaped up and in the midst of the panic, caught Su Zimo who was falling from midair, intending to return to the cave. However, the cave behind the spirit monkey was now sealed by many wolves. From up above, the alpha looked at the man and monkey on the ground. Its eyes were filled with contempt, but it did not continue to attack. The surrounding wolves began to move towards the circle, layer after layer. Ow! The spirit monkey held Su Zimo with both hands and poked its head out, baring its teeth at the enemies. Its eyes shimmered with a bloody glow as it let out threatening snarls. Damn monkey! Let me down! Right then, Su Zimo said with a weak voice. Ow! The spirit monkey was stunned for a moment and helped Su Zimo stand up, wiping away the blood at the corner of his mouth with his sleeves. Su Zimo took a deep breath and swallowed an elixir. He regulated his breathing, although his face seemed rather pale. A golden core spirit demon was way too strong. Even with the hexagonal sword formation and mystic gold silk armor, Su Zimo's organs still trembled from the impact and nearly shifted positions within. It was not hard to imagine that without the hexagonal sword formation and mystic gold silk armor, Su Zimo would have been smashed to pieces with that attack. The man and wolf exchanged looks. Raising its head proudly, the alpha turned towards the green rock as though it could not be bothered to attack again. In the eyes of the alpha, that attack was enough to severely injure Su Zimo even if he was not dead. Coupled with the loss of his flying swords, the man and monkey would definitely die against the combined attacks of the wolf pack. Su Zimo looked at the alpha on the green rock and endured the pain from his organs. He racked his brains, thinking about all possible methods of escaping. There was a very small possibility. First off, the alpha was too strong. It crushed and devastated Su Zimo entirely. This was an existence he had no chance of resisting against. Secondly, the alpha was too fast. Without the help of his spirit perception, Su Zimo would have already died earlier on. The only shot at life that Su Zimo had was on his blood-bone palm. Till now, Su Zimo did not know what that blood-bone palm was. However, he knew that it was indestructible and possessed terrifying power. If it could strike the alpha, there was a high chance it could deal serious damage. Roar! The surrounding 10-odd Foundation establishment wolves bared their fangs and lowered their heads, howling with shimmering, murderous glints. Ooh, ooh! The howl of wolves that lined the entire mountains was terrifying and shocked countless birds. Su Zimo took a deep breath and faked a relaxed smile. Damn monkey! It's back to 2 years ago when we fought alongside one another. Ow! Ow! Even though it was in the midst of wolves and could lose its life at any moment, the spirit monkey did not show any fear. Instead, it was filled with excitement and joy. The joy came from being reunited with Su Zimo. Sensing the emotions of the spirit monkey, Su Zimo could not help but laugh. 2 years ago, we didn't dare to fight these beasts head-on. Today's a rare opportunity. Let's kill to our heart's content. Damn monkey. Show me how much you've grown over the past 2 years. Roar! The spirit monkey roared when it heard that. Its bloodline raced rapidly, causing its flesh to swell and its body to expand. Raising its rod, charged into the wolf pack first. That rod was filled with immense power and might. Even though the opposing wolf was also at Foundation establishment realm, a trace of fear flickered through its eyes and it dodged to the side, not daring to fight it head-on. Poof! The wolves at the back were not so lucky. After the spirit monkey swept across with its rod, many wolves had their brains splattered to the ground and died on the spot. Whoosh! Su Zimo channeled his blood and his body gushed with a terrifying sound of tsunami. Streaks of blue lightning appeared on his skin and crackled wildly with a blinding light. Snap! Swinging his arms backwards, a thunderbolt as thick as an arm exploded in the pack of wolves, radiating with electric sparks and green smoke billowed. Under that terrifying power of lightning, the spirit beast wolves were all electrocuted to death on the spot. 2 Foundation establishment wolves shivered pathetically as their furs curled from the electric shock. Swoosh! 2 other Foundation establishment wolves pounced over from the side, their sharp claws flashing with cold light as they revealed sharp fangs and gnawed towards Su Zimo's neck. If Su Zimo was bitten, he would not be able to endure it even with his powerful body. You must be courting death. His eyes lit up brightly as he hollered, swinging his left arm to form a huge arc in the air. Using his fist like a stamp, he pummeled down suddenly. Bang! The large stamp slammed heavily on the wolf's head and the sound of bones cracking could be heard. Without a single sound, the Foundation establishment wolf fell from midair. On the surface, it looked intact without any injuries. However, the inside of its head was splattered by that tremendous force. At the same time, Su Zimo flipped his right hand and opened his palm, striking the chest of the other wolf with an attack that could split mountains. Howl! The wolf let out a sad cry and its body fell towards Su Zimo. Bang! Instantly, that Foundation establishment wolf was sent flying with its bones completely broken. It was already dead before it fell to the ground. In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo had killed 2 Foundation establishment wolves. His aura increased tremendously, letting out a chilling killing intent as the air emanated with a murderous aura. The spirit monkey swung its rod widely with such vigor that even water might not be able to penetrate it. Piak, piak, piak. The spirit monkey's gaze was fierce. With its height, long limbs, and tremendous strength, any wolves that were struck by its long rod would be severely injured if not dead. Behind the spirit monkey, Su Zimo's expression was calm. Despite the circumstances, his eyes were cool and did not show signs of fear. 6 inferior-grade flying swords were destroyed by a single slap of the Golden Core Alpha. Su Zimo's Cold Moon Saber and Sanguine Crystal Bow were dropped inside the inheritance ground of the Fiend Sex, and he could not get them out in time. Right now, he could only rely on his bare hands to fight against the wolves. Even so, Su Zimo's physical strength was not something that the wolves would definitely be able to defend against. Bang! 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 His casual punches and kicks possessed thunderous force, causing the air to explode. Many wolves pounced on Su Zimo in a dense pack. Even as he was about to be drowned, all it took was a slight pause before those wolves were sent flying to the ground, mostly dead. In the blink of an eye, corpses of the wolves were piled at the feet of the man and monkey. The massacre continued. Of the 10-odd Foundation establishment wolves, only 9 were left. Those wolves were highly intelligent and noticed that their strength might not be enough to be a threat for the man and monkey. As such, they prowled around the borders, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Wolves were extremely patient. They knew that be it the spirit monkey or human, the time would come when their strength would be exhausted. Once the man and monkey were weakened and mentally exhausted, their defenses would definitely reveal openings. That would be the best moment for a lethal attack. However, those 9 wolves were disappointed as time passed by. The spirit monkey revealed clear signs of exhaustion as its speed and strength were far inferior to before. However, the openings revealed by that spirit monkey were all compensated by the horrifying strength of that human. That human seemed to possess an endless amount of strength. Despite being engaged in battle, his eyes remained clear and bright. They sparkled with fighting spirit and killing intent. Not only that, the more he fought, the stronger he seemed. This human's body and physique was even stronger than theirs. This human was more like a true spirit demon. The wolves would never know that the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness was incomparably strong to begin with. Furthermore, Su Zimo had even cultivated the Void Thunder Manual, Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra, and many other secret skills to reach the realm of having his blood echo with the sounds of tsunamis and thunder. His physique was even more astonishing, and those wolves were no match for him at all. Even though they were demons as well, wolves had too ordinary of a bloodline. The reason why they were able to reign over the Zhonglang mountain range was due to their sheer numbers and intelligence. If not for the Golden Core Alpha that was watching from the side, Su Zimo would have long fled with the spirit monkey. Although there were many wolves, they were nothing but mere chickens against Su Zimo that could not withstand a single blow. Roar! Right then, the Alpha sat up from the green rock and let out a deafening roar. Could no longer sit still. It had initially thought that its wolves would be able to kill the man and monkey with ease given the fact that Su Zimo was severely injured. That would provide an opportunity for him to raise the fighting strength of its wolf pack. But as time went by, the Alpha started to realize that something was amiss. If this were to continue, its wolves would suffer heavy casualties. The Alpha decided to take action personally and bite that man and monkey to death decisively. Pest! 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 Sensing the Alpha's motions, Su Zimo slowly breathed in. A huge stream of air tore through his throat and let out a strange sound. Blood oozed out slowly as the skin around his throat was cut by the air current. Su Zimo knew that the clash between him and the Alpha would determine whether or not they would survive. Anaconda Eclipse. It was a secret skill of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. Su Zimo's chest heaved up and down at a speed visible to the naked eye in a terrifying manner. A scene seemed to have flashed across the eyes of many wolves. An anaconda coiled around his body, rearing its head and devouring the moon. Its belly was full, and it had 2 horns, seeming as though it wanted to soar into the skies and transform into a dragon. A look of mockery flashed in the Alpha's eyes. No matter what the human in front of him did, it was useless. The difference between them was too great. Anyone with a core would crush a foundation establishment cultivator without any single doubt. Ever since the primordial era, countless monstrous geniuses have appeared over the years. However, there were only a handful who could kill living beings with a core when they were at foundation establishment realm. All of those were terrifying beings that surpassed their contemporaries and left a name for themselves through the ages. The Alpha did not believe that the puny human before it possessed that capability. Swoosh! With a single leap, the Alpha brought with it a murderous gust. It was too fast. It had completely surpassed Su Zimo's perception ability. Su Zimo closed his eyes subconsciously, using his keen spirit perception to determine where the danger was and predict the approximate location of the Alpha. The middle finger and thumb of his left hand touched to form a hand seal as an image of fiend suppression appeared in his mind. Pressing forward, he shouted at the same time, "Kill!" The Anaconda Eclipse and Thunderclap Kill coupled with the fiend suppression seal exploded at the same instant. In the process of fighting against the wolves, Su Zimo had never used those 3 trump cards, nor did he waste any of his spirit energy. It was all for this moment. The purpose of throwing these trump cards out was to confuse and stop the Alpha momentarily. Even if it was just for a moment. Su Zimo's real killing move was on his right hand. Swash! Clenching his right hand like a dagger, Su Zimo thrust forth 4 trump cards at the same time. The first ones to strike were the Anaconda Eclipse and Thunderclap Kill. A deafening roar instantly produced a power of thunder that threatened to shatter the stars and the world. The surrounding wolves revealed a hint of pain as they retreated subconsciously. However, the Alpha who was facing the Thunderclap Kill head-on did not pause at all. Suddenly, a crimson air stream burst forth from the Alpha's chest and shrouded around its body. Accompanied by the sound of bloodline channeling, the Alpha's aura intensified by another layer. The might of one with a formed core descended suddenly, filling the air with a demonic chi that could capture one's soul. The Alpha reached out with both claws and swiped forward, smashing the golden hand seal that was descending from midair with ease. It did not stop its momentum and continued to gnaw towards Su Zimo's neck with a feral expression. Right then, Su Zimo's right hand cut in. The same time the Alpha bit Su Zimo on the neck, his right hand stabbed the Alpha. Even though it looked like a simple counterattack, for some reason, the Alpha sensed a dangerous aura. If it was any other spirit demon, it might not have chosen to dodge and would definitely have bitten Su Zimo's throat first. However, the Alpha was wary and cunning. It would definitely not take the risk. Against Su Zimo's incoming right hand, the Alpha suddenly stopped in its tracks. It swiped its claws forward against Su Zimo's chest, creating a distance between them as it leaped back. Bang! Su Zimo felt as if he was struck by lightning as his body flew back uncontrollably. His face pale. The attack missed. The Alpha was too fast and wary. Not only did it manage to dodge Su Zimo's right hand, it even took the opportunity to injure him severely. That swipe was intended to rip Su Zimo's stomach open, but it was blocked by the mystic gold silk armor. Being a broken Khanate spirit weapon after all, even though the mystic gold silk armor was able to fend off the sharpness of the Alpha's claws, it could not withstand the power that attack contained. That light swipe that did not require the Alpha's full strength had already managed to break several bones in Su Zimo's chest. Even his internal organs were shaken violently and showed signs of tearing. Su Zimo coughed out blood and looked at the Alpha who was closing in on him, sighing internally. There's no more chance left. He failed to succeed even when the Alpha was caught off guard. Now that Su Zimo was seriously injured and had already lost his fighting strength, there was no way he could kill the Alpha. If I manage to master the organs refinement section, my overall strength will increase greatly. Be it in terms of power or reaction time, everything will be swifter and I might have been able to kill it with my previous method. However, what a pity. It wasn't because the plan could not work, it was because the difference in strength between them was too great. The strength of a spirit demon with a core was far beyond Su Zimo's expectations. On the other end, the spirit monkey was covered in wounds. Falling to the ground, It tossed its rod aside and panted, clearly exhausted. The alpha walked slowly towards the man and monkey, as if it was the king of the world. It looked at Su Zimo's right hand with scrutiny, doubt, and curiosity. Just what was it that could cause it to feel fear? Was it an illusion? The alpha decided to check out what was that human's right hand after biting him to death. Ooh, ooh! The surrounding wolves howled excitedly, awaiting the final kill. Striding over, the alpha leaned its head in front of Su Zimo. Its nose and mouth let out a nauseating stench as sticky drool dripped onto Su Zimo's body. With no strength left to resist, Su Zimo merely glared at the alpha coldly. Its face was filled with disdain as it opened its mouth and bared its fangs. Right as it was about to chomp down, its expression changed drastically, turning the ferocity in its eyes into shock. Su Zimo was momentarily stunned as well. Before he could react, he felt an overwhelmingly domineering force ripple out from the cave behind him before suddenly bursting forth. For that brief moment, Su Zimo had an illusion. The entire world seemed to stop. The world was filled with a murderous aura and the atmosphere was stifling. There was complete silence and one could hear even a pin drop. It was as if all living beings were choked by an invisible force, unable to make a sound. That energy fluctuation was extremely foreign and Su Zimo had not come across anything like this. While it didn't seem like a spirit art, it was extremely terrifying. Poof! There was a crisp sound. Right in front of everyone. The alpha's head, which was a mere inches away from Su Zimo, suddenly exploded as though some force had collided on it. A bloody mist filled the air and splattered all over Su Zimo. Su Zimo's entire body stiffened as he looked at everything in disbelief, almost unable to smell that gooey blood that covered his body with a nauseating smell. Even the spirit monkey was scared out of its wits and froze on the spot. The alpha was a powerful golden core that crushed Su Zimo completely. Yet, it died without any chance to resist against that powerful energy fluctuation. How tough was the head of a golden core alpha? Even if Su Zimo used the cold moon saber and cleaved with all his might, he would not be able to leave a scratch on it. But now, a head so tough had exploded right in front of Su Zimo. If he had not seen it himself, Su Zimo would not have been able to imagine it. This scene dealt a huge blow to him. Su Zimo only snapped out of his stupor and let out a long breath when the headless corpse of the alpha fell onto his body. After a momentary silence, the thousands of wolves remaining whimpered and hung their tails low, fleeing into the distance without turning back. In the blink of an eye, they were completely gone, leaving nothing but a pile of wolf corpses and bloodstains. Su Zimo turned back to look at the pitch-black cave behind him with a rattled expression. After freezing momentarily, he turned to look at the spirit monkey subconsciously. After all, he had not been back for 2 years. The spirit monkey should know best as to what was inside the cave. Unexpectedly, the spirit monkey shook its head in confusion upon meeting with Su Zimo's eyes. Under cold lake, enter cave. Suddenly, Su Zimo heard an unfamiliar voice. It was extremely weak and intermittent. The voice appeared abruptly, as if it echoed out in Su Zimo's mind. Was there someone within the cave? Was he under the cold lake? Was this some sort of trick? Su Zimo composed himself and looked at the spirit monkey. It did not realize anything was amiss. This meant that Su Zimo was the only one who heard that voice. Su Zimo had no idea what the other party's identity and motives were. He could not help but feel a little uneasy. However, on second thought, he would have died in the hands of the alpha if not for this person. The worst-case scenario would be to just die once more. Su Zimo pondered for a moment and did not tell the spirit monkey about this. If the spirit monkey did not hear the voice of the mystery man, there was only a single possibility. The latter did not want the spirit monkey to know about it. Furthermore, Su Zimo did not know what dangers lurked beneath the cold lake, and he did not want the spirit monkey to take the risk. Monkey, wait for me here. I'll go take a look inside. Su Zimo endured the immense pain and struggled to stand up. Ow, ow. The spirit monkey shouted a few times, supporting Su Zimo with one hand and gesturing with the other, implying that it wanted to go in together. Wait for me outside. I'll be right back. Don't worry. Su Zimo said again and slowly walked towards the cave. Once inside, Su Zimo frowned as a pungent and familiar aura lunged at him. It was that damn monkey's shit. There were not many changes within the cave. Su Zimo looked around and walked straight to the cold lake. A white fog covered the surface of the water with a cold and chilling intent. Without hesitation, Su Zimo took a deep breath and jumped in. Because he was wearing the mystic gold silk armor, Su Zimo sank extremely quickly. 2 years ago, he had just cultivated the tendon's transformation section. By the time he was halfway through, his blood was already showing signs of freezing up. Now, as he sank down, Su Zimo's blood churned furiously like a tsunami filled with life. It was endlessly fighting against the cold. In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo's feet touched ground and he arrived at the bottom of the cold lake. In front of him, there was a huge rock and he could clearly see the 4 words on it. Extreme Fire Dao Residence. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat and he choked on a mouthful of cold water. His abdomen moved and in an instant, a chill exploded, causing his body to shudder slightly. The words Dao Residence were not something just anybody could use. Golden cores were perfected beings, nascent souls were perfected lords. Void reversion came above nascent soul and only those cultivators could be referred to as Dao beings. There was a high chance the owner of this Dao residence was a void reversion Dao being. Void reversion Dao being, Su Zimo was too far away from that. It was said that even Ethereal Peak Sect Master was merely at nascent soul realm and had not reached void reversion. Su Zimo calmed himself and took a few steps forward to get closer. Beneath the huge rock was a stone door. Hesitating for a moment, Su Zimo pushed the stone door with both hands. Crack, crack, crack. 2 doors opened from the middle and an ancient rotting aura surged in. Gritting his teeth, Su Zimo entered the Dao residence. The water of the cold lake seemed to be blocked outside by an invisible as the doors slowly closed. Upon entering the Dao residence, Su Zimo's mouth opened agape as he stood rooted to the ground. Unexpectedly, the Dao residence was surprisingly cramped and could be seen in its entirety with a single glance. It was even smaller than Su Zimo's cave abode back in Ethereal Peak. The Dao residence did not have much decorations. Opposite Su Zimo, there was a stone bed and a man in scarlet robes with a large tripod emblem on its sleeves laid there. Su Zimo had never seen that emblem before. The man revealed a side profile and looked no older than a middle-aged man. However, his face was black with a sinister tinge of green. Laying flat on the stone bed along with that greenish-black complexion, the man looked horrifying, like a corpse that had been placed there for many years. You don't have to be afraid. I don't have much life left. I won't hurt you. Even though the scarlet-robed man's lips did not move, the voice from earlier rang in Su Zimo's mind. I'm using my spirit consciousness to communicate with you. The death of the Alpha earlier on was also through my spirit consciousness. Spirit consciousness. It was said that once a golden core entered the nascent soul realm, they would be able to unlock a sea of wisdom and possess spirit consciousness. Spirit consciousness was another form of energy that was far more terrifying than one's vision. It could probe everywhere, detecting the most secluded corners. In the face of spirit consciousness, the Golden Core Alpha was akin to a small ant and was destroyed in an instant. Su Zimo asked, Senior, how may I address you? Extreme Fire, Dao Lord. Even though the voice of the spirit consciousness was extremely weak, it boomed in Su Zimo's mind like a thunderbolt. Dao Lord. In the cultivation world, there were corresponding titles for every cultivation realm. It was a symbol of one's identity, status, and strength and must not be used without reason. Su Zimo merely knew that Dao beings were at the void reversion realm. However, he had never heard of what realms Dao Lords were at. Logically speaking, the realm of a Dao Lord should be even above void reversion. Thank you for saving me, Senior Extreme Fire. May I know how I can help you? Su Zimo asked after a long silence. At that moment, he was uncertain as well. If it was as Dao Lord Extreme Fire had mentioned that he did not have much life left, what help could a Foundation establishment cultivator like Su Zimo provide? 5,000 years ago, I broke into a ruin. In a moment of carelessness, I was injured by the beings within and poisoned deeply. I then shattered a major transference talisman to escape death and was teleported here. The Tao Lord Extreme Fire's voice was intermittent, but Su Zimo was completely dumbfounded. 5,000 years ago, the lifespan of the Golden Core was at most 500 years. However, the middle-aged man in front of him was from 5,000 years ago and he was still alive. What was even more frightening was that there were beings in that unknown ruin that could injure Tao Lord Extreme Fire. What sort of a poison was it such that even a Tao Lord could not withstand it? As for the major transference talisman, Su Zimo had never even heard of it before. I opened up this place, but the poison has already infiltrated my entire body and I'm unable to leave. If my essence spirit is sent forth, it will be tainted with the poison as well and will not last more than an hour. I had no choice but to use my spirit consciousness to resist the poison's corrosion. 5,000 years. I can't hold on for much longer. Tao Lord Extreme Fire's voice was filled with some regret, indignance, and even a hint of relief. Su Zimo looked at Tao Lord Extreme Fire with shock in his eyes as a storm brewed in his heart. In this cramped Tao residence without daylight and almost devoid of freedom, Tao Lord Extreme Fire had resisted the poison in his body for an entire 5,000 years all alone. How powerful was his determination to be able to do that? If one were to say that Tao Lord Extreme Fire was too powerful, the poison in his body would be even more terrifying. That was because despite 5,000 years, Tao Lord Extreme Fire still lost. If one were to say that the poison in Tao Lord Extreme Fire's body was terrifying, the ruin that he entered would be enough to have one shudder at the mere thought of it. 2 years ago, I saw you, Tao Lord Extreme Fire said. However, you were not a cultivator at that time. I never expected that you would already be a Foundation establishment cultivator after 2 years. Someone changed your destiny for you. Such means are truly admirable. Su Zimo remained silent. If not for Dai Yu, he would not be able to get to where he was today. Even though Extreme Fire Dai Yu was powerful, he was impressed by Dai Yu as well. My treasures are all within my storage bag. Without a spirit consciousness, you won't be able to open it. Furthermore, your cultivation is too low for you to make use of them. You can keep my storage bag. Open it when you reach Void Reversion Realm one day. Su Zimo finally realized that Tao Lord Extreme Fire had summoned him to lay down his final wishes. I brought this white stone out of the ruins, but I'm unable to keep it in the storage bag. I don't know what use it has as well. You can have it too. Beside Tao Lord Extreme Fire's pillow was his storage bag and a milky white stone the size of a goose egg. The surface of the stone was smooth and sparkling. Su Zimo stared at the stone and felt as if his gaze was being pulled in. Subconsciously, he lifted the stone. The moment Su Zimo's finger made contact with the stone, it suddenly disappeared. It was as if it had gone into his body through his palm. All of a sudden, Su Zimo felt a sharp pain in his head, and he almost fainted from how unbearable it was. He had not realized that at that moment, his right eye had turned white. Pure white. His entire eye was white completely. It was terrifying. In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo's right eye returned to normal as the pain gradually weakened. At the same time, a secret skill appeared in Su Zimo's mind. To be precise, it was a sword formation, candlelight sword formation. Su Zimo merely skimmed through the sword formation briefly and could not help but be speechless. Even though he hadn't cultivated and understood it, Su Zimo guessed that the power of the candlelight sword formation was enough to crush the hexagonal sword formation completely. There were 9 grades to the candlelight sword formation. A grade 1 candlelight sword formation would already require 9 flying swords. For a grade 2 candlelight sword formation, 18 flying swords would be required following that logic. If he were to cultivate to grade 9 of the candlelight sword formation, he would require 81 flying swords to activate the formation. Su Zimo put the candlelight sword formation out of his mind for the time being and lowered his head to check his body. The stone from earlier on had disappeared and Su Zimo had an illusion that it entered his body. However, he found nothing after searching for it. There's also a demon beast egg under the bed. I brought that out of the ruins too. Take it with you and nurture it well. Who knows? It might become an extraordinary spirit beast. Su Zimo took 2 steps back and looked under the bed where there was an oval egg roughly the size of a fist. Unless one were to pay attention, it was easy to mistake it for an ordinary stone. But now that Su Zimo was focusing his gaze, he was shocked to discover that there were complicated and mysterious runic patterns densely etched on the surface of the demon beast egg. He did not touch the demon beast egg. The things from that ruin were all a little strange. Su Zimo was worried that the egg would also enter his body if he touched it. "You're a sword formation master, right?" Suddenly, Dao Lord Extreme Fire asked, his voice even weaker than it had been at the beginning. "Yes." Su Zimo nodded. He had summoned the hexagonal sword formation earlier on when he was fighting with the wolf pack outside. Dao Lord Extreme Fire must have seen it. "I don't understand anything about sword formations. However, I know that flying swords are the most important to sword formation masters. They require many of similar weight and quality. It would be best if they were identical." Su Zimo nodded. "That's right. I'm also a weapon refinement master, so the flying swords I use are all refined by myself." "Oh!" Dao Lord Extreme Fire's voice suddenly revealed a hint of joy. "What grade of spirit weapons can you refine?" "I can only refine inferior grade spirit weapons," Su Zimo answered honestly. Dao Lord Extreme Fire continued. "Actually, I'm from one of the 4 dissident groups, 100 Refinement Sect. Of the weapon refinement techniques in Tianhuang mainland, 100 Refinement Sect reigns supreme. It's a pity that you're not a disciple of my sect and I can't impart many of the weapon refinement secret skills of the sect." Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. He had unintentionally heard Demonist Ji mention that of the top factions of Tianhuang mainland, there were the 4 dissident groups. Their standing was equal to the 7 fiend sections. However, Dao Lord Extreme Fire added, "I can refine a weapon in front of you. Take a good look at the entire process. How much of it you can comprehend will be up to your own talents. Of the weapon refinement techniques, 100 Refinement Sect reigns supreme." Those words were enough to prove how powerful 100 Refinement Sect was in terms of weapon refinement. Furthermore, this was a Dao Lord of 100 Refinement Sect. It was a rare opportunity. A figure suddenly flew out from Dao Lord Extreme Fire's glabella. He was also dressed in a scarlet Dao robe, almost identical to Dao Lord Extreme Fire in terms of appearance, albeit a miniature version. "This is my essence spirit. It's about to dissipate." After Dao Lord Extreme Fire said that, his essence spirit waved its hand gently and a gigantic tripod alongside many materials flew out from the storage bag at the front of the bed. Swoosh! A fiery flame rose beneath the tripod. Warming, material selection, smelting, forging. The steps were roughly similar. However, the various details and techniques displayed in the weapon refinement process was completely superior. In Su Zimo's eyes, Dao Lord Extreme Fire's weapon refinement process was smooth and fluid like water. It was as though he was not refining a spirit weapon, but an unparalleled treasure. Even though Su Zimo was already an elementary weapon refinement master, at this moment, he realized that compared to the real experts, his weapon refinement skills were akin to trash. After forging was tempering. This was Su Zimo's weakest step. He opened his eyes widely, watching the methods of Dao Lord Extreme Fire. Dao Lord Extreme Fire controlled all 10 fingers with an incomparable agility and nimbleness, moving along the body of the sword and tapping it bit by bit. The moment his fingertip landed, an exquisite little hammer seemed to condense on his fingertip. Cling! Clang! 10 fingers struck the sword with a rhythmic pattern, giving off a pleasant and crisp sound. The intervals between the sounds were exactly the same. This is one of 100 Refinement Sect's secret skill, 1000 Tempered Finger. Dao Lord Extreme Fire's voice rang out. "I won't be able to explain the secret behind the skill. You've got to take a closer look, think deeper and practice more to obtain your own insights." Before long, the tempering process was over and spirit gathering began. Buzz! Almost instantly, the first spirit pattern was condensed on the sword. Su Zimo was dumbstruck. The speed of that spirit gathering was way too fast. This is another one of our sect's secret skill, 100 refinement spirit gathering method. You won't be able to comprehend it through mere observation because it requires a mantra and a mental cultivation technique. Before he finished his sentence, a second spirit pattern was formed. Immediately following that, a third, a fourth, in just a few seconds, for spirit patterns had condensed on that flying sword. That was a supreme-grade spirit weapon. One more step and it would be perfect. Spirit gathering was the most difficult step of weapon refinement. However, Extreme Fire Tao Lord made it look extremely easy. One could be called an advanced weapon refinement master if they could produce a superior-grade spirit weapon. Above advanced weapon refinement masters, there was the title of weapon refinement grandmaster. What title was Extreme Fire Tao Lord? In order to let Su Zimo have a good look at his weapon refinement techniques, Extreme Fire Tao Lord removed his weapon tripod during the tempering and spirit gathering steps. After condensing 4 spirit patterns, Extreme Fire Tao Lord showed no signs of stopping as he attempted for a 5th spirit pattern. Oh! Right then, a warning flashed in Su Zimo's mind. The feeling of danger came from the flying sword that was heated to a scarlet red. It was a familiar feeling, the premonition of a failed spirit gathering. Don't! When he saw that Extreme Fire Tao Lord had no intention of stopping, Su Zimo exclaimed instinctively. Extreme Fire Tao Lord paused for a moment and eyed Su Zimo, murmuring, "That's true. Even if I make you a perfect spirit weapon, you won't be able to use it given your current cultivation realm." Given Su Zimo's spirit energy, he would not be able to last long using a perfect spirit weapon. Too much spirit energy would be drained if all 5 spirit patterns were activated. Su Zimo heaved a sigh of relief and lamented internally. The spirit gathering technique of 100 refinement sect is indeed incredible. But even then, it does not have a 100% success rate. While my spirit gathering technique is slower, it's guaranteed. In other words, if Su Zimo were to perfect the steps of material selection, smelting, forging, and tempering, he would be able to create a perfect spirit weapon with 100% certainty. If news of that were to spread in the cultivation world, Su Zimo would definitely become the most popular weapon refinement master. There was no exception. This supreme-grade flying sword is a gift for you. Take it. Swash! A sword beam flew by and pierced into the ground before Su Zimo. Sigh, I've managed to survive for 5,000 years, but it's all futile. The tinge of green on Extreme Fire Tao Lord's essence spirit was getting darker. Su Zimo furrowed his brows, trying his best to repress the shock in his heart. The brief moment of contact between Extreme Fire Tao Lord's essence spirit and his body was when it flew out of his glabella. Even then, it was tainted by the poison. The potency of the poison was evident. Outside, in the body of that wolf, there's an inner core. That's a great tonic for you. Don't forget to take it out. Su Zimo's eyes lit up. In the path of immortality cultivation, cultivators that managed to form a core would condense a sparkling golden core in their dantian. As depicted in the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, demons on the core path will also produce an inner core in their body. Inner cores and golden cores were similar. They possessed the essence of the cultivator. However, golden cores were formed from spirit energy. However, inner cores were formed from the essence chi of the 5 organs. As depicted in the organs refinement section, the 5 organs essence chi was produced after organs refinement into 5 varying essence chi that would spread inside one's body. It will nourish the skin, flesh, tendons, bones, and marrow, allowing the body to undergo a complete transformation. Be it in terms of power or speed, there would be a significant increase. When the body is at the peak of nourishment from the 5 organs essence chi, it would enter the next realm, orifice clearing. Orifice clearing does not produce much of an increase in terms of power and speed. However, the overall increase in a demonic cultivator's strength is still clear and obvious. What orifice clearing referred to was to open up one's mouth, eyes, ears, and nose using the 5 organs essence chi. Once those 7 holes were opened up, the 5 senses of the demonic cultivator would receive an immense improvement and their vision, hearing and smell would become extremely sharp. That was only the changes on the surface. There would also be qualitative changes within the demonic cultivators. The synthetic relationship between the 5 organs, skin, flesh, tendons, bones, marrow and 5 senses was equivalent to a minor heavenly cycle. At mastery of orifice clearing, the body would be a fusion of toughness and flexibility and become one, increasing one's coordination further. When all 5 chi combine into one, that was the time to condense the inner core. An inner core was the condensation of the bloodline and the 5 organs chi, the essence of the alpha's entire lifetime's worth of cultivation. That was way too important for Su Zimo. By devouring that inner core, there was a high chance Su Zimo could take a critical step in cultivating his organs refinement section. The path of cultivation is a long one and is extremely difficult. One wrong step can cause one's body and cultivation to perish. Pathetic, truly tragic. Extreme Fire Tao Lord's essence spirit slowly floated down and laid on the ground, muttering softly as his brows exuded boundless ancientness. Finally, his eyes gradually closed. At that moment, as though he could empathize, Su Zimo felt a little sad as well. Extreme Fire Tao Lord was many times more powerful than him, but he still ended with such an ending. What was Su Zimo's future and how far could he go? Furthermore, the path he was taking was even more difficult and bumpy. Thank you for saving my life, imparting me the Tao and giving me treasures, Senior. Su Zimo bowed deeply in the direction of Extreme Fire Tao Lord's corpse. By now, Extreme Fire Tao Lord's essence spirit had already turned bluish-black with hardly any life signs. It was clear he couldn't survive any longer. Heis! Su Zimo sighed and came to the bed, preparing to put away the storage bag left behind by Extreme Fire Tao Lord. Because the storage bag was locked by the spirit consciousness left behind by Extreme Fire Tao Lord, Su Zimo was unable to open it with his current cultivation. Even so, it was worth looking forward to. As a Tao Lord of one of the 4 dissident groups, how many treasures were there in his storage bag? Su Zimo put away the storage bag and placed the supreme-grade flying sword on the ground into his storage bag. Eh? Su Zimo muttered softly. The moment he closed the storage bag, he vaguely felt a strange change in that Longan-sized Buddha bead in his storage bag. He took the Buddha bead out. The moment he touched it, Su Zimo frowned and he was even more confused. The Buddha bead actually felt warm to the touch. Weird. Ever since he obtained the Buddha bead from the stone coffin, there had never been any changes to it. This was the first time. Su Zimo looked around his surroundings in deep thought. If he was not wrong, this cave abode or something in here had a connection to the Buddha bead. Holding the Buddha bead in his palm, Su Zimo walked around the cave abode. After taking a few steps, he suddenly paused and squatted down, looking at Extreme Fire Tao Lord's essence spirit that was lying not far away. He frowned in silence. A moment later, Su Zimo attempted to straighten his arm and move the Buddha bead closer to Extreme Fire Tao Lord's essence spirit. Shoo! A streak of light. Under Su Zimo's gaze, Extreme Fire Tao Lord's essence spirit was suddenly sucked away by the Buddha bead and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Oh! Su Zimo's expression changed and he tossed the Buddha bead on the ground hurriedly. Extreme Fire Tao Lord's essence spirit was tainted by the poison as well. Now that it was inside the Buddha bead, the bead would most likely be tainted by the poison too. After observing for a long time, Su Zimo discovered to his shock that the Buddha bead had not changed at all. He did not dare to be careless, picking up a stone rod on the ground to poke the Buddha bead. There was no change in the stone rod as well. This meant that the Buddha bead was not tainted by that terrifying poison. Su Zimo heaved out a sigh of relief. It was no wonder he had to be so cautious. That poison was truly way too powerful. Even a cultivator as powerful as Extreme Fire Tao Lord had to meet with such an ending after enduring for 5,000 years. Su Zimo had to be careful. He picked up the Buddha bead and studied it for a while before putting it back into his storage bag. There was nothing left in the cave abode. Su Zimo's gaze finally landed on that demon beast egg. Actually, he did not bear much hope towards that egg. Since this demon beast egg was taken from a ruin 5,000 years ago, it proved that the egg had been there for more than 5,000 years. Even a demon beast might not live that long, let alone a demon beast egg. However, on second thought, Su Zimo realized that the items in the ruin were not ordinary. The stone that might have entered his body, candlelight sword formation, and the poison that managed to even kill a Tao Lord. At that thought, Su Zimo came before the demon beast egg and examined it. All of a sudden, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Since Extreme Fire Tao Lord had brought that demon beast egg out from the ruin when he was poisoned, why was the egg not tainted by the poison? Even Extreme Fire Tao Lord's essence spirit was not spared. Yet this demon beast egg was fine? It was immune to poison? Su Zimo thought for a moment and picked up the demon beast egg, trying to put it away in his storage bag. He could not do so. His eyes lit up in elation. Only non-living objects like weapons or elixirs could be placed inside the storage bag. Living being with life could not be contained by the storage bag. Now that the demon beast egg could not be placed within, it was proof that there were signs of life within the egg. It was still alive. Su Zimo's thoughts gradually became active again. If he could nurture a spirit beast, it might not be a bad thing. Furthermore, this spirit beast that came from the unknown ruin could very likely be immune to poison. Something like the demon beast egg was extremely rare within Tianhuang mainland, where only the top factions would possess them. These items were all prepared for the paragons of their respective sex. The stronger the bloodline and the rarer the species was, the harder it was to obtain their demon beast eggs, which were extremely precious. After all, demon beast eggs as such would definitely be guarded by extremely powerful pure-blooded and ferocious remnant beasts day and night. Furthermore, they would be located at the deepest areas off any forests or mountains. To obtain a demon beast egg as such, the top experts of the sex would have to turn up and engage in a ferocious battle with the pure-blooded remnant beasts. Even then, success was not guaranteed, and they may even put themselves in danger. Spirit beasts that were born from demon beast eggs were extremely loyal to their cultivators, and there would not be cases of betrayal. Even though Ethereal Peak, as one of the 5 major sects of the Great Zhou dynasty, did not have any demon beast eggs, they had instructions on how to hatch demon beast eggs. Firstly, blood was required. It wasn't anything mythical such as using the drop of blood to tie it to an owner. The principle behind it was simple. The goal of dripping one's blood on it was to remove the aura of the mother from the demon beast egg and let it be replaced with one's blood. That way, during the nurturing process and when the demon beast hatched, the scent it was most familiar with would be the owner of the blood. Naturally, it would be closest to that person. Su Zimo thought for a moment and took out the supreme-grade flying sword that was crafted by Extreme Fire Tao Lord, injecting spirit chi into it. For spirit patterns lit up at the same time, emitting a cold aura that was extremely intimidating. Given Su Zimo's tough physique, he would not be able to tear through his skin without activating spirit patterns. The sword tip slashed across his left palm ruthlessly, causing a bloody wound to appear. Su Zimo immediately placed his left hand on the demon beast egg and started rubbing it. After smearing all over the demon beast egg, he felt his palm clench as though it was bitten by something. Oh! Su Zimo's expression changed. Right after, a huge suction force erupted from the demon beast egg. Su Zimo's blood flowed uncontrollably from his wound on his left palm into the demon beast egg. It felt as though the demon beast egg was extremely thirsty and was devouring his blood in large mouthfuls. Frowning, Su Zimo yanked and tried to shake off the demon beast egg. However, it was stuck to his palm and he could not shrug it off. All of a sudden, abstruse and complicated patterns on the demon beast egg suddenly emitted a blinding light. It looked strangely weird, illuminating beneath the blood. The speed in which the demon beast egg was devouring blood was much faster than he had imagined. Pest! Su Zimo took a deep breath of air and felt himself going dizzy. At this speed, he would soon be sucked into a dry corpse by the demon beast egg. Putting away his flying sword, Su Zimo gripped the demon beast egg with his right hand and started tearing it outside. However, the demon beast egg remained stuck firmly on his palm and refused to budge no matter how he tried. Furthermore, it was sucking his blood still and showed no indication of stopping. Fuck! You really can't touch anything from that ruin carelessly. Su Zimo's face turned pale as he cursed internally. He had two options before him, to either sever his left hand or turn into a dried corpse. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Su Zimo's mind as he turned and dashed out of the cave abode. While his blood was not sucked dry yet and he still had strength remaining, Su Zimo swam towards the top of the cold lake with all his might. In the blink of an eye, he leaped out of the cold lake and broke into a stumble, nearly falling over from how weak he was. Ow! When the spirit monkey saw Su Zimo rushing out, it was stunned. After not seeing him for a while, Su Zimo's flesh and blood withered and he lost a large amount of weight. There was even an egg on his left palm that glowed with blood. Looking confused, the spirit monkey was about to head up when Su Zimo shouted lightly, "Don't come over!" The spirit monkey stopped in its tracks immediately, looking at Su Zimo with widened eyes. Su Zimo arrived at the battlefield from earlier on and looked at the wolf corpses strewn all over the place. Heaving a deep breath of air, he recited a sinister sutra and his eye flashed with a bloody glint. Blood-devouring technique. This was a secret skill from the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra. Su Zimo opened his mouth slightly and the flesh and meat of some wolf corpses in front of him dissipated slowly, turning into a pool of blood and flowing into his mouth. On the one hand, the demon beast egg was devouring Su Zimo's blood endlessly. On the other hand, Su Zimo was devouring the blood of the wolf corpses and managed to save his life. As time passed by, the number of wolf corpses decreased, leaving only sets of white wolf bones on the ground. After a long time, right as Su Zimo was almost unable to endure it anymore, the demon beast egg dropped from his hand with a loud thud and rolled a couple of times on the ground before stopping motionlessly. The bloody light on the demon beast egg faded gradually and it returned to normal, looking like a fist-sized rock once more. Su Zimo fell and sat on the ground, looking at the demon beast egg with lingering fear before letting out a long breath of air. If he had not experienced it personally, Su Zimo would not have been able to imagine that a small demon beast egg like that would be able to devour all the blood in his body. Ow, ow! The spirit monkey came over and asked. Forcing out a faint smile, Su Zimo replied, "I'm fine. I just nearly got fucked by an egg." Looking at the demon beast egg not far away, Su Zimo felt like he had survived a disaster. If not for the fact that he had cultivated two high-quality marrow cleansing techniques and the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra, he might have been sucked to death by the demon beast egg in an instant. Egg! The spirit monkey walked close to the demon beast egg and blinked its eyes. He grabbed it and sized it up curiously. Surveying the place, Su Zimo's gaze landed on a place and his eyes lit up. Beneath the corpse of the alpha wolf was a round elixir around the size of a fist. It was light red. Demon beast inner core. It was because of this round object that the alpha was able to produce such terrifying strength with a casual strike. In fact, it even destroyed Su Zimo's 6 inferior-grade flying swords. Inner cores varied in color and it had something to do with the different species of demon beasts. For aquatic demon beasts such as the water shield crocodile and ancient spirit fish, the inner cores they form would be more inclined towards water attributes and would mostly be blue. As for some grass-type demon beasts such as the clover swordgrass and purple-blooded vane, the inner cores they form would be inclined towards grass attributes and would mostly be green. Inner cores had different grades as well. Be it any color, the purer it was, the higher the grade. The light red inner core of the alpha could only be considered as a middle-grade inner core. A dark red color would be superior grade and a deep red color would be supreme grade. If it could condense a scarlet inner core that was the shade of blood, it would be a perfect inner core. Even ancient ferocious beasts with pure bloodlines might not be able to condense perfect inner cores, much less ordinary or ancient remnant beasts. The grades did not refer to the impurities within the inner cores, but the purity level and the size of its strength. The beasts could similarly be at early stage inner core, however, 10 inferior grade inner core spirit demons may not be a match for a single middle grade inner core spirit demon. The alpha wolf was an extremely ordinary spirit beast and it was already pretty good for it to be able to condense a middle grade inner core. Su Zimo picked up the alpha's inner core and waved to the spirit monkey before heading towards the cave. The skies were already dark and night was about to descend. Even though the man and monkey's strength was no longer the same as before, lingering outside the Zhonglang mountain range was still extremely dangerous. When he returned to the cave, Su Zimo divided the inner core into two and handed half to the spirit monkey with a smile. Monkey, this is the alpha wolf's inner core and it's a great tonic. Eat it and cultivate. The spirit monkey did not decline and swallowed without chewing it. After a slight delay, the spirit monkey's eyes lit up and its expression changed. It hurriedly sat upright and began to cultivate, refining the energy of the inner core as its breathing became heavier. Su Zimo placed the other half of the alpha wolf's inner core into his mouth, chewing it slowly. The inner core wasn't tough and was a little soft. After it entered Su Zimo's stomach, he could feel a massive surge of energy bursting out from it. The energy was a little warm and flowed through his limbs, entering his organs. In that very cave, Su Zimo nearly exploded due to the energy overload of the scarlet flame fruit in the past. Now, he did not dare to get careless as he hurriedly cultivated the organ's refinement sutra, breathing in and out to try and refine the power of the inner core that was running rampant in his body. Time slowly passed. The man and the monkey sat in the cave with their eyes tightly shut. Fog rose from their bodies as a dense mist swirled around them. To be fair, if not for this alpha wolf inner core, it would be impossible for Su Zimo to cultivate the organ's refinement section without a couple years of research. But now, thanks to the inner core, he could gradually feel himself approaching the barrier of the organ's refinement section. Inner cores were basically a combination of the bloodline and five organs' qi. By fusing one's qi and blood, a core would be formed. The creation of an inner core was equivalent to a concrete example of the five-organ qi, and it activated the organ's refinement section channeling. Gradually, Su Zimo found the feeling on how to refine his organs. By refining the five organs, essence qi of the five organs would be produced. The five organs corresponded to skin, flesh, tendons, bones, and marrow. Organs refinement was not only an improvement of the five organs, it was also a baptism for the body, a conclusion of sorts to the first few chapters of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. After a night, Su Zimo continued cultivating. Unknowingly, the injuries inflicted by the battle against the Alpha had already silently healed. Under the nourishment of the five organs' essence qi, the hidden ailments left in his body were also repaired. As the sun rose, the spirit monkey's cultivation came to an end. Glancing at Su Zimo, who was still cultivating, the spirit monkey did not disturb him. Instead, it crept to a corner. It looked around furtively, and after ensuring that there was no one else, the spirit monkey secretly took out the demon beast egg and placed it under its butt. Squatting down, the spirit monkey squatted on the demon beast egg in a weird posture, as though it was passing motion. However, there was no feces. Furthermore, the spirit monkey was not sitting on it either. On the other side, Su Zimo was still cultivating. The entire cave was shrouded by a vermilion mist as demonic qi surged into the sky, causing one's heart to palpitate. The spirit beasts nearby had long fled from the area after sensing that aura. A figure appeared vaguely within the thick demonic qi. With every single breath, there was a current of air near his nose as though an ancient demon was devouring the entire world. Yet another day and night had passed. All of a sudden, two demonic beams of light shone in the vermilion mist. It was a pair of eyes. Su Zimo's cultivation was over. Looking at the thick demonic qi around him, he opened his mouth suddenly and sucked violently. The immense demonic qi gushed into Su Zimo's mouth continuously in a discernible pace. In the blink of an eye, everything vanished. Su Zimo stood up, twisting his neck and stretching his limbs. A series of crackling sounds came from within his body, as if beans were being fried. His organs vibrated gently as his blood rumbled like a tsunami, while his tendons and bones rang together. The Alpha's inner core provided an immense amount of help to Su Zimo. In just 2 nights of cultivation, his physical strength had risen by an entire level thanks to the nourishment of the 5 organs qi. However, at the same time, cultivation of the organs refinement section had once again revealed a hidden ailment of demonic cultivation. Demonic qi. Su Zimo's body had produced demonic qi. When he was cultivating the marrow cleansing section, due to the blood swapping, Su Zimo's new bloodline was completely demonic. The demonic bloodline could alter Su Zimo's physique and appearance. Thankfully, he had managed to obtain the Void Thunder Manual in Thunderclap Valley by accident. Even though it was incomplete, there was the Thunder Marrow Cleansing Sutra that could help him get rid of the hidden ailment of demonification temporarily. But now, the demonic chi in Su Zimo's body was produced by his organs. The Thunder Marrow Cleansing Sutra could only cleanse the marrow, not the organs. Naturally, the situation this time round was slightly different from before. Su Zimo's appearance could turn completely demonic through his bloodline. However, demonic chi would not alter Su Zimo's physique or appearance. That meant to say that Su Zimo could continue to cultivate the organ's refinement section and make use of the demonic chi to nourish his skin, flesh, tendons, bone, and marrow while strengthening his body. The hidden ailment was whether he would be noticed by others when he was unable to make use of the power of his demonic chi. After all, demon chi was way too different from a human's aura. Any cultivators would be able to discern it at the first instance. The benefit of organs refinement was that one was not only limited to the power of blood, they could also release the power of blood chi. The chi in blood chi referred to demonic chi. Now that Su Zimo was a human, if he were to release the power of blood chi, he would be shrouded by demonic and he would definitely be taken down at the first instance. Of course, the power of blood alone was more than enough to take down most Foundation establishment cultivators. As long as Su Zimo closed in on his opponents, even if they were at perfected Foundation establishment with many meridians unlocked, the odds would definitely be stacked against them. Su Zimo had left the sect for quite some time. Thankfully, his cultivation speed had not fallen off and he had received immense benefits along the way. He planned on returning to the sect and digesting everything he had learned completely. On the one hand, he had to raise his cultivation as quickly as possible to prepare for the sect competition 3 years later. On the other hand, he had to master the tempering techniques swiftly as well to create middle-grade or even superior-grade flying swords. That way, he would be able to start cultivating the candlelight sword formation. That was a formation that Su Zimo looked forward to learning. Grade 2 of the candlelight sword formation required a full 18 flying swords before it could be summoned. Ignoring the power of the sword formation itself, even if 18 flying swords were to attack in an overwhelming manner, it would be more than enough for a Foundation establishment cultivator to handle. But of course, there was one more thing: hatching that demon beast egg. It came from the ruins and was highly likely to be immune to poison. Not just that, it even absorbed so much of his bloodline. Su Zimo was curious as to what sort of spirit beast that demon beast egg would produce. If it was an ancient remnant beast species, he would have earned big. Remnant beasts referred to the offsprings of pure bloodline ferocious beasts and ordinary demon beasts. Even though their bloodlines were no longer pure, they were still extremely powerful. The alpha wolf and the spirit tiger could only be considered as the most ordinary type of demon beasts and weren't comparable to ferocious beasts. As for Little Crane, Su Zimo could vaguely sense that Little Crane's bloodline was not so simple. There was a chance that it was a remnant beast. The spirit monkey was originally a spirit beast with an ordinary bloodline. However, Daiyu seemed to have imparted a cultivation technique to it. Now, the spirit monkey was no longer ordinary anymore. Su Zimo pondered over whether he should impart the Void Thunder Manual to the spirit tiger. Even though the spirit tiger looked intelligent, it was actually extremely stupid. If its strength did not grow, it would probably not survive in the future. If this demon beast egg could hatch a pure-blooded ferocious beast. Su Zimo's heart raced at the thought of that. The growth potential of pure-blooded ferocious beasts was huge. Even as cubs that were naive and did not know how to cultivate, pure-blooded ferocious beasts were already comparable to chi condensation warriors. The moment they start cultivating, pure-blooded ferocious beasts can even slay Foundation establishment cultivators. That was only just for cubs. If they grow into their youth and adult phases, the power of those pure-blooded ferocious beasts was unimaginable. Not only that, pure-blooded ferocious beasts carry with them the ancient memories of their race from a long time ago. Vicissitude and mysterious, nobody could steal the cultivation techniques and secret skills meant for them. Of course, the growth of pure-blooded ferocious beasts was extremely slow as well. Even without cultivating, most pure-blooded ferocious beasts have a lifespan of over 10,000 years. If a cultivator were to hatch a pure-blooded ferocious beast, they might die before the ferocious beast even grows up. At that thought, Su Zimo intuitively searched for the demon beast egg. He looked around the place but did not see anything. Weird. Su Zimo furrowed his brows slightly. The cave was not that big and he could see its entirety in sight. However, there was no trace of the demon beast egg. I clearly saw that damn monkey take it in. Su Zimo mumbled and looked at the spirit monkey again, exclaiming softly. The spirit monkey's posture looked strange. Even if it was taking a dump, wasn't it squatting for way too long? Furthermore, the spirit monkey hovered without sitting as though there was something under its butt. Su Zimo vaguely guessed something and could not help but roll his eyes. Damn monkey, aren't you tired? When it heard Su Zimo's question, the spirit monkey shook its head and looked towards the entrance of the cave, pretending as if nothing had happened. Su Zimo could not help but laugh. Stop pretending. Hurry and get up. Don't tell me you want to hatch that demon beast egg with your monkey bum. After being seen through by Su Zimo, a rare blush appeared on the spirit monkey's face as it stood up unwillingly. Upon seeing that, Su Zimo was amazed. The spirit monkey was usually extremely thick-skinned and unruly. This was the first time he was seeing it so coy. Ow! Ow! Pausing for a moment, the spirit monkey returned to its normal self and bared its teeth, gesturing and shouting at Su Zimo. Even though he had not seen the spirit monkey for 2 years, Su Zimo understood what it meant immediately. It was saying that Su Zimo knew nothing and should not interfere. Su Zimo chided jokingly, "If I don't know anything, you do? You weren't the one who gave birth to that thing and you've got no blood relation to it, so what are you hatching it for?" The spirit monkey was stunned by Su Zimo's words. Ow, ow. Right on the heels of that, the spirit monkey gave Su Zimo a disdainful look and gave him a sidelong glance. It was saying, "What do you know? We're both demons and have similar auras. I can still incubate it." Su Zimo covered his nose in disdain. "Your auras are far from similar. You reek of feces. Even if you manage to hatch it, it's going to die of your stench." Even though Su Zimo had only mentioned it in passing, the spirit monkey became nervous and ran off to the cold lake, washing its body over and over again thoroughly. Su Zimo was dumbfounded. Previously, they had fought multiple times over this issue. However, the spirit monkey did not compromise even if it was beaten badly by Su Zimo. It continued to wipe its feces every day, enjoying itself while disgusting Su Zimo at the same time. But now it was taking a shower for the demon beast egg? This was really... Everything truly had its weakness. After a long time, the spirit monkey finally came forth from the cold lake. It ran to Su Zimo and called softly, "It's gone." Su Zimo said, "You've nearly washed your skin off. What smell can there be left?" Ow, ow. The spirit monkey gestured and asked where the demon beast egg was. Yawning, Su Zimo pointed to his embrace. "It's my egg. Stop thinking about it." The spirit monkey pouted and grunted a few times, waving its hand to indicate that it did not care for the egg. However, its eyes were still staring furtively at the demon beast egg in Su Zimo's embrace. "Monkey, I've got something to ask you." After a short while, Su Zimo suddenly asked, "I'll be returning to the sect soon. Will you come with me?" Su Zimo felt a little scared, recalling that the spirit monkey nearly got into danger. Even though the spirit monkey was unruly and unsuited for life in the cultivation world, Su Zimo could at least look after it if it was with him. "Ow! Ow!" the spirit monkey cried. Su Zimo chuckled. "I know that you want to be king of a mountain, but what's the point of being king of this Tsonglang mountain range? You've got to head out and look for other mountains to be a king at." "Oh!" The spirit monkey thought for a while and pointed at the demon beast egg in Su Zimo's embrace, crying a few times. Su Zimo could not help but laugh. "All right, if you follow me back, I'll let you hatch this demon beast egg." At the same time, Su Zimo thought to himself, "I'm only letting you hatch, not giving it to you. Furthermore, this fella has already sucked so much of my blood. There's no way it'll run off with anyone else." On this day, a man and monkey arrived in a rush outside of Ethereal Peak. Passing through the fog formation, their descent on the main peak attracted much attention. Junior brother Su is back. That monkey beside him is another spirit beast of his? Junior brother Su seems to have a special connection with spirit beasts. Including this monkey, he has two now. If one has too many spirit beasts, their power of the blood oath is spread out and will definitely weaken. This Su Zimo is going to get into trouble sooner or later. When the disciples caught sight of the man and monkey, their eyes had different looks as they discussed fervently. When Su Zimo had just joined the inner sect, he caused quite a stir when he overwhelmed Sun Tao and friends using his thunder techniques. Roar! The monkey felt extremely irritated being pointed at by so many strangers. It bared its teeth and roared menacingly at the many cultivators nearby, causing demonic chi to explode with a killing intent. Its hair stood on ends and made its physique look even bigger and intimidating. If not for the fact that Su Zimo was beside him, given its unruly nature, it would have charged forth and killed everyone. Many cultivators were shocked. The monkey's body was covered with endless blood. To survive in a place like the Tsonglang mountain range, it had to engage in battles almost every other day. It had experienced endless bloodshed and life and death situations. The aura around the monkey was even more violent and bloodthirsty than the spirit tiger and little crane. Su Zimo furrowed his brows slightly and raised his palm, patting the monkey on the shoulder gently, indicating for it to relax. On the way earlier, Su Zimo had already reminded the monkey repeatedly that it had to tone down on its animal instincts at Ethereal Peak. It must not be violently aggressive all the time. Grunting, 2 streams of air shot out from the monkey's nostrils and the fur on its body gradually went down. Before long, the man and monkey disappeared before everyone. Humph! That beast sure is arrogant. That's because junior brother Su was around. If that wasn't the case, I would have killed that beast right on the spot. How dare it shout at us? Many cultivators pretended to scold after the man and monkey was gone. The door of the cave abode was wide open and both the spirit tiger and little crane were sprawled inside, resting. Little crane was the first to sense something and looked over. Upon seeing that it was Su Zimo, it cried out in joy. The spirit tiger opened its eyes and looked over lazily. Instantly, it was energized at the sight of Su Zimo and leaped up. Monkey did not have much of a reaction when it saw the tiger and crane, merely twitching its lips in disdain. Following behind Su Zimo, monkey swaggered in. This is monkey who is originally from Tsonglang mountain range. We went through life and death together. Su Zimo pointed to the spirit tiger and little crane. This is spirit tiger and that is little crane. The 3 of you can stay together from now on. Don't fight. Chi! When it heard that, monkey sneered and stretched out its finger, waving it in front of the spirit tiger and little crane extremely provocatively. Even though monkey said nothing, its meaning was clear. Even if we fight, you guys are not my match. The spirit tiger had just entered Foundation establishment and was in a cocky youth phase. Furthermore, the spirit tiger knew that it had been with Su Zimo the longest. If it was bullied by a monkey that came later, how could it continue to live its days? There was no way the spirit tiger could hold back seeing that hand gesture from monkey. Roar! It crouched and readied as though it was about to pounce on its prey with a ferocious glint in its eyes. It was ready to strike at any moment. Caw, caw! On the other side, little crane could not take it lying down either, crying out a couple of times to monkey as it prepared to pounce as well. After all, little crane had a closer relationship with the spirit tiger. Hearing the shouts from within the cave, Su Zimo suddenly felt a headache. Bang! Before long, monkey and the spirit tiger collided massively. It was a pure explosion of strength without any gimmicks. After a momentary pause, the spirit tiger was sent flying by monkey. Slamming onto the wall at the back, the cave abode shook and countless dust settled down. The spirit tiger's tendons and bones felt like they were breaking. Even if monkey had an ordinary bloodline, the cultivation technique imparted to it by Dai Yu would cause that to change. As for the spirit tiger, it was indeed nothing more than any other ordinary beasts. ignoring the fact that there was a difference in their cultivation realms. Even if they were at the same realm, the spirit tiger would be beaten up badly by Monkey. The difference in their bloodlines was way too great. With a flip, Monkey rode on the spirit tiger and started pummeling its head with clenched fists. Gong! 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 After a few consecutive strikes, the spirit tiger was completely dazed and was dumb-stricken. Swoosh! Little Crane pounced over from the side, sticking out a pair of sharp talons that glistened with a cold light towards Monkey's back. Without even turning back, Monkey slammed with a rod. The wind howled. Little Crane was shocked and did not dare to take it head-on, dodging to the side to try and deal with it. Against Little Crane, who could fly at any moment, Monkey was helpless as well and could only ride on the spirit tiger while yelling at Little Crane. Ow! Ow! Caw! Caw! Little Crane replied with a high-pitched and agitated tone. The spirit tiger beneath Monkey would roar from time to time as well. The concurrent cries of 3 different demon beasts rang out, and Zimo could no longer hear clearly what they were talking about. However, he could roughly guess that Monkey wanted to be the king and leader of the trio. However, the spirit tiger and Little Crane were indignant and would not allow it. Monkey took the demon beast egg from Zimo's hands and pointed at it, screaming for a while. Before long, the 3 spirit beasts reached a common consensus. They would take turns hatching that demon beast egg. Whoever the spirit beast that's hatched chooses to follow will be their king. For 3 spirit beasts, the 24 hours in a day could originally be divided into 8 hours each. However, the spirit tiger was the most pitiful. The 8 hours that it originally had was forcefully taken over by Monkey and Little Crane, leaving it with only 4 hours. In another cave abode of Ethereal Peak. It was dark and quiet. Feng Haoyu assumed a lotus position, surrounded by many spirit stones. He had already reached perfected foundation establishment and had unlocked a meridian. All of a sudden, a sinister wind blew. Feng Haoyu opened his eyes. He was not in a hurry to look around and was instead deep in thought, as if he was waiting for something. Zimo is back. Before long, a hoarse and erratic voice sounded out right in Feng Haoyu's cave abode. Feng Haoyu frowned. The person in the darkness continued. If I'm not wrong, that tempering technique that the disheveled old man obtained in Sky Treasure Auction House should be for him. It's easy to kill Zimo, Feng Haoyu said in a low voice. However, how can we wipe out the other 3 legacy disciples of Ethereal Peak while killing him at the same time? If we only lay our hands on a single one of them, it's going to alert the rest. The only way to have Ethereal Peak suffer a great loss is by crippling 4 of them at the same time. That way, they won't be able to achieve anything in the 4 ranking lists of the sect competition. Don't worry, the opportunity has arrived, the hoarse voice said. Once this fight is over, you and I can both return to the sect with honor in our names. Black Crow Mountain. Situated at the northwest corner of the Great Zhou dynasty, it was a vast place where beasts roamed. There were many crows in the forest and most of them were psychic. There were even black crow demons that managed to cultivate supreme powers with terrifying strength and dominance. It was said that there was a golden core that entered the depths of Black Crow Mountain and was never seen ever again. A couple of years ago, a middle-aged man with dark green eyes that shone with a sinister light walked into the depths of Black Crow Mountain without turning back at all. From that day forth, the crows within turned extremely violent and their eyes were bloodshot. The skies above Black Crow Mountain were perennially covered by a blood mist. Deep in the dense forest, a hall named Blood Crow Palace appeared. Within a few short years, sects nearby Black Crow Mountain were all subdued under Blood Crow Palace's command. This day, a pale-faced youth with dark green eyes appeared outside Blood Crow Palace. He was at perfected foundation establishment and knelt on a single knee, cupping his fists in the direction of the hall. Master, a year ago, my blood slave was killed outside of Linfeng City. I've discovered who the killer is. His name is Zimo, an inner sect disciple of Ethereal Peak. Amidst the blood fog around the forest, Blood Crow Palace was vaguely visible like an ancient that sat on the spot. It was sinister and horrifying, letting out an ice-cold aura. After the young cultivator spoke, Blood Crow Palace fell into a dead silence. As though he was accustomed to it, the young cultivator continued. This battle caused us to lose a middle-grade spirit mine and more than 30 Foundation establishment cultivators. Even though they are all outer core disciples, it is still an unprecedented setback. I heard the news that Ethereal Peak Spirit Pool is about to be unsealed. At that time, Ethereal Peak is bound to send their perfected Foundation establishment disciples to receive a baptism of the Spirit Pool. I intend to lead people there and take them down in one fell swoop. At the same time, I can take in the legacy disciples of Ethereal Peak as my blood slaves. After a long time, a voice rang from Blood Crow Palace. All right, be careful. Take more men with you. The young cultivator lowered his head. Don't worry, master. Take Yu Fei and Peng Yu along with you. After a momentary pause, a voice rang out from Blood Crow Palace once more. The young cultivator was delighted and replied hurriedly, Thank you, master. Yes, after this matter, come back and cultivate in seclusion. When the ancient battlefield opens 3 years later, you'll find your true opponents within. After saying that, the voice in Blood Crow Palace went silent once more. Before long, 2 people draped in black robes walked forth. They were expressionless with an occasional flicker of green light in their eyes. Greetings, young master. The 2 men walked before the young cultivator and knelt on one knee, shouting in unison. The young cultivator nodded in satisfaction. The 2 people before him were golden cores. They were his master's blood slaves. Bearing extremely high standards, the people that his master were willing to accept as blood slaves were far from simple. His master was also the same person who founded Blood Crow Palace, the palatial lord. Given their relationship, even though this man was only a Foundation establishment cultivator, his status in Blood Crow Palace was extremely high. He was the young master of Blood Crow Palace. Ethereal Peak. Su Zimo, Fufufu. Ethereal Peak. Su Zimo had returned for a couple of days and had not spent it idling. Little Fatty, Shui and other Weapon Peak disciples came to visit, so they naturally had their merry celebrations. During this period, Lung Ro came by as well and chatted with Su Zimo for a little before leaving. In the eyes of Shui and everyone else, that was naturally something to cheer about. In the entire sect, Su Zimo was the only person who could make Lung Ro pay a personal visit. Previously, she had even specially given him 2 talismans. The 2 talismans were kept in his storage bag and Su Zimo had not used them yet. Even though it wasn't a massive favor, it was clear that the other party had put in quite a bit of effort. Su Zimo intended to create a middle or superior grade spirit weapon after he gained more insights into weapon refinement and give it to Lung Ro. The second day after Su Zimo returned to the sect, before he even had the time to visit the disheveled old man, the latter already took the initiative to visit. You rascal! Where have you been for the past 3 months with no news at all? The disheveled old man scolded Su Zimo at first sight. Su Zimo replied with a half-truth. I spent some time at home. I see. Upon hearing that, the disheveled old man's expression softened and nodded. Cough. He coughed gently and patted on his storage bag. Instantly, an ancient manual appeared on his palm as he said calmly, Take it. This is an ancient tempering manual. True enough. As Su Zimo had expected, the disheveled old man was auctioning for this book at Sky Treasure Auction House for him. The person who wrote this ancient manual is Su Zhan, an advanced weapon refinement master 1,000 years ago. At his peak, he had created tens of supreme-grade spirit weapons, and it was said that he had even created a perfect spirit weapon. Even though there's no remnant projections of his weapon refinement process, you can study this ancient manual well. With your perceptivity in weapon refinement, it should not be an issue for you to create middle or even superior-grade spirit weapons in the future. The disheveled old man was extremely confident in Su Zimo. Even though Su Zimo already knew how the ancient tempering manual came about, it would attract the disheveled old man's suspicions if he acted too calmly. Su Zimo could only appear to be delighted and asked, Master, this ancient manual must cost a lot of spirit stones, right? It's all right. The disheveled old man nodded and replied indifferently. At that time, The competition for this manual was extremely intense and I was unable to get it at the start too. In the end, I bumped into an old friend. At that point, the disheveled old man beat around the bush intentionally before continuing leisurely. Heh! That friend of mine has a powerful background and without a second word, he gave it to me on the spot. Even though the disheveled old man was trying his best to contain himself, his eyes were filled with pride. Zimo, let me tell you how the scene was like at that time. Eft. That huge auction house fell entirely silent. Even if others had spirit stones, they could not use it. No one could stop this friend of mine from giving it to me. Everyone else could only watch dumbfounded in envy. When he heard the disheveled old man bragging, Su Zimo could not help but lower his head and almost chuckled. Zimo, what's wrong? You don't believe me? The disheveled old man raised his brow when he noticed Su Zimo's abnormality. No, Su Zimo waved it off hurriedly. Cough, cough. All right, that's enough. Cultivate well. The disheveled old man seemed to have realized that he had gone slightly overboard with his bragging and added before turning to leave. In reality, if it was just this ancient tempering manual without any remnant projections, Su Zimo would not have achieved much in his future. However, Extreme Fire Tao Lord had enacted a weapon refinement process for Su Zimo beneath the cold lake of the cave abode. It was a perfect and flawless weapon refinement process. Coupled with the ancient tempering manual in his hands along with Su Zimo's personal spirit gathering method, he had confidence of creating a supreme-grade spirit weapon. It wasn't an occasional creation depending on his condition. It had a 100% success rate. In the following period of time, Su Zimo resumed his usual cultivation habits. He spent part of his days on raising his cultivation realm, but most of it was spent on weapon refinement studies. Come nighttime, Su Zimo would lock his cave abode and activate his formation to begin demonic cultivation and organs refinement. Because organs refinement would produce an endless stream of rich demonic qi, the formation was used to prevent outsiders from entering, as well as to conceal the aura within the cave abode. In the morning of the next day, the demonic qi would be absorbed by Su Zimo entirely. For those past few days, Monkey, Spirit Tiger, and Little Crane took turns around the demon beast egg. After Monkey incubated it for 10 hours, it was Little Crane's turn. Every day, when it was late at night, they left a miserable 4 hours for the Spirit Tiger. The Spirit Tiger would hug the demon beast egg in front of its chest and even lick it from time to time. It blinked its eyes and sighed. At this rate, no matter who ends up as the leader, I'm definitely going to be at the bottom. The Spirit Tiger looked at the demon beast egg and thought to itself, hurry and come out. That way I can have a lackey. If not, my days are going to be hell and that monkey and stupid bird is going to bully the shit out of me. For hours passed in the blink of an eye. The Spirit Tiger felt as though it had just wrapped its arms around the demon beast egg. Before it was even warm, Monkey came over and whisked it away to sit on it. Even though the Spirit Tiger felt indignant, it did not dare to resist and could only watch at the side pitifully. For some reason, Su Zimo felt that Monkey, the Spirit Tiger, and Little Crane were all very concerned about that demon beast egg, treating it with extreme care. Apart from the three of them, no one else was allowed to touch the egg. No one could be sure which was more effective, Su Zimo's bloodline or the three beasts taking turns to take care of it. A few days later, the demon beast egg truly had a reaction. Within, signs of life began to emanate. At first, it was extremely feeble. However, it became clearer and more intense as time passed. When it heard that Su Zimo had brought back a demon beast egg from a ruin, the mystical guardian beast, Senior Crane, came by a couple of times and was rather concerned about the incubation process of the egg as well. During this period of time, Su Zimo looked through many ancient books about demon beasts. He firmly memorized all sorts of information about various demon beasts, ancient remnant beasts, and even pure-blooded ferocious beasts. According to Senior Crane, if a pure-blooded ferocious beast was born, it would alarm the heavens and there would definitely be a universal phenomenon. The stronger the bloodline of the ferocious beast, the more intense and terrifying the accompanying universal phenomenon would be. It was said when a Bai Fong is born, a shade of vermilion would paint the entire skies red. In fact, there might even be fire rains. When a responding dragon is born, Clouds will fill the skies and cause rain to pour. This phenomenon will last for at least 7 days and nights, causing the nearby rivers and lakes to overflow and even form a powerful flood. The arrival of a Zhu Yen brings about chaos to the world and continuous flames of war. When some ferocious beasts are born, they might even bring about an apocalyptic catastrophe for countries and dynasties. Such examples have been rampant since the ancient era. If a remnant beast was born, even though there won't be any universal phenomenons, there would be accompanying brilliant colors to indicate their unique bloodline as proof that their future would be different from ordinary beasts. A month later, the signs of life from that demon beast egg became more intense, almost reaching a peak. This meant that the life within the demon beast egg could descend at any moment. Suddenly, Su Zimo felt a sense of nervousness. Monkey, Spirit Tiger and Little Crane had been busy for the entire time, spending most of their attention on the demon beast egg. Su Zimo truly could not tell who the spirit beast would follow after it was hatched. One day, Monkey, who was squatting on the demon beast egg, suddenly jolted upright. Monkey's odd behavior attracted the gazes of Spirit Tiger and Little Crane. Su Zimo opened his eyes and looked over as well. On the ground not far away, the demon beast egg shook gently. A new life was struggling within, trying to enter this world. All of a sudden, a red-headed beauty appeared in the cave abode. This was the human form of Senior Crane. She had a solemn expression and looked at the demon beast egg keenly with pursed lips. Swash! Su Zimo's vision blurred as yet another cultivator appeared in the cultivator, possessing an immense aura and a reserved gaze. This was the sect master Ling Yun. Even though sect master Ling Yun had never been here before, he was clearly paying attention to this matter. Before long, the 5 peak masters arrived. Right after, many grand elders of the sect arrived as well. There were elderly men with long white beards and old women with wooden staffs. Everyone looked at the demon beast egg on the ground with a hint of anticipation. Anyone who could become grand elders of the sect were all nascent soul-perfected lords. Su Zimo was secretly shocked. This was quite a commotion. Other than an assault or major calamity of the sect, there was probably nothing that could gather so many people. These people were all the top cultivators of Ethereal Peak. The initially spacious cave abode became evidently crowded after these people arrived. Monkey, Spirit Demon, and Little Crane sat down in 3 directions, maintaining the same distance between them and the egg while protecting it in the middle. Su Zimo was squeezed out of the crowd. If it was just the hatching of an ordinary demon beast, there wouldn't be this many people paying attention to it. However, all of them had heard that this demon beast egg was retrieved from a ruin. Furthermore, there were many obscure and complicated patterns etched on the shell. This was something worthy of everyone's attention. Yes, those patterns are indeed mysterious. Even with my experience, I can't tell what those patterns are. A nascent soul-old man stared at the demon beast egg for a long time before saying slowly. An old woman frowned and said, "It seems to be some sort of a heritage. Seems like this demon beast has quite a powerful background. It's not simple." Someone else nodded in agreement. Right then, that initially shaking demon beast egg came to a sudden stop, drawing everyone's attention. The masses held their breaths. There was complete silence in the cave abode such that one could hear a pin drop. Crack! There was a crisp sound. Everyone's eyes lit up. A faint crack had appeared on the demon beast egg. After a short pause, crack, 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 a series of sounds came from the surface of the demon beast egg. In the blink of an eye, 3 more cracks appeared on the shell. The sounds became clearer as tiny cracks spread around the entire egg densely. All of a sudden, piak, a tiny hole broke at the top of the egg. Peeling away the shell bit by bit, a pitch-black talon was the first to be seen. The eyes of Senior Crane's human form, the red-headed beauty, dimmed slightly in disappointment. Sect Master Ling Yun frowned and sighed lightly. Some of the nascent Soul Grand Elders also sent their spirit consciousness to check outside the cave abode. They retracted their spirit consciousness upon discovering that there was no abnormality. It was very calm outside without any signs of a universal phenomenon happening. This meant that the demon beast before them had nothing to do with a pure-blooded ferocious beast. The many grand elders shook their heads. They had come to see if a pure-blooded ferocious beast could be produced. If it was a pure-blooded ferocious beast, that would be the biggest thing that had happened in the sect for thousands of years. Alas, everyone had arrived excitedly only to be disappointed. Su Zimo had once fantasized that it would be great if a pure-blooded ferocious beast was hatched as well. However, the moment this life was born, Su Zimo felt a vague feeling in his bloodline. It was faint but extremely mysterious. He smiled gently. No matter the endowment or bloodline of the demon beast, Su Zimo decided that he would keep it by his side and raise it. Monkey, spirit tiger, and little crane looked at the shattered egg in the middle nervously too. Their eyes were widened with curiosity. In the hearts of Monkey and little crane, this little fellow was a shared child. Be it a pure-blooded ferocious beast or ancient remnant beast, even if a sow was born, they were going to take good care of it and not let it suffer in the future. In Spirit Tiger's heart, it hoped that the little fellow would just be an ordinary demon beast. In fact, the weaker it was, the better. That way, its standing would rise and it need not be bullied all day. At the same time, it could also take in a lackey. If it had a sudden impulse, it could even bully that little fellow to feel good. Caw, caw. The spirit tiger's mouth gaped and drooled with a foolish smile. It was completely immersed in its fantasies of a beautiful future. Piak. Yet another talon stretched out. It was pitch black and tore at both sides. The crack on the shell was turning bigger. At the sight of that, everyone in the cave abode were increasingly disappointed as they shook their heads and sighed. It was fine if there was no universal phenomenon and it wasn't a pure-blooded ferocious beast. But why aren't there any spectacular colors now that the shell has cracked? What did this prove? It proved that the beast was not an ancient remnant beast as well. All the top cultivators of Ethereal Peak were mobilized here in excitement, only to watch the birth of an ordinary demon beast. The psychological disparity was too great. The sect had already reared many of such ordinary demon beasts. Poof! The shell was torn open by a small gap and a black head popped out. It looked like a dog with its eyes closed tightly and felt extremely weak. Seemingly hungry, the little beast sniffed around with its nose and grabbed the eggshell shards beside it, stuffing them into its mouth. Munch, munch. In a short while, the little beast finished the eggshell that was the size of a fist. Now, the little beast's features were fully exposed to everyone. It was bare and pitch black, looking extremely ordinary. Perhaps because it had just eaten the eggshell, its body was a little swollen. Once again, the cave abode fell into silence. The atmosphere was strange. Everyone looked at the little beast with a weird expression, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Even though everyone had already determined that this was neither a pure-blooded ferocious beast or ancient remnant beast. This was way too ordinary. An old man shook his head. Even if there is no universal phenomenon or brilliant lights, a normal demon beast would contain demonic chi upon being born, since they spent a long time in their mother's body. The thicker the demonic chi, the stronger the demon beast was. But this little beast, sigh. The old man did not continue, but everyone knew what he meant. Ever since it broke out of the shell till now, the little beast did not possess the slightest bit of demonic chi. This meant that it wasn't even a demon beast. Could only be considered as a wild beast. This little beast doesn't have any intelligence. It didn't even know how to open its eyes. It's too weak. An old woman at the side shook her head. Even though her words were harsh, it was the truth. Everyone knew that wild beasts were not psychic and did not have much intellect. Su Zimo frowned hard and tried to recall all the ancient books he had read. He drew comparisons between the appearance of the little beast and all the demon beasts, ancient remnant beasts, and pure-blooded ferocious beasts. After a round of comparison, Su Zimo discovered that there was no demon beast that matched the little beast before him. In terms of similarity, the little beast resembled a black bear cub the most. In a ruin more than 5,000 years ago, Extreme Fire Dao Lord risked his life to bring back a demon beast egg only for it to hatch a black bear. Su Zimo's mouth twitched. If Extreme Fire Dao Lord was still alive and saw this, he would probably die still out of anger. Of course, the little beast was not exactly the same as a black bear. It had a slightly swollen body and its head was like a dog. Its palm had a blood-red cushion in the middle, and it had claws longer than a black bear that could be retracted freely. Hia! The little beast tried its best to open its mouth and let out a sound. It did not sound like a powerful roar from a demonic beast, but rather, it looked like a newborn baby who was learning to speak. Fufu. There was friendly laughter all around. Even its cry was so weak. Even though no one could confirm the origin of the little beast, many signs indicated that this was the most ordinary type of wild beast. The spirit tiger was delighted. Everything went smoothly as it had expected. It finally had a lackey it could trample on. The little beast trod out clumsily, trying to walk. It swayed and looked like it could fall at any moment. Hia! Crying out once more, the little beast sniffed through the air, as if searching for something. Its eyes were tightly shut and it could only recognize its way through scent. Monkey, spirit tiger, and little crane immediately turned nervous. They had a prior agreement that after the little beast was born, whoever it looked for would be the boss between the few of them. The little beast stood rooted on the spot for a moment before turning around. Slowly, it walked towards the spirit tiger in a clumsy manner. The spirit tiger got excited immediately and nearly lost control of himself, jumping up and roaring wildly. Happiness came too suddenly. Initially, the spirit tiger thought that it was already not bad now that he had a lackey. From the looks of it, he even had a chance of being the boss now. The tables have turned and I've finally made it. It's been a tough journey. The spirit tiger looked at the little beast its best to walk over and was moved to tears. On the other side, Monkey and little crane were indignant, their faces full of displeasure. In a great mood, the spirit tiger pointed at Monkey and shook its head, even shamelessly sticking its tongue out gleefully. Monkey gritted its teeth and clenched its fists so tightly that its knuckles cracked. Its eyes were almost spewing fire. Upon seeing Monkey's state, the spirit tiger trembled in fear and hurriedly retracted his tongue. At that moment, the little beast had already arrived in front of the spirit tiger. The spirit tiger licked its face and leaned over, revealing a smile that he thought was the kindest. After a slight pause, the little beast wrapped around the spirit tiger's huge face and continued walking forth. The smile on the spirit tiger's face froze. This is fucking awkward. The spirit tiger wanted to cry and curse it internally. Damned black bear, you were lying? You're going to get me killed. The spirit tiger turned around right away and looked at Monkey obsequiously, feeling a deep sense of remorse and regret for his provocations earlier. Monkey ignored the spirit tiger entirely and kept watching the little beast. Even though its eyes were shut and it had just learned how to walk, the little beast still maneuvered through the crowd and arrived in front of Suzimo after much difficulty. Little beast raised its head and sniffed carefully again, as if making a confirmation. After a while, it climbed up Suzimo's body. Suzimo was in a lotus position and wasn't too tall. However, because little beast was too short, it tried to climb up from under Suzimo's shirt but failed after several attempts. Instead, it fell and rolled over, causing a series of laughter. Many grand elders started to take their leave. It was meaningless to stay here any further. Even though that black bear was extremely cute, it was but a mere wild beast, nothing unlike rabbits and dogs by the roadside. Suzimo did not care. No matter what, he was going to raise this little beast and make it a powerful existence. So what if it was a wild beast? He did not have a spirit root in the first place as well. But now, haven't he managed to become a cultivator as well? Nobody could decide how they were born. However, the paths they took and their achievements in the future would depend on their diligence and opportunities. Little beast continued to roll over a few times, covering its body dirtily in dust. With its closed eyes, it rubbed itself against Suzimo's feet gently in sadness. Suzimo hardened his heart and remained silent. He did not help little beast, hoping for it to climb up on its own. Yeah. Little beast raised its head and opened its toothless mouth. With all its strength, it cried out in a childish voice pitifully. Su Zimo's heart softened and he could no longer hold on. He quickly reached out and lifted Little Beast. Perhaps because it was just born, Little Beast was not huge. At around half a foot long, it fit Su Zimo's palm perfectly. Chuckling, Su Zimo held Little Beast with his left hand and teased it playfully with his right. Zimo, this black bear's endowment is too poor. Don't sign a blood oath with it. The disheveled old man was worried and came over to remind him. Even though the power of a blood oath was strong, its power would weaken if one made too many blood oaths. It was hard to guarantee that the demon beasts would not betray and kill their owners in the future. Therefore, most cultivators would only sign a blood oath with a single demon beast, 2 at most. In the eyes of the disheveled old man and everyone else, Su Zimo's life could be in danger if he continued signing blood oaths with demon beasts. Sect Master Ling Yun nodded in Su Zimo's direction as well. This little beast has yet to gain sentience. Just raise it casually and don't think too much about it. With that said, Ling Yun turned to leave. Su Zimo's head was lowered in silence. When the 5 Peak Masters saw that, they thought that he received a huge blow and was greatly disappointed. They could not help but sigh lightly and leave the place. At that moment, Su Zimo was looking at Little Beast sprawled on his lap with a strange gaze, seemingly in deep thought. Initially, Su Zimo thought that Little Beast was an ordinary wild beast as well. Perhaps it was truly a black bear's cub that had yet to gain sentience and was merely cute. However, an action by Little Beast earlier on changed Su Zimo's mind entirely. Little Beast was definitely not as simple as everyone thought it to be. Earlier on, Su Zimo teased Little Beast with his right hand. Immediately, Little Beast's expression changed. It seemed to have sensed something and stuck its nose out, sniffing Su Zimo's right hand carefully. Finally, Little Beast opened its mouth and licked Su Zimo's fingertips. Finally, it changed to a comfortable position before falling asleep. That action seemed like it was nothing. However, it caused a huge stir in Su Zimo's heart. His right hand could be considered as his strongest trump card, helping him escape from danger twice. No one in the entire cave abode knew about the secret behind his right hand. Even Senior Crane was clueless about it. However, Little Beast had just been born and was able to sense it without being able to open its eyes. It tried its best to come over and grab his right hand. This was definitely not a coincidence. Senior Crane had not left and was still in the cave abode. Su Zimo looked over and could not help but ask, "Senior, do you recognize this little beast?" Senior Crane walked over slowly, standing in front of Su Zimo, and looked at Little Beast carefully before shaking her head. "No, I don't recall ever seeing a demon beast as such. Could the ancient books have left it out?" Su Zimo asked again. "It's possible," Senior Crane said in a low voice. "After all, it's been a long time since the primordial era till now. Coupled with the many demon beasts that have gone extinct, there's a chance it could be left out." Pausing for a moment, Senior Crane continued, "However, it's true that there's no universal phenomenon, spectacular colors or demonic chi when this beast was born. Perhaps it might be just an ordinary black bear." As she said that, Senior Crane bent over and reached out, wanting to touch Little Beast. All of a sudden, Little Beast that was initially sleeping woke up. Even though its eyes were still closed, it was clearly a little nervous. As though it sensed that a foreign aura was approaching, Little Beast stuck its head out and sniffed. The claws that were initially retracted peeked out gradually, revealing a cold and dark glint. Such keen senses! Su Zimo's eyes lit up. Little Beast was born less than an hour ago and could not even open its eyes. However, in its slumber, it could still sense an unfamiliar aura and jolt awake. With such a reaction, it was proof that Little Beast was extraordinary. Su Zimo was a little happy. "Phoo!" Senior Crane froze for a moment before chuckling. "This little fellow is quite sharp." With that said, Senior Crane extended her finger and tapped Little Beast's forehead dotingly. Instantly, Little Beast retreated hurriedly. However, it was too slow and did not have a good balance of its body yet. As though realizing that it could not dodge it, Little Beast stretched out its claws hastily and scratched Senior Crane's palm in a frantic motion. When he saw that, Suzimo smiled. This little beast was quite interesting. To think that it knew how to counterattack. Suzimo was about to speak when he realized that there was something strange about Senior Crane's gaze. She stood where she was, frozen and motionless. "Senior, what's wrong?" Suzimo frowned and asked automatically. "Wrong." After a moment, Senior Crane snapped out of her stupor as though she was gravely shocked. Somewhat out of sorts, she mumbled repeatedly, "Wrong. We were all wrong." "What do you mean?" Suzimo was puzzled. Senior Crane looked at Little Beast, who was hiding in Suzimo's embrace with a lit-up gaze. In fact, there was even a hint of fear as she asked uncertainly, "That little fellow just scratched me?" "That's right." Suzimo nodded. Not understanding what Senior Crane meant, she took a deep breath of air and said slowly, "It hurt me." Suzimo was frozen on the spot, feeling a chill run down his spine. Senior Crane's cultivation was no weaker than a nascent soul-perfected lord. Furthermore, being a demon, Senior Crane's body was extremely powerful to begin with. Even if Little Beast was a pure-blooded, ferocious beast, its claws wouldn't pose any threat. It would merely scratch Senior Crane like an itch. But Senior Crane had actually felt pain. The most terrifying thing was that Little Beast was born for less than an hour. If that scratch had landed on Suzimo's body earlier on, it would have carved a few holes in his body. Even though they did not know the origin of Little Beast, it was not hard to imagine how terrifying it would be after it grew up. The background of this little beast is probably far from simple. Take good care of it, and it'll definitely be of great help to you in the future. Senior Crane said and looked at Little Beast carefully, her eyes filled with puzzlement. What was going on here? This was a little beast that had no universal phenomenon, spectacular colors, or even demonic chi when it was born. How did it possess such destructive powers? Senior Crane shook her head and left in confusion. Before she left, Senior Crane was still worried and turned around to warn Suzimo. "By the way, watch over it. Don't let it run around in the sect." "Don't worry, Senior." Suzimo nodded. "I'll guard it during this period of time and not let anything happen to it." Now that Suzimo thought about it, Little Beast was basically a newborn that could not even open its eyes. It knew nothing and was at its weakest. If he allowed it to run around the sect, it might end up losing its life. Senior Crane's lips twitched and she rolled her eyes in a human-like manner. "I'm worried that something might happen to other people." Suzimo. After Senior Crane left, Monkey, Spirit Tiger, and Little Crane came over. Earlier on, Spirit Tiger made fun of Monkey and was beaten up by the latter while Little Crane watched unhappily. As such, neither of the three paid attention to the conversation between Senior Crane and Suzimo. After returning, Spirit Tiger glared at Little Beast bitterly and thought to himself, "Black Bear, I was really done in by you. I'll remember this and settle it with you after you grow older." Humph. Little Beast was truly way too stumpy that the Spirit Tiger was worried it might be killed with a single smack. In just a day, Little Beast was able to open its eyes. Its eyes were dark and sparkling, exuding intelligence like a pair of dazzling gems. On that day, Monkey, Spirit Tiger, and Little Crane left the sect and obtained the milk of many demon beasts, placing everything in front of Little Beast. Little Beast took a sniff without drinking any. It seemed a little disdainful. Instead, Little Beast chose to continue sucking on the fingers of Suzimo's right hand. Perhaps owing to the eggshell, Little Beast did not get hungry for an entire week. The most common thing Little Beast did was to lie on Suzimo's lap and sleep soundly while chewing on his right hand's fingers. During this period of time, Suzimo had a rough grasp of Little Beast's temperament as well. It was the closest to him and would stick to him every day. Because Little Beast was extremely sensitive to foreign auras, it would be on guard or even retaliate if any stranger got close to it. Other than Suzimo, it was also relatively close to Monkey, Spirit Tiger, and Little Crane. From that point of view, the three of them did not waste their month for nothing. At times, the four of them would even play around in the cave abode happily. Upon seeing that, Suzimo would always feel a sense of warmth and smile. After a week, Little Beast's teeth grew out. Even though they were small, they were extremely sharp and not weaker than its claws. However, what puzzled Monkey, Spirit Tiger and Little Crane was that no matter the type of spirit beast they hunted, Little Beast would only go up and sniff instead of eating it. Even if it was hungry, it would choose to suck on Su Zimo's fingers rather than eat those actual food. That's strange. Su Zimo was perplexed as well. Could Little Beast be vegetarian? On second thought, Su Zimo felt that it was not right. The claws and teeth of Little Beast did not seem as though they were meant for it to be vegetarian. These few days, Su Zimo did not cultivate much. Instead, he specially refined a few cauldrons of elixirs and selected the supreme grade and perfect ones for Little Beast. Yet, Monkey, Spirit Tiger and Little Crane were the ones fighting for it while Little Beast refused everything. That's strange. Su Zimo tapped on Little Beast's head and chided lightly. Why are you not eating everything, Hia. Little Beast had yet to master demon language and could only cry out in Hia's. Blinking its diamond black eyes, it looked aggrieved. This day, Monkey and Little Crane went out to hunt. Su Zimo sat on his stone bed and held spirit stones in both hands, seemingly in cultivation and could not be distracted. The opportunity is here. The Spirit Tiger had been cultivating the Void Thunder manual during this period of time and felt that it had gotten stronger. It was now a Foundation Establishment Spirit Demon. Rubbing its paws together, the Spirit Tiger was prepared to take this opportunity to teach Little Beast a good lesson. It wanted to impose the image of a mighty, ferocious, and unstoppable being in Little Beast's heart. Black Bear, stop sleeping. Wake up. The Spirit Tiger sneaked in front of Little Beast and growled softly, slapping Little Beast's head with a backhand. Initially asleep, Little Beast's body quivered and it stuck out its claws, blocking instinctively. Flashes of blood appeared. A few bloody holes appeared on the Spirit Tiger's paws. The Spirit Tiger was dumbfounded. Little Beast was completely awake as well. Ow! Howling in pain with a pale face, the Spirit Tiger glared at Little Beast and gritted its teeth, snarling, Black Bear, you're not trustworthy at all. Even when you're asleep, you're so nervous. You've screwed me to death. Little Beast leaned over in embarrassment and stuck its tongue out to lick the Spirit Tiger's paw as a form of comfort. It's completely different from what I imagined. Even after this Black Bear is born, I'm still the weakest. The Spirit Tiger's face was covered in tears as sadness welled up in him. Right then, Monkey strode into the cave abode covered in blood. It was carrying a leopard on its shoulders, huge like a small mountain and covered in green fur. Emerald Cloud Leopard. Su Zimo recognized the leopard at first glance. It was an ancient remnant beast that was extremely strong. The Emerald Cloud Leopard's head was smashed in, and it was filled with injuries all over, clearly already dead. Monkey had many wounds on its body as well. It was a devastating battle. The moment the Emerald Cloud Leopard's corpse was placed down, Little Beast suddenly jumped off Su Zimo and ran over to the corpse to sniff. Shing! Little Beast stretched its claws and cut through the skin and flesh of the Emerald Cloud Leopard easily. It opened its mouth and chomped down on a piece of meat, swallowing it. Su Zimo narrowed his gaze at the sight of that. He had been observing Little Beast during this period of time. In the past 10 days, Little Beast's body grew a little more. It was no longer bloated nor similar to a black bear. Little Beast's head resembled that of a dog's while its figure resembled a tiger's. Pitch black, it had no fur and upon retracting its claws, it could walk without a single sound. Su Zimo examined Little Beast's claws and teeth carefully. Be it in terms of structure or sharpness, it was something he had never seen before. Furthermore, Little Beast had displayed signs of its terrifying combat talent while it was playing in the past couple of days. That combat talent seemed to be an instinct. Extremely sharp claws and teeth, keen sense of smell, robust strength, explosive power, terrifying combat talent. A demon beast as such was practically born to kill. In front of Su Zimo, Monkey, Spirit Tiger, and Little Crane, Little Beast was extremely docile and adorable. However, late in the night, it would stand up quietly and patrol the cave abode, surveying with an icy stare. Occasionally, Little Beast would stand outside the cave abode and look up at the full moon, emitting an inexplicable aura that was vicissitude and mysterious. It was like a god walking through the mortal realms at night. "How about, we call you Night Spirit from now on?" Su Zimo mumbled. For the next half a month, Su Zimo discovered that Night Spirit, the mysterious little beast, was extremely picky with its food. It did not touch the flesh of ordinary demon beasts at all. When it came to ancient remnant beasts, Night Spirit would choose to eat some. It did not seem like it enjoyed them either, eating very little. Su Zimo did not give much thought to it, merely assuming that they had not found the right food. After all, most demon beasts would not eat every other demon beasts as well. They had their own preference too. Su Zimo planned to wait till Night Spirit was older before taking it out so that it could hunt on its own to see the type of demon beasts it preferred. As time went by, Night Spirit's body began to turn rougher as though something was growing out. A month later, the disheveled old man came for a sudden visit. "Zimo, I've got good news," he said with a smile the moment he entered. "Prepare yourself. 3 days later, when Xian and some of the elders are going to take you somewhere." "Huh? Where?" Su Zimo asked. 50 kilometers away from the sect exists Dongling Valley, a place with a unique terrain that is a natural spirit gathering spot. All the surrounding spirit chi in the area are gathered in the valley and injected into a spirit pool. The disheveled old man continued, "Every 10 years, when the spirit pool is filled, it will open once for the perfected foundation establishment cultivators of the sect to cultivate within. A single year of cultivation within is equivalent to 5 years outside." Su Zimo nodded. In that case, Dongling Valley was truly a blessed place. However, a doubt rose in Su Zimo's heart as he said, "Master, I'm not at perfected foundation establishment." The disheveled old man chuckled. "This was initially none of your business indeed. However, Elder Chun made a suggestion to allow some of the inner sect disciples with immense talent and potential to cultivate within the spirit pool as well. In the main hall of Ethereal Palace, Elder Chun even mentioned your name specifically." "Oh!" Su Zimo was slightly surprised. He had only joined the inner sect for a short period of time and was mostly in seclusion. As such, he truly did not know who this Elder Chun was. The disheveled old man continued, "Zimo, when you see Elder Chun 3 days later, make sure to thank him properly." Su Zimo nodded. After returning to the sect, Su Zimo's schedule had been very packed. Apart from researching weapon refinement techniques, he had to work on the candlelight sword formation while raising his immortality and demonic cultivation alongside taking care of Night Spirit. It was rare for him to have such an opportunity. Su Zimo could make use of this to put everything aside and focus on his cultivation so that he could make an early breakthrough. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Su Zimo naturally could not take Monkey, Spirit Tiger, and Little Crane along with him for this trip. Moreover, Dongling Valley was a place for immortality cultivators, and it was useless even if Monkey and the others joined him. However, when it heard that Su Zimo was going to leave, Night Spirit hied non-stop and insisted on tagging along no matter what. After hesitating for a long time, Su Zimo's heart softened and he finally agreed to it. For the past month, under Su Zimo's strict orders, Night Spirit had not taken a single step out of the cave abode. It's probably time for it to take a look at the world outside. At that thought, Su Zimo stuffed Night Spirit inside his robes and instructed for it to not come out before leaving the cave abode. The gathering spot was the front peak of the sect. Upon arriving, Su Zimo caught sight of 2 familiar faces, Little Fatty and Leng Ro. "Bro, here." Little Fatty waved to him. Leng Ro nodded slightly and greeted, "Junior Brother Su." Given Leng Ro's character, the fact that she would take the initiative to greet someone was already unprecedented. It had been a while since they last met, and both Little Fatty and Leng Ro were at late-stage foundation establishment. Of course, that did not mean that Su Zimo's cultivation speed was not fast enough. It was the opposite. Su Zimo's cultivation speed was already extremely fast. Despite spending a good half of his efforts on elixir and weapon refinement, formations and demonic cultivation, his immortality cultivation realm did not fall behind. Beside Little Fatty and Lung Ro stood 30-odd inner sect disciples. Su Zimo swept his gaze across. These inner sect disciples were all at late-stage foundation establishment. Su Zimo raised his brows but did not say anything. As time passed by, more cultivators arrived gradually. Surveying from the beginning, be it the cultivators that arrived first or later on, Su Zimo realized that he was the only mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Su Zimo sensed an unusual aura and felt that something was amiss. If this Dongling Valley trip was based on one's cultivation, late-stage foundation establishment disciples should be ranked before him who was at mid-stage foundation establishment. If it was in terms of potential and endowment, why was it that other than him, the rest were all at late-stage and perfected foundation establishment? The arrangement was filled with conflict no matter how he looked at it. Look! Those are the 3 great legacy disciples of our sect. Little Fatty gave a low cry and pointed at 3 people who were flying over not far away. The gray-robed cultivator on the left is Ji Chengtian, and it's said that he's a 4-meridian foundation establishment. Typically, perfected foundation establishment cultivators would be referred to by the number of meridians they have unlocked. The blue-robed cultivator on the right is Luo Yi, and he's also a 4-meridian foundation establishment. In the middle is the leader of the 3 great legacy disciples, Qin Yu. He's at 5-meridian foundation establishment and is also the true number 1 of the inner sect. I even heard from Master that Qin Yu has a chance of unlocking the 6th meridian before the sect competition. Normally, one would have an extremely high chance of forming a core if they had 4 meridians unlocked. In the sect competition, 4-meridian foundation establishment cultivators had a chance of ranking in the top 10, while 5-meridian foundation establishment cultivators were a shoo-in for the top 10. As for 6-meridian foundation establishment cultivators, it was considered to be very good if 1 or 2 of them appeared in the once every 10 years sect competition. From that viewpoint, one could understand the preciousness of one of Ethereal Peak's 3 secret skills. Ethereal Foundation Establishment Manual. Cultivating Ethereal Foundation Establishment would ensure at least 4 unlocked meridians. Thereafter, it would depend on the cultivator's own endowment, talent, perceptiveness, and fate. Through thousands of years, there had indeed been disciples of the sect who had unlocked 6 meridians. In Tianhuang mainland, even if those at 6-meridian foundation establishment continued cultivating till they were 100 years old, they might not be able to unlock the 7th meridian. If they wanted to progress, they had to enter the ancient battlefield. That was the only place where they could obtain heavenly defying opportunities and lock their 7th, even 8th meridians. The reason why cultivators wanted to unlock as many meridians as possible wasn't only because of the increase in strength. It was preparation for core formation. The quality of a golden core formed from 4 meridians was naturally incomparable to the quality of one formed from 5 meridians. The quality of a golden core of 5 meridians was incomparable to a golden core of 6 meridians. It was said that once the quality of a golden core reaches a certain level, the spirit energy in their bodies would achieve a harmony with the heavens and earth, and a phenomenon that would shock the world would be born. That was the famous golden core phenomenon of the cultivation world. Throughout history, there had been countless cultivators who had formed a core. However, none of them achieved a golden core phenomenon. As everyone had different learnings and experiences, their understanding of core formation as well as number of meridians unlocked were different as well. The many different factors would form various golden core phenomenons. The power formed by the golden core phenomenons were different as well. Some phenomenons were so mighty that they could shake the world and form tsunamis upon release. However, some other phenomenons were relatively weaker. As the saying goes, a phenomenon is bound to occur when 8 meridians are unlocked. However, unlocking 8 meridians was as difficult as ascending the skies itself. Thousands of years ago, including the founder master of Ethereal Peak, there had only been a single person who had unlocked all 8 meridians. That was none other than the owner of the mystic gold silk armor, the terrifying expert who left the Void Thunder manual behind. Come, let's go greet them. It's not easy to see these 3 senior brothers. Little Fatty brought Su Zimo over and cupped his fists, smiling. Greetings, senior brothers. Qin Yu and the other 2 swept their gazes past Little Fatty swiftly. Pausing at Su Zimo for a brief moment, they turned to the side with a cold expression. Little Fatty laughed embarrassedly. When he saw how the trio reacted, Su Zimo dispelled the thought of greeting them as well. Some of the other perfected 1 and 2 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators looked at Su Zimo and the others with unfriendly gazes as well. Hey, you can't blame them. Little Fatty explained. The spirit energy in the spirit pool is limited. An additional person means that the cultivation speed of the others will drop as well. We were initially not meant to be part of this Dongling Valley trip. Now, it's as good as us stealing their cultivation resources. Suddenly, Su Zimo was enlightened. Leng Ro shook her head. The spirit pool belongs to the sect and it's not theirs. Furthermore, we're also disciples of the sect. Even though that's the case, that might not be what they think, Little Fatty said with a bitter smile. Before long, a purple-robed and haughty-looking man arrived on his flying sword with a number of sect disciples accompanying him. Feng Haoyu. It had to be said that Feng Haoyu's cultivation speed was fast indeed. He had already reached perfected foundation establishment by now. Feng Haoyu looked around and actually walked over when he caught sight of Su Zimo. Long time no see, junior brother Su. He arrived before Su Zimo and said with a fake smile. This was the first time they were meeting after his defeat to Su Zimo at Spirit Peaks Arena. Su Zimo looked at Feng Haoyu with a calm silence. There was something odd about this. Feng Haoyu had stopped him twice in private previously. Both times, Su Zimo was alerted by his spirit perception towards Feng Haoyu's killing intents. Yet, Feng Haoyu was now greeting him as though nothing was wrong? Given this person's vengeful nature, would he lower his status and do such a thing? There must be something going on when things occur out of the ordinary. Feng Haoyu smiled and asked, "What's wrong, junior brother Su? You're not even interested in talking to me." This time, Feng Haoyu was truly smiling as though something was making him extremely happy. Was it because he was entering Dongling Valley to cultivate? Probably not. Right then, 3 figures appeared at the same time from not far away. The person in the middle was Wuxia, Spirit Peaks Master. He was wearing white robes and traveled through the skies elegantly. The other 2 were golden cores as well, elders of the sect. Wuxia swept his gaze across the disciples below and nodded his head before waving his sleeves. A spirit vessel appeared and expanded with the wind in the blink of an eye. It had enough space to accommodate hundreds of people. "Come on up." Wuxia and the 2 elders boarded the spirit vessel first and stood at the bow. The many disciples flew to the spirit vessel on their flying swords with excited expressions. Cultivators that could board the spirit vessel were all disciples recognized by the sect. That fact was enough to make others envious. Turning into a beam of light, the spirit vessel tore through the skies at an extremely fast speed. Su Zimo, Little Fatty and Leng Ro stood together, and they could feel the wind howl in their ears while the scenery reversed quickly. Sweeping his gaze across the 2 sect elders, Su Zimo asked softly, "Which of them is Elder Chun?" Little Fatty pointed at the one on the right. "The one in black robes is Elder Chun and the one on the left is Elder Yu." "What's up, bro?" "It's nothing," Su Zimo replied. "I merely heard that it's thanks to Elder Chen's suggestion that we're able to take part in this spirit pool cultivation trip." "Yes, I heard about that too." Little Fatty chuckled. "Elder Chen sure is a nice person." Su Zimo smiled and did not reply. After a while, he felt increasingly uneasy. There was a nagging feeling that something was wrong, but he could not point it out. Passing through the crowd, Su Zimo arrived at the bow of the ship and bowed with cupped fists. "Greetings, Peak Master Wuxia and elders. I am Su Zimo." Wuxia lowered his glance slightly and nodded. The 2 elders turned back with a questioning look as well. "Seniors, I am somewhat worried." "What?" Wuxia's tone was cold and he was indifferent. Due to his relationship with Feng Haoyu, Wuxia had always had a prejudice against Su Zimo. Su Zimo continued, "Almost all the core disciples of Foundation Establishment Realm from our sect are present for this Dongling Valley trip. If anything happens, it'll be a significant blow to our sect. We'll definitely not be able to compete for the rankings at the sect competition 3 years later." As he spoke, Su Zimo kept an eye out for the 3 of their expressions. When he heard that, Elder Yu could not help but laugh. Go on back. You don't have to worry about this. When Xian replied coldly, do you know what it means for anyone to kill the Foundation establishment core disciples of our sect? Which sect would have the guts to commit an act as such within the Great Zhou dynasty's territory? Elder Yu chuckled too. Even though the spirit pool of Dongling Valley only opens up once in 10 years, how could any outsiders know of the exact date? Even though Elder Chun remained silent, there were no changes in his emotions and he was still expressionless. Unable to have any red, Su Zimo frowned and returned to where he was. 6 hours later, a valley ahead could be faintly seen. We're here. Arriving above the valley, the spirit vessel descended slowly and many cultivators leaped down. There were 2 golden cores watching over Dongling Valley. Coupled with Wen Xian and the 2 elders, there were now 5 golden cores from Ethereal Peak guarding this place. In the middle of Dongling Valley was a spirit pool where the water surface shimmered brightly and emitted a rich spirit chi. Even though they were hundreds of meters away, Su Zimo and the rest could clearly feel it. This is truly a blessed place. Little Fatty let out an intoxicated expression as he took a deep breath and praised. Fufu. Feng Haoyu laughed and said meaningfully, everyone, do enjoy yourselves well. Right then, dark clouds appeared outside of Dongling Valley, moving over at an extremely fast speed. Within the dark clouds were even red specks of light that sparkled sinisterly. The weather had changed. Oh! When Xian's expression changed as he looked to the direction of the incoming black clouds with a narrowed gaze. When Su Zimo saw the black clouds, he frowned and felt a sense of déjà vu. The black clouds were moving at an extremely fast speed and shimmered with sinister red lights. They did not seem like clouds but rather spirit mine, blood-eyed crows. The so-called black clouds were actually countless crows surging over. Those red lights were the eyes of the crows. Su Zimo recalled the battle outside of Linfeng City and said in a deep voice, everyone, be careful. They are the people from the spirit mine outside Linfeng City. They're from the fiend sects? Are they here for revenge? When Xian narrowed his eyes and killing intent exuded from him. To everyone from Ethereal Peak, the tragedy that happened at Linfeng City was committed by the fiend sects. However, Su Zimo knew from Demoness Ji that even the fiend sects did not have such vicious methods and cultivation techniques. On that point, he believed in Demoness Ji. Even though she appeared to be frivolous in her actions, she knew her limits and bore with her the pride of the fiend sects. If it was something done by those of the fiend sects, she would not deny it. Su Zimo looked at Little Fatty and Leng Ro, saying in a low voice, if the situation isn't right later, quickly escape. What? Little Fatty was shocked. Leng Ro frowned slightly as well. Both of them had yet to realize the danger. To them, the sect had 5 golden cores here along with a group of top Foundation establishment cultivators. Such powerful strength was more than enough to wipe out some minor sects, so why would they need to fear the incoming aggressors? Su Zimo did not say anything, merely looking at Feng Haoyu and Elder Chan before drawing a flying sword from his storage bag. That was the supreme-grade flying sword created for him by Extreme Fire Dao Lord. During this period of time, Su Zimo spent most of his efforts researching weapon tempering techniques, understanding the candlelight sword formation and raising his cultivation. He did not have the time to refine any weapons. This flying sword was the only graded spirit weapon in his storage bag. Before long, the clouds arrived above Dongling Valley. Countless blood-eyed crows spiraled above, covering the skies and emitting thick, demonic chi. Their cultivations were not weaker than the Foundation establishment cultivators. The sky darkened immediately. Many of the Ethereal Peak disciples in the valley looked terrible as fear flashed across their eyes. After all, a scene as such was way too shocking that it left one shuddering in fear. The eyes of the crows emitted a blood-red glow as they hissed constantly, glaring at the cultivators below as though they could dive down and rip everyone apart at any moment. Little Fatty's face turned pale as he gulped and said with a grim expression, there's more of these darned creatures compared to back then. At the entrance of Dongling Valley, a gigantic spirit vessel sped over and hundreds of cultivators leaped down from it. Among them, there were more than 10 golden cores. The rest were all Foundation establishment cultivators of varying levels. However, their numbers were several times more than the ethereal peak disciples. Coupled with the sea of blood-eyed crows above them, be it in terms of golden cores or Foundation establishment cultivators, ethereal peak was definitely disadvantaged. This was a trap. There was no way out of this situation. Of the hundreds of cultivators from the spirit vessel, their leader was a perfected Foundation establishment cultivator. He wore a set of red robes with a crow etched on his sleeve. Bearing a pale complexion, he twitched his lips and smiled evilly. The 10 golden cores surrounded him, protecting him in the middle. "Who are you?" When Xian glared at the blood-robed cultivator as he held a talisman in his left hand. A flying sword hovered in front of him and his tone was cold. "Fufu." The blood-robed cultivator chuckled and said leisurely, "Fellow Taoists, there's no need to be nervous. I did not come with any ill intentions. If you guys are willing to cooperate, I'm even going to present a great opportunity for all of you." With a slight pause, he changed the topic with an icy tone. "But if you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for starting a massacre." When Xian's fingers moved as he conjured his spirit, causing spirit energy to swirl around his fingertips, he was ready to strike. Elder Yu stood up with a grim expression and shook his head, saying deeply, "Don't be rash. If we end up fighting, our disciples are going to die easily at this place. Let's check on his background first." Raising his voice, Elder Yu asked, "Fellow Taoist, how may I address you?" "Regarding that, I'm quite a casual person." The blood-robed cultivator smiled faintly. "You may address me as young master or master. It's up to you, I won't force you." Elder Yu's expression turned terrible. Be it young master or master, it implied that he had to submit to this blood-robed cultivator. Elder Yu was a golden core after all, and there was no way he would accede to such a ridiculous request. "Junior, this place is less than 50 kilometers from Ethereal Sect. If I were to send a message using my spirit crane, it won't be long before our sect sends reinforcements." "Don't get cocky now," Elder Yu said with a deep voice. "Ha ha ha ha." The blood-robed cultivator burst out into laughter. "Old dog, I tried to give you face, but you're trying to throw it away? First, with my blood crow army, your spirit crane is never going to be sent out. Second, even if you manage to send out a spirit crane, you guys are not going to last long enough." When Xian harumphed coldly, "Elder Yu, there's no need to waste your breath on him. Since they're from a fiend sect, all of them shall be punished." "We're not from the fiend sections." The blood-robed cultivator laughed coldly. "I'll give you one last chance. Submit to me and I'll spare your lives. Otherwise, all of you shall be killed without mercy. No one will be spared. Oh right, there's someone named Su Zimo among you guys. Whether or not you submit to me, I'll suppress you personally and torture you to death bit by bit." The blood-robed cultivator let out a series of sinister laughter. "Submit?" When Xian smiled as well. "Ask for permission from the sword in my hand first." Right then, the blood-robed cultivator raised his head suddenly and said calmly, "What are you waiting for?" Before he could finish his sentence, Su Zimo was alarmed and yelled, "Everyone, disperse! There's spies in the sect." When Xian was the first to react and crushed the protection talisman in his left hand immediately. A barrier of light instantly rose and enveloped him. Clang! There was a crisp sound. Sparks flew everywhere. A flying sword struck when Xian's protective barrier, causing it to tremble and nearly collapse. It was clear how strong that attack was. It was a mere centimeter gap. If when Xian had been slightly slower, he would have been a dead man. In fact, the reason why when Xian was the first to react was because of Su Zimo's question earlier on the spirit vessel. At that time, when Xian wasn't bothered about it. However, when he saw the arrival of such powerful forces along with a trap as such laid out, when Xian vaguely realized that there might be spies in the sect and became wary. Otherwise, there was no way their trip to Dongling Valley today could be leaked out. Of course, the conjecture was a little vague and when Xian did not have time to verify it. Right at the moment when the blood-robed cultivator said that sentence along with Su Zimo's yell, when Xian crushed his protection talisman without a second thought. When he sensed the terrifying attack behind him, when Xian understood that he had just walked by the gates of hell and could not help but break out in cold sweat. "Elder Chan, you?" A sect elder at the side looked at Elder Chan, who had just struck at Wen Xian with widened eyes. He asked in confusion before realizing what was going on. However, the moment he said that, his expression changed and finally understood what had happened. Someone had betrayed the sect. That person was Elder Chan before him, who was hidden in their midst. A gust of cold air rushed up from his back as that elder retreated instinctively. Placing his palm on his storage bag, he withdrew a protection talisman. However, Elder Chan was even faster. The moment his attack failed to kill Wen Xian, Elder Chan swapped away his flying sword immediately and conjured a seal with his left hand, producing a resplendent glow. Swash! A spirit art and flying sword descended at the same time. The sect elder's reaction was slightly slower, and his throat was sliced by the sword before he could crush the protection talisman. There were flashes of blood. A golden core fell from midair, life dissipating from his body as his eyes were filled with indignance and frustration. "Traitor!" When Xian hollered as his sleeves swayed in rage. A tremendous amount of spirit energy was almost materialized, surging over like a tidal wave with a terrifying momentum. Within that gigantic wave, there was even a sharp light that was hard to detect hidden within. Hee hee! Elder Chun let out a strange laugh. With that successful strike, he turned to escape without hesitation and crushed a protection talisman immediately. At the same time, Elder Chun conjured spirit with his hands, causing the spirit energy of a late-stage golden core to condense together instantly. Waving his hands, a glow burst forth and mist rose. Bang! Boom! Boom! The glowing mist clashed with the surging wave, creating a deafening bang. Wen Xian's spirit energy wave was clearly superior to Elder Chen's glow. Poof! There was a crisp sound as though something was broken. Elder Chen's expression changed drastically as he exclaimed. A bloody wound had already appeared on his arm. Unknowingly, the protective barrier around him was penetrated by a superior-grade flying sword that was shimmering with spirit light. That superior-grade flying sword was hidden in that spirit energy wave. Mysterious and formless, no one noticed when it appeared. Clang! Opposite, a black-robed, middle-aged man harumphed coldly. He took a half-step forward and tapped his finger lightly, causing a flying sword to speed out. Hovering in midair, for brilliant rays of light burst forth from the sword. For spirit patterns, a supreme-grade flying sword. Colliding against Wen Xian's superior-grade flying sword, the supreme-grade flying sword shone with spirit light. It was hard to tell who was superior. Elder Chun seized the chance to escape. The entire process seemed very slow upon narration, but in fact, it occurred in the split of a moment. When Xian narrowed his gaze and beckoned gently, sending his superior-grade flying sword back to him. The black-robed golden core's cultivation was similar to his. They were both at perfected golden core. Furthermore, when Xian felt a sense of pressure from that person. Of the 10-odd golden cores on the other end, the two black-robed cultivators standing beside the blood-robed cultivator were the strongest. Both of their eyes were filled with a faint green light that looked extremely sinister. One of them was the golden core who had just attacked. The other person emitted a thick demonic chi. From that aura, he should be a spirit demon at golden core realm. Once demons cultivate their inner cores, their skin, flesh, tendons, bones, marrow, organs, facial features, and 5 senses will undergo another transformation. This transformation would rejuvenate the demons and allow them to take on human form, speaking in human tongue. Those two were the blood slaves of Blood Crow Palace's lord sent to protect the young master, Yu Fei and Peng Fei. Barely escaping, Elder Chun arrived beside the blood-robed cultivator. He looked at Wen Xian with a malicious, cold gaze and snarled. As expected of Spirit Peak's master, you're already at level 3 of Ethereal Sword. Impressive, impressive. Ethereal Sword was one of Ethereal Peak's 3 major secret skills, and there were 3 levels to it. Level 1, Shadows. As the flying sword sped forth, it would leave a series of afterimages in the air. Impossible to distinguish between reality and illusion, it was effective in confusing the enemy. Back when Feng Haoyu fought with Su Zimo, he had mastered Level 1, Shadows. Level 2, Void. Due to the extreme speed of the flying sword, it would be almost merged into the void, turning almost imperceptible, and one would be hard-pressed to notice it with their naked eyes. Level 3, Ethereal. At this point, it wasn't just the flying sword speed that would have reached its peak, turning void and impossible to detect. By now, the cultivator would have reached a level of sword manipulation mastery such that they could control it as their minds willed with extreme proficiency. Extremely fast with a void sword that was unpredictable, the attack would be ethereal. Level 3 was the most difficult to cultivate. In Ethereal Peak, only Golden Cores who had mastered Level 3 of Ethereal Sword were qualified to be Spirit Peak's master. Furthermore, almost every generation of Spirit Peak's masters were the strongest of the Golden Cores in Ethereal Peak. Even though he was guarded by the Protection Talisman, Elder Chun was injured by Wen Xian's sword as well. If Peng Fei had not blocked the second strike, Elder Chun would have died on the spot. Changing the topic, Elder Chun sneered. However, all of you will have to die here today. No one will be able to leave. You can try. Wen Xian was not afraid, standing in the air in front of the many Ethereal Peak disciples. Right then, Wen Xian, Elder Yu and another sect elder were the only Golden Cores on the side of Ethereal Peak. On the opposing end, including Elder Chun, there were 11 Golden Cores. Suddenly, another situation occurred. Feng Haoyu, who was in the crowd, suddenly attacked. 3 spirit patterns coruscated on his sword. It was a superior-grade flying sword. It streaked through the crowd, causing blood to spill. One of the 3 great legacy disciples, Luo Yi, who was standing not far away from Feng Haoyu, did not react in time. Astonishment filled his eyes as his head was lopped up. Until the moment of his death, he still hadn't realized what had happened. That attack was a reaping of lives. Disciple after another collapsed in a pool of blood, unable to rest in peace. The many Ethereal Peak disciples were not prepared in the slightest bit. Even though Su Zimo had warned loudly earlier on, Elder Chen's betrayal still caused a sect elder to die. When Wen Xian took action, the intense clash between 2 Golden Cores drew everyone's attention to it. Su Zimo felt his scalp tingle as he watched on with gritted teeth. A murderous killing intent rose in his heart, and his eyes were filled with boundless coldness, causing an extremely terrifying aura to exude from his body. In reality, Su Zimo had already vaguely guessed that Elder Chun and Feng Haoyu were the spies. However, that was just his speculation. Furthermore, Su Zimo did not know whether there were other traitors beside those 2. That was why Su Zimo reminded everyone to disperse, because there were spies in the sect. He never expected that his reminder would still fail to save his fellow sect mates who had died. Those that died were the ones standing closest to Feng Haoyu. In other words, they were the followers of Feng Haoyu's group. Right now, Feng Haoyu was slashing them down mercilessly without hesitation. His eyes were filled with nothing but coldness and cruelty. That initially handsome face of Feng Haoyu was now extremely hideous and menacing. Among them, the one who suffered the greatest blow was Spirit Peak's master, Wen Xian. Feng Haoyu was someone that he had deemed as his personal disciple and imparted his entire life's learnings to. Even that superior-grade flying sword in Feng Haoyu's hands was a gift from Wen Xian. Most Foundation establishment cultivators would only have nothing more than a middle-grade flying sword. Even as Spirit Peak's master, Wen Xian was only using a superior-grade flying sword as well. The fact that he gave Feng Haoyu a superior-grade flying sword was proof of how highly he regarded and loved the latter. And yet, Haoyu, I haven't treated you badly, and our sect hasn't let you down either. Why? Give me a reason as to why you betrayed the sect. Wen Xian turned around, quivering as his gaze flashed with rage, shock, confusion, and deep disappointment. Elder Chen's betrayal did not crush Wen Xian. However, Feng Haoyu's betrayal was an immense blow to Wen Xian mentally. Back when Feng Haoyu was only at Qi Condensation Realm, Wen Xian requested for the sect master to impart Ethereal Sword to Feng Haoyu in advance. Within the inner sect, Other than the three great legacy disciples, Feng Haoyu was the only Foundation establishment cultivator who had learned all three major secret skills. Betray? Feng Haoyu scoffed coldly. I'm not from Ethereal Peak to begin with. The reason why I joined Ethereal Peak was just to learn the three major secret skills. In other words, I've never ever thought of you as my master. Sinful disciple. When Xian hollered coldly, I'll kill you today. We'll talk about that if you can survive today, old dog. Feng Haoyu sneered. All of a sudden, the two elders beside when Xian exclaimed, Watch out! Elder Yu and the other sect elder attacked simultaneously to intercept two incoming flying swords. Swoosh! Swoosh! Right then, Peng Fei, the golden core beside the blood-robed cultivator, suddenly strode forth. His expression was ice-cold and the spirit energy around him started to surge. A sinister black gust of wild wind appeared around Peng Fei, howling by as sand covered the skies. When he saw that, Elder Yu's expression changed starkly. The other sect elder's pupils constricted violently and his movements slowed down. His flying sword was swept into the black wind and the sound of countless fine sand striking the sword could be heard. Cling, clang, crack. In almost the blink of an eye, the flying sword shattered and its spirit light dimmed, plummeting from the skies. That superior-grade flying sword could not last more than a breath within that black wind. When he saw that, Su Zimo was shocked. Elder Yu's expression turned terrible as he said slowly, Golden core phenomenon, bone-corroding black wind. So, that's a golden core phenomenon. Su Zimo was secretly speechless. Even though he had heard about how terrifying golden core phenomenons were, this was the first time he had seen one. Of golden cores, only very few could cultivate a golden core phenomenon. Those that possessed the golden core phenomenons could crush any golden cores with no phenomenons. Be it at the Qi condensation, foundation establishment, or golden core realms, the energy source was spirit Qi and energy. The methods they used for cultivation and killing were all spirit arts. A golden core phenomenon was the epitome of all spirit arts. It reigned supreme across all spirit arts. Therefore, those who had the golden core phenomenons beneath nascent soul realm were all the strongest golden core perfected beings. Go to hell! Peng Fei's voice was ice-cold as he waved his sleeves, causing a huge vortex to form within the black wind. It was like an ancient beast opening its mouth, threatening to devour the ethereal peak sect elder within. When Xian wanted to save him, but it was too late. Snap! The protection talisman on the sect elder shattered instantaneously. Ah! A blood-curdling scream could be heard. Against the black wind, the sect elder's body began to dissipate. Within a few seconds, there was only a pitch-black skeleton with no signs of life left. Ah! It was yet another shriek. A golden core of Blood Crow Palace was suddenly struck by a shower of rain, causing countless bloodied holes to appear all over his body. Riddled with holes, that person's gaze was dim as he fell from the skies. It was clear he wouldn't be able to survive. Pitter-patter, pitter-patter. It was only then that everyone heard the sound of rain falling. It got heavier, clearer, and evidently more hurried. Where did the rain come from? Everyone turned towards the sound. Around Wenxian, it was suddenly raining cats and dogs with a heavy downpour. The raindrops were as long as swords, exuding an extremely intense sharpness. Golden core phenomenon, ethereal sword rain. Against Wenxian's golden core phenomenon, the golden cores of Blood Crow Palace were defenseless and perished on the spot as well. The reason why Wenxian could maintain his cool despite 10 golden cores on the other end alongside Elder Chen's betrayal was because he was at perfected golden core and had even cultivated a golden core phenomenon. Even if there were 10 golden cores on the other end, Wenxian was confident that he could kill all of them later on. That was the power of a golden core phenomenon. The moment Peng Fei displayed his golden core phenomenon, Wenxian realized that the situation wasn't right. To be precise, it was extremely serious and was a matter of life and death. The golden core spirit demon, Yu Fei, was calm and cold as he protected the blood-robed youth to descend to the ground. Scoffing coldly, the blood-robed youth waved his hand. Split up the battlefield, Peng Fei. Kill the 2 remaining golden cores in the air as soon as possible and leave the rest of the Foundation establishment cultivators to us. Understood. Peng Fei, who was in midair, nodded. On the ground, hundreds of Foundation establishment cultivators from Blood Crow Palace wrapped around Yu Fei and the blood-robed youth, charging towards the many ethereal peak disciples. Do not fight. Quickly break out of the encirclement and inform the sect. When he saw that, when Shen bellowed and gave the order decisively. Right now, he and Elder Yu were barely able to fend for themselves. They could not get out and provide support. What the blood-robed youth meant by splitting up the battlefield was for Peng Fei and the other golden cores to hold and kill when Shen and Elder Yu in midair. The other Foundation establishment cultivators would then massacre everyone else on the ground. That way, be it in terms of the fight between the golden cores or Foundation establishment cultivators, Blood Crow Palace would have complete advantage over the situations. Break out of the encirclement? The blood-robed youth reared his head and roared into laughter. Stop dreaming. I had no intention of letting you guys leave this place alive today. None of you shall escape. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, Peng Fei's bone-corroding black wind collided against Wen Xian's ethereal sword rain and created a deafening bang. The 2 completely different phenomena powers clashed in midair, causing a terrifying sight. Both their golden core phenomenons were similar in strength, and it was difficult to tell who would take the immediate lead. Apart from Peng Fei, Blood Crow Palace had 9 other golden cores. However, there was only Elder Yu beside Wen Xian. Kill! Elder Chen hollered and took the initiative, attacking without mercy. Gritting his teeth, Elder Yu defended with all his might. However, he fell into a disadvantage almost immediately and was in a dire situation. Bombarded by dangers, Elder Yu could die at any moment. When he saw that, Wen Xian let out a long roar and frantically channeled his golden core, sending spirit energy endlessly into his phenomenon recklessly. Splash! Waving his sleeves, Wen Xian's endless sword rain enveloped Elder Chen as well. You must be courting death. Peng Fei harumphed coldly and the black wind gusted, almost forming a hurricane that connected to the heavens as it sucked in the falling sword rain. Poof! 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 The 2 different phenomena powers clashed once more, interlacing with one another and becoming more intense. Wen Xian's face was pale and his body swayed. At that moment, it was akin to him facing off against 10 golden cores alone. Moreover, one of those golden cores had a golden core phenomenon. He could not hold on for long. On the ground, countless Foundation establishment cultivators of Blood Crow Palace swarmed over. Wen Xian and Elder Yu were occupied in the air and could not extricate themselves. Given the situation, there was only a clear option for the ethereal peak disciples: escape. Furthermore, they did not have much time left. Once Wen Xian and Elder Yu could not hold on any longer, their opponents would no longer be just the hundreds of Foundation establishment cultivators on the ground. The golden cores would come after them as well. Hurry, let's go! The leader of the legacy disciples, Qin Yu, roared and turned to escape, not daring to linger. The other legacy disciple, Ji Chengtian, followed closely behind. Many ethereal sword disciples flew on their swords as they scattered and fled towards the outsides of Dongling Valley. Bro, senior sister Lung. Let's flee, little fatty shouted, nervous and sweating profusely. Lung Ro nodded. Both of them looked towards Su Zimo instinctively. Right then, Su Zimo's gaze was narrowed as he let out a chilling killing intent. Wielding the supreme-grade flying sword in his palm, it trembled continuously. Naturally, Su Zimo knew that the smartest thing to do right now was to escape from this place. However, he was indignant. You guys go ahead first. I'm going to kill him. Su Zimo waved his sleeves and the supreme-grade flying sword in his palm shone with 4 dazzling beams of light. With a swoosh, it tore through the air and pierced towards Feng Haoyu. Bang! At the same time, Su Zimo took a step forward with his left foot and landed heavily on the ground. Exerting strength in both legs, he was like a divine steed, dashing madly, leaving a series of afterimages in his wake. Oh! Feng Haoyu sensed an extremely sharp aura akin to a beam stabbing on his back. The air was ripped apart, letting out strange, hissing noises. Furrowing his brows, Feng Haoyu turned his flying sword and channeled ethereal sword without thinking twice. Swoosh! His sword quivered and entered the voids. Because it was so fast, the superior-grade flying sword was almost melded into the void and became translucent, almost impossible to detect. In terms of sword-wielding technique, Feng Haoyu was indeed far superior compared to Su Zimo. Clang! Feng Haoyu's flying sword arrived first and managed to block Su Zimo's sword, causing sparks to fly everywhere. Supreme-grade flying sword. Noticing the 4 spirit patterns on Su Zimo's flying sword, Feng Haoyu's gaze turned fervent with a trace of greed. Feng Haoyu, hand your life over. Su Zimo's voice boomed out like thunder and his aura was torrential, bearing a deadly killing intent. He possessed an indomitable force that came crashing down. Feng Haoyu's expression changed starkly. Su Zimo, how dare you? Feng Haoyu had not expected that. Instead of escaping, Su Zimo would choose to charge at the hundreds of Foundation establishment cultivators. Naturally, Su Zimo knew that he was no match for Feng Haoyu when it came to sword-wielding technique. Even with the supreme-grade flying sword, he would only be able to tie with Feng Haoyu at most if they were to have a sword fight. Hence, the reason why Su Zimo summoned his flying sword was merely to serve as a distraction for Feng Haoyu. His true killing move was still behind. Right now, Su Zimo was less than 5 steps away from Feng Haoyu. Given this distance, even if Feng Haoyu was at perfected Foundation establishment, he would have to die of regret. Boom! With a backhand punch, Su Zimo's right arm drew a gigantic arc in the air as he punched his fist like a seal, compressing the air and erupting into a deafening bang. Feng Haoyu did not have time to dodge and crushed a protection talisman in his hand instantly. A barrier of light rose up. Bang! The seal slammed heavily against the barrier with a supreme might. Snap! A grade 2 protection talisman was destroyed by Su Zimo with a single punch. Pest! Gasping, Feng Haoyu's pupils constricted furiously. Su Zimo's gaze was ice-cold, his eyes laden with killing intent. Taking a step forth, he threw another punch. That single punch sealed all of Feng Haoyu's escape paths. Whoosh! Feng Haoyu spun around furiously, and a pair of huge wings extended strangely from his back. Unlike real wings, his wings were formed by a secret skill to condense spirit energy. That secret skill was none other than one of Ethereal Peak's 3 major ones: ethereal wings. Ethereal wings was considered as a support technique. With that, Foundation establishment cultivators could soar through the air without the help of any external objects, just like golden cores. Compared to sword kinesis flight, ethereal wings made one even more agile. Used appropriately, the increase to a cultivator's strength would be extremely obvious. Given the situation, Feng Haoyu turned and fled. If he were to run on the ground, he would not be able to escape Su Zimo's pursuit. If he were to use sword kinesis flight, he had to summon his flying sword and there would be a delay in that. The only way he could escape alive was by making use of ethereal wings. Swish! The wings flapped as Feng Haoyu soared into the skies and sped through the air. That change had completely exceeded Su Zimo's expectations. Seeing that he was about to punch into air, Su Zimo stomped on the ground and leaped into the skies by making use of the rebound force. Crackle! At the same time, his tendons and bones resonated at the same time and his right arm suddenly expanded by an entire foot. Using his fist like a palm, he grabbed at Feng Haoyu's back. Shing! Blood filled the air. Ah! A tragic cry was heard in midair. A large piece of flesh was ripped off from Feng Haoyu's left leg, revealing his bones and tendons in a shocking manner. If Feng Haoyu had been any slower, his entire heart would have been ripped out. Su Zimo landed on the ground. Flapping his ethereal wings, Feng Haoyu's face was pale and cold sweat trickled down his face. He escaped to the side of the blood-robed youth, panting heavily as he looked back with lingering fear. At that moment, hundreds of Foundation establishment cultivators from Blood Crow Palace had already rushed up, causing flying swords and spirit arts to rain down. The blood-robed youth was not the only one beside Feng Haoyu. There was the Golden Core Spirit Demon as well. It was no longer practical for Su Zimo to rush up and slay Feng Haoyu. Gritting his teeth, he retreated. Swoosh! The supreme-grade flying sword tore through the voids and returned to Su Zimo's side while slaying a Foundation Establishment cultivator at the same time. Bang! Another Foundation Establishment cultivator rushed over and was met with a casual punch by Su Zimo that caused his entire body to explode as he died on the spot. Splash! Churning his bloodline, a terrifying tsunami sound came from within Su Zimo's body, gushing rapidly in a frightening manner. In the vast crowd, Su Zimo was like an ancient demon with an overwhelming aura. Poof! 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 He strode forth with the plow heaven stride. Instantly, the many cultivators in front of him exploded on the spot as their flesh splattered, leaving nothing but corpses and a river of blood on the ground. Stepping on the corpses and river of blood, Su Zimo was like a god of death, charging towards the outside of Dongling Valley. Oh! Not far away, the blood-robed youth's gaze landed on Su Zimo. He exclaimed softly as he looked on with curiosity. What a powerful bloodline. Interesting. Who is that? The blood-robed youth asked. Gulping, Feng Haoyu replied with a deep voice. That is Su Zimo. He's the one that killed your blood slave outside of Linfeng City. I've finally found him. The blood-robed youth smirked in a lazy manner. It would be a pity if I killed someone with that bloodline just like that. I want to turn him into my blood slave. He shall bow to me as his master and be used by me for the rest of his life. Ah! 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 Not far away, screams could be heard. The blood-eyed crows that were initially hovering in the skies flapped their wings as demonic chi swirled around them. Rushing down, they circled the disciples of Ethereal Peak and bit them continuously. Every single blood-eyed crow had the strength of a Foundation Establishment spirit demon. They possessed terrifying strength that could not be ignored. Any Ethereal Peak disciples that fell behind would be devoured cleanly by the blood-eyed crows in the blink of an eye, leaving nothing but white bones. Before long, there were only a few dozen Ethereal Peak disciples left. Other than Su Zimo, all the other disciples that fell behind had all died. Qin Yu and Ji Changtian, the two legacy disciples, were in a sorry state as they shouted with all their might to command the situation. With their efforts, they gathered the remaining dozens of disciples together and deployed their flying swords, spirit arts and talismans to weave out a defensive barrier, temporarily blocking the blood-eyed crows. However, the difference in strength between both sides was too great. The blood-eyed crows were endless, blotting out the skies and attacking the defensive barrier set by the Ethereal Peak disciples relentlessly. It was as if Qin Yu and the rest were walking through a swamp at an extremely slow speed as they sank deeper and deeper. It wouldn't last long. The moment Qin Yu and the others did not have enough spirit chi to continue or exposed any flaws, the entire defensive barrier would collapse. By then, the remaining dozens of people would turn into food for the blood-eyed crows. This was a complete massacre. With Elder Chun and Feng Haoyu as the spies, Blood Crow Palace had a complete grasp of Ethereal Peak strength for this trap and planned this trap meticulously. Blood Crow Palace did not give Ethereal Peak any chance at all. After all, the blood-robed youth and the Golden Core Spirit Demon were still watching idly by the sidelines and had yet to take any action. Once the two of them attacked, the last hope of everyone from Ethereal Peak would be extinguished as well. The only choice left for the cultivators of Ethereal Peak today was to turn into blood slaves for the blood-robed cultivator. No one would be able to leave this place alive. At that moment, the blood-robed youth gazed at Su Zimo, who was battling in the crowd, and nodded repeatedly, feeling increasingly satisfied. Not bad, not bad, he said with a smile. Only a cultivator as such is worthy to be my blood slave. He can follow me and conquer the ancient battlefield. Young master, do you want me to capture that lad? Yu Fei, the Golden Core Spirit Demon behind the blood-robed youth, leaned in and asked with a cold expression. The blood-robed youth chuckled and waved it off. There's no need to hurry. Let's wait and see. I'm curious about this Su Zimo's limits and how long he can last. On the battlefield, four Foundation Establishment cultivators stood side by side, blocking Su Zimo's path forward. Bang! 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 There were sounds coming from the four of their bodies as spirit meridians surfaced on their bodies, illuminating through their robes. There were 2-1 meridian, 1-2 meridian, and 1-3 meridian foundation establishment cultivators. To begin with, it was already ridiculous to have a cultivator with unlocked meridians fight a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Now, there were 4 cultivators with unlocked meridians, and one of them was even at 3 meridian foundation establishment. The spirit energy of a 1 meridian foundation establishment cultivator was already superior to Su Zimo, let alone a 3 meridian foundation establishment cultivator. Su Zimo was definitely not a match for them in terms of brute strength. Furthermore, the 4 meridian cultivators worked together in sync, interweaving their spirit arts and flying sword together to form an impenetrable trap to block Su Zimo's escape path. There was no way Su Zimo could escape at all. Hiss! 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 All of a sudden, Su Zimo opened his mouth wide and took a deep breath, causing a massive air current to surge down his throat with a faint pain. With a puffed-up chest, Su Zimo nearly took in all the surrounding air through a single breath. Anaconda eclipse. At the same time, the thumb and middle of his left hand joined together to form a strange hand seal, causing spirit energy to circulate insanely within him. Even though the fiend suppression seal was extremely strong, it consumed too much spirit energy. Once he used that move, Su Zimo would be left with almost no spirit energy. That was also why he waited till now before releasing it. Fiend suppression seal. A gigantic golden palm descended from the skies. The patterns on the palm could be seen clearly as it emitted a golden glow and tore through the layers of fog, crushing the bodies of many blood-eyed crows that it passed. Oh! The 4 meridian cultivators narrowed their gazes and instantly recognized how formidable that hand seal was. However, the 4 of them were composed. With their eyesight, they were able to deduce that even though the power of that hand seal was immense, the spirit energy in Su Zimo's body was too little. He was unable to unleash the full might of the fiend suppression seal. The combined strength of the 4 of them would be enough to destroy the fiend suppression seal. Flying Immortal Art. Sky Capital Fist. Silver Frost. Cloud Tearing Finger. The 4 of them released their spirit arts at the same time, pointing it at the gigantic golden palm that was descending from the skies. Right then, Su Zimo opened his mouth and roared. Kill! His voice was like thunder, booming through the crowd. The other cultivators froze for a brief moment. The 4 meridian cultivators in front of him trembled slightly, and the spirit energy in their hands nearly dispersed. Naturally, the power of their spirit arts could not be used to their fullest extent. That was the thunderclap kill. That surprise attack through his voice was enough to confuse his opponents. In truth, Su Zimo was unable to unleash the true might of thunderclap kill at this moment due to restrictions of his physique. Bang! Boom! Boom! The gigantic golden palm crushed from the skies and clashed with the 4 spirit arts. A series of loud booms echoed out, but the palm was not destroyed right away. Swash! A strange sword beam appeared, slicing at the side of the 4 meridian cultivators with a cold killing intent. For spirit patterns shown on the sword. It was Su Zimo's supreme-grade flying sword. In fact, Su Zimo had already sent out his flying sword at the same time as when he released the Fiend Suppression Seal and Thunderclap Kill. The 2 moves earlier were all superficial trump cards. His true killing move was the flying sword at the back. Poof! 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 3 consecutive crisp sounds could be heard. The necks of 3 meridian cultivators were pierced. Blood flashed. Looking terrified, all 3 of them clutched at their wounds furiously. However, blood continued to gush out in an unstoppable momentum. Their eyes dimmed as they sensed their lives draining away from their moment. That attack had not only pierced their throats. The sword chi emitted was so sharp that it even severed their large arteries. That was equivalent to chopping their heads off entirely. Thump! Falling to the ground one after another. All 3 pairs of eyes were widened as their bodies convulsed limply. Blood flowed from their bodies and stained the ground. Of the 4 people, only the 3 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator had managed to escape that tragedy. However, he was also scared out of his wits after that exchange of blows. Retreating to the side, He looked at Su Zimo fearfully. If he had not experienced it himself, this would have been truly unimaginable. To think that a mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator would be able to slay Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators with the use of so many secret killing moves. If someone like that were to cultivate to the state of Meridian Foundation establishment, how frightening would his combat strength be? Although the clash between both parties seemed short, it was filled with spirit arts, a clash of secret skills and psychological warfare. Given another battlefield or environment, Su Zimo may not have been able to win. Furthermore, he was left with almost no spirit energy after releasing Fiend's suppression seal. Right then, Su Zimo's scalp tingled as he felt a sense of danger. He realized that he had been targeted. Furthermore, that person was extremely strong and wasn't someone he could resist. It was a Golden Core expert. It could be the Golden Core that was fighting when Xian, an Elder Yu in midair, or the Spirit Demon Golden Core that was standing beside the blood-robed youth. Su Zimo took a deep breath of air and tried hard to compose himself. Breaking through the encirclement, he sped until he was outside Qin Yu and the others. Caw, caw. Many blood-eyed crows caught the scent of fresh blood and let out unpleasant cries as they swarmed towards Su Zimo in the hundreds. Those blood-eyed crows were all spirit demons with powerful bodies. They posed a huge threat for Qin Yu and the other Foundation establishment cultivators. Qin Yu and the others did not dare let the blood-eyed crows come close at all. However, Su Zimo's body was much stronger than those ordinary blood-eyed crows. Even if more blood-eyed crows were to surround him, they may not be able to injure him. It was no exaggeration to claim that although Su Zimo was human, even the physique of ancient remnant demon beasts may not be able to match his. Even against pure-blooded ferocious beasts, Su Zimo's body and bloodline were superior. Su Zimo's expression did not change when he saw the blood-eyed crows swarming towards him. A roaring sound of tigers and leopards alongside thunder rumbling echoed forth from his body. Splash! Bang! Boom! Boom! The blood-eyed crows were not only not scared of such a formidable bloodline. The sanguine light in their eyes grew even brighter as they turned more ferocious. They saw Su Zimo was nothing more than a delicious piece of tonic. After all, blood-eyed crows were only ordinary demon beasts. How could they have the chance to devour the flesh of an ancient remnant beast or pure-blooded ferocious beast on a day-to-day basis? Su Zimo, on the other hand, was a living, breathing, pure-blooded ferocious beast right in front of them. As long as they could eat a piece of Su Zimo's flesh and drink a mouthful of his blood, their strength would increase significantly. Bro! When he saw that, little fatty exclaimed. However, his voice was drowned by the cries of the endless blood-eyed crows and couldn't be heard. Lung Ro's heart skipped a beat and her gaze dimmed. They knew clearly well how terrifying the blood-eyed crows were. None of the cultivators that were left behind could escape from being devoured alive by those beasts. So what if Su Zimo was strong in melee combat? He was a human after all. How could he withstand so many blood-eyed crows? Little Fatty and Lung Ro could only watch on helplessly as the blood-eyed crows swarmed at Su Zimo, drowning him in their midst. Forget it. Lung Ro sighed inwardly and shook her head. They could not hold on much longer either. Their resistance was merely a momentary respite. Before long, they would end up in the same tragic state. Disheartened, Lung Ro switched her flying sword's direction and was prepared to commit suicide. She did not want to experience being torn apart by the blood-eyed crows till she was unrecognizable. Rather than that, she would rather do it herself. Right then, a strange sound burst forth from the blood-eyed crows that were surrounding Su Zimo. Crackle! Endless flashes of lightning burst forth from Su Zimo's body in a blinding manner. Snap! Thunder boomed. A thick thunderbolt shot down from the skies, connecting to Su Zimo's body without dissipating for a long time as though he was a link to the heavens. In the middle of everything, dazzling thunderbolts extended in all directions from Su Zimo like pythons. They surged wildly, as if forming an ocean of lightning with raging waves, enveloping the blood-eyed crows in its midst. The power of thunder was the most terrifying among all various powers. Furthermore, thunder was strong and masculine, purging evil with ease. It was the nemesis of something vile like these blood-eyed crows. Under the sweeping of the lightning ocean, the blood-eyed crows cried out tragically as they fell from the skies, covered in thick smoke. It was an extremely shocking sight, be it the Blood Crow Palace cultivators or Ethereal Peak disciples. All of them watched on dumbfounded as disbelief filled their eyes. Through the depths of the firmaments, thunder descended onto Su Zimo's body. Standing in the middle of the lightning ocean, he stood unmoved. He was like a god undergoing a catharsis of lightning, looking down at the vast sky and purging all evil in the world. This was the wrath of thunder. Well, well, well. The blood-robed youth was the first to react. His eyes lit up as he laughed instead of getting angry, nodding repeatedly without concealing the admiration in his eyes. As for Feng Haoyu, his eyes revealed a hint of fear and even envy. Even though he had learned the 3 major secret skills of the sect, he did not know of any thunder art as such. The golden core spirit demon, Yu Fei, had an indifferent expression as he looked on coldly. No matter what tricks Su Zimo had up his sleeves, it did not affect the current situation at all. Golden cores and foundation establishment cultivators were a world of a difference that could not be closed. As long as he made a move, Su Zimo would not be able to fight back. All right. A series of cheers broke out from the crowd of Ethereal Peak. After Su Zimo's attack, the number of blood-eyed crows decreased rapidly, and that eased the pressure on Qin Yu and the others significantly. Su Zimo, I'll offer you a chance to live. Be my blood slave. Right then, the blood-robed youth walked towards Su Zimo. His pace was unhurried and his tone was calm. However, it carried a hint of unquestionable power. Turning around, Su Zimo's gaze lingered momentarily on the blood-robed youth. To the people of Ethereal Peak, the situation in front of them was a deadly trap. But right at that moment, Su Zimo vaguely sensed that there was a sliver of life in this deadly trap. The blood-robed youth had an extremely high status, and the golden core spirit demon did not leave his side at all, guarding like a shadow. If Su Zimo could lure the blood-robed youth away, that golden core spirit demon would leave as well. That way, a massive threat would be removed for everyone of Ethereal Peak. Even though there were still quite a number of blood-eyed crows and foundation establishment cultivators left in the battlefield, the Ethereal Peak disciples might have a chance of escaping since they were all at Foundation Establishment Realm. This was the only chance for everyone of Ethereal Peak. Even though it was a sliver of hope, it was worth a try. Someone like you? Su Zimo scoffed coldly at the blood-robed youth before turning around suddenly, speeding towards the outside of Dongling Valley. The formidable bloodline aura emitted by Su Zimo attracted a large number of blood-eyed crows to chase after him as well. He was extremely fast, making use of divine steed fleeting. Even perfected foundation establishment cultivators would not be able to match his full speed. Oh? You want to escape? The blood-robed youth focused his gaze and withdrew a white bone staff from his storage bag. With a single leap, he stood on it and sped forth, his body bursting with spirit energy. The light of spirit meridians flashed endlessly from the blood-robed youth's body. 1, 2, 3, 4 spirit meridians. The blood-robed youth was a 4-meridian foundation establishment cultivator.